Section 0 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 0. An outline narrative tracing briefly the causes, connections, and consequences of the great events from Dante to Gutenberg, the earlier Renaissance. Charles F. Horne. 50 years ago, the term Renaissance had a very definite meaning to scholars, as representing an exact period toward the close of the 14th century when the world suddenly reawoke to the beauty of the arts of Greece and Rome, to their charm of their gayer life, the splendor of their intellect. We now know that there was no such sudden reawakening, that Teutonic Europe toiled slowly upward through long centuries, and that men learned only gradually to appreciate the finer side of existence, to study the universe for themselves, and look with their own eyes upon the life around them and the life beyond. Thus, the word Renaissance has grown to cover a vaguer period, and there has been a constant tendency to push the date of its beginning ever backward, as we detect more and more the dimly dawning light amid the darkness of earlier ages. Of late, writers have fallen into the way of calling Dante the morning star of the Renaissance, and the period of the great poet's work, the first decade of the 14th century, has certainly the advantage of being characterized by 3 or 4 peculiarly striking events which serve to typify the tendencies of the coming age. In 1301, Dante was driven out of Florence, his native city republic, by a political strife. In this year, as he himself phrases it, he descended into hell. That is, he began those weary wanderings in exile which ended only with his life, and which stirred in him the deeps that found expression in his mighty poem, the Divina Commedia. Throughout his masterpiece, he speaks with eager respect of the old Roman writers, and of such Greeks as he knew, so we have admiration of the ancient intellect. He also speaks bitterly of certain popes, as well as of other earthly tyrants, so we have the dawnings of democracy and of religious revolt, of government by oneself and thought for oneself, instead of submission to the guidance of others. More important even than these, in its immediate results, Dante, while he began his poem in Latin, the learned language of the time, soon transposed and completed it in Italian, the corrupted Latin of his commoner contemporaries, the tongue of his daily life. That is, he wrote not for scholars like himself, but for a wider circle of more worldly friends. It is the first great work of any modern speech. It is in very truth the recognition of a new world of men, a new and more practical set of merchant intellects which, with their growing and vigorous vitality, were to supersede the old. In that same decade, and in that same city of Florence, Giotto was at work, was beginning modern art with his paintings, was building the famous cathedral there, was perhaps planning his still more famous bell tower. He surely was artistic wakening enough. If we look further afield through Italy, we find in 1303 another scene tragically expressive of the changing times. The French king, Philip the Fair, so called from his appearance, not his dealings, had bitter cause of quarrel with the same Pope Boniface VIII who had held the great Jubilee of 1300. Philip's soldiers, forcing their way into the little town of Anagni, to which the Pope had withdrawn, laid violent hands upon his holiness. If measured by numbers, the whole affair was trifling. So few were the French soldiers that in a few days the handful of townsfolk in Anagni were able to rise against them, expel them from the place, and rescue the aged Pope. He had been struck, beaten, say not wholly reliable authorities, and so insulted that rage and shame drove him mad, and he died. Not a sword in all Europe leaped from its scabbard to avenge the martyr. Religious men might shudder at the sacrilege, but the next pope, venturing to take up Boniface's quarrel, died within a few months under strong probabilities of poison, and the next pope, Clement V, became the obedient servant of the French king. He even removed the seat of papal authority from Rome to Avignon in France, and there for 70 years the popes remained. The breakdown of the whole temporal power of the Church was sudden, terrible, complete. Increasing power of France. Following up his religious successes, Philip the Fair attacked the mighty Knights of the Temple, the most powerful of the religious orders of knighthood which had fought the Saracens in Jerusalem. The Templars, having found their warfare hopeless, had abandoned the Holy Land and had dwelt for a generation inglorious in the West. Philip suddenly seized the leading members of the order, accused it of hideous crimes, and confiscated all its vast wealth and hundreds of strong castles throughout France. He secured from his French pope approval of the extermination of the entire order and the torture and execution of its chiefs. Whether the charges against them were true or not, their helplessness in the grip of the king shows clearly the low ebb to which knighthood had fallen, and the rising power of the monarchs. The day of feudalism was past. We may read yet other signs of the age in the career of this cruel, crafty king. To strengthen himself in his struggle against the pope, he called in 1302 an assembly, or States General of his people, and following the example already established in England, he gave a voice in this assembly to the third estate, the common folk or citizens, as well as to the nobles and the clergy. So even in France we find the people acquiring power, though as yet this third estate speaks with but a timid and subservient voice, requiring too much, encouraged by its monkey-asking sovereigns, who little dreamed it would one day be strong enough to demand a reckoning of all its tyrant overlords. Another event to be noted in this same year of 1302 took place farther northward in King Philip's domains. The Flemish cities Ghent, Liège, and Bruges had grown to be the great centers of the commercial world, so wealthy and so populous that they outranked Paris. The sturdy Flemish burghers had not always been subject to France, else they had been less well-to-do. They regarded Philip's exactions as intolerable, and rebelled. Against them marched the royal army of ironclad knights, and the desperate citizens, meeting these with no better defense than stout leather jerkins, led them into a trap. At the Battle of Courtrai, the knights charged into an unsuspected ditch, and as they fell, the burghers, with huge clubs, beat out such brains as they could find within the helmets. It was subtlety against stupidity, the merchant's shrewdness asserting itself along new lines. King Philip had to create for himself a fresh nobility to replenish his depleted stock. In fact, there is so much to pause on in Philip's reign, will in itself suggest the truth that France had grown the most important state in Europe. This, however, was due less to French strength than to the weakness of the empire, where rival rulers were being constantly elected and wasting their strength against one another. If Courtrai had given the first hint that these ironclad knights were not invincible in war, it was soon followed by another. The Swiss peasants formed among themselves a league to resist oppression. This took definite shape in 1308 when they rebelled openly against their Habsburg overlords. The Habsburg Duke of the moment was one of two rival claimants for the title of emperor, and was much too busy to attend personally to the chastisement of these presumptuous boors. The army which he sent to do the work for him was met by the Swiss at Mortgarten, among their mountain passes, overwhelmed with rocks, and then put to flight by one fierce charge of the unarmed peasants. It took the Austrians 70 years to forget that lesson, and when a later generation sent a second army into the mountains, it was overthrown at Sempach. Swiss liberty was established on an unarguable basis. A similar tale might be told of Bannockburn, where, under Bruce, the Scotch common folk regained their freedom from the English. Courtrai, Mortgarten, Bannockburn. Clearly a new force was growing up all over Europe, and a new spirit among men. Knighthood, which had lost its power over kings, seemed like to lose its military repute as well. The development of the age was, of course, most rapid in Italy, where democracy had first asserted itself. In its train came intellectual ability, and by the middle of the 14th century, Italy was in the full swing of the intellectual renaissance. In 1341, Petrarch, Recognized by all his contemporary countrymen as a leading scholar and poet, was crowned with a laurel wreath on the steps of the Capitol in Rome. This was the formal assertion by the age of its admiration for intellectual worth. To Petrarch, it ascribed the earliest recognition of the beauty of nature. He has been called the first modern man. In reading his works, we feel at last that we speak with one of our own, with a friend who understands. The period of disaster. Unfortunately, however, the democracy of Italy proved too intense, too frenzied, and unbalanced. Rienzi established a republic in Rome and talked of the restoration of the city's ancient rule, but he governed like a madman, or an inflated fool, and was slain in a riot of the streets. Scarce one of the famous cities succeeded in retaining its republican form. Milan became a duchy. Florence fell under the sway of the Medici. In Venice, a few rich families seized all authority, and while the fame and territory of the Republic were extended, its dogeship became a mere figurehead. All real power was lodged in the dread and secret Council of Three. Genoa was defeated and crushed in a great naval contest with her rival, Venice. Everywhere, tyrannies stood out triumphant. The first modern age of representative government was a failure. The cities had proved unable to protect themselves against the selfish ambitions of their leaders. In Germany and the Netherlands, town life had been, as we have seen, slower of development. Hence, for these northern cities, the period of decay had not yet come. In fact, the 14th century marks the zenith of their power. Their great trading league, the Hansa, was now fully established, and through the hands of its members passed all the wealth of northern Europe. The League even fought a war against the King of Denmark and defeated him. The three northern states, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, fell almost wholly under the dominance of the Hansa, until, toward the end of the century, Queen Margaret of Denmark, the Semiramis of the north, united the three countries under her sway, and partly at least upraised them from their sorry plight. On the whole, this was not an era to which Europe can look back with pride. The empire was a scene of anarchy. One of its wrangling rulers, Charles IV, recognizing that the lack of an established government lay at the root of all the disorder, tried to mend matters by publishing his Golden Bull, which exactly regulated the rules and formulae to be gone through in choosing an emperor and named the 7 electors who were to vote. This simplified matters so far as the repeatedly contested elections went, but it failed to strike to the real difficulty. The emperor remained elective, and therefore weak. Moreover, in 1346, the Black Death, most terrible of all the repeated plagues, under which the centuries previous to our own have suffered, began to rear its dread form over terror-stricken Europe. It has been estimated that during the 3 years of this awful visitation, 1/3 of the people of Europe perished. Whole cities were wiped out. In the despair and desolation of the period of scarcity that followed, humanity became hysterical, and within a generation, that oddest of all the extravagances of the Middle Ages, the dancing mania, rose to its height. Men and women wandered from town to town, especially in Germany, dancing frantically, until in their exhaustion, they would beg the bystanders to beat them, or even jump on them to enable them to stop. France and England were also in desolation. The long 100 Years' War between them began in 1340. France was not averse to it. In fact, her King Philip of Valois rather welcomed the opportunity of wresting away Guinea, the last remaining French fief of the English kings. France, as we have seen, was regarded as the strongest land of Europe. England was thought of as little more than a French colony, whose Norman dukes had in the previous century been thoroughly chastised and deprived of half their territories by their overlord. To be sure, France was having much trouble with her Flemish cities, which were in revolt again under the noted brewer nobleman Van Artevelde. Yet it seemed presumption for England to attack her. England so feeble that she had been unable to avenge her own defeat by the half-barbaric Scots at Bannockburn. But the English had not nearly so small an opinion of themselves as had the rest of Europe. The heart of the nation had not been in that strife against the Scots, a brave and impoverished people struggling for freedom. But hearts and pockets, too, welcomed the quarrel with France, overbearing France, that plunderer of ships when they traded with their friends, the Flemings. The Flemish wool trade was at this time a main source of English wealth. So Edward III of England, than whom ordinarily no haughtier aristocrat existed, made friends with the brewer Van Artevelde, and called him gossip, and visited him again, and presently Flemings and English were allied in a defiance of France. By asserting a vague ancestral claim to the French throne, Edward eased the consciences of his allies who had sworn loyalty to France, and King Philip had on his hands a far more serious quarrel than he realized. In England's first great naval victory, Edward destroyed the French fleet at Sluys, and so started his country on its wonderful career of ocean dominance. Moreover, his success established from the start that the war should be fought out in France and not in England. Then, in 1346, he won his famous victory at Crecy against overwhelming numbers of his enemies. It has been said that cannon were effectively used for the first time at Crecy, and it was certainly about this time that gunpowder began to assume a definite, though as yet subordinate, importance in warfare. But we need not go so far afield to explain the English victory. It lay in the quality of the fighting men. Through a century and a half of freedom, England had been building up a class of sturdy yeomen, peasants who, like the Swiss, lived healthy, hardy, independent lives. France relied on her nobles. Her common folk were as yet a helpless herd of much shorn sheep. The French knights charged as they had charged at Courtrai with blind, unreasoning valor, and the English peasants, instead of fleeing before them, stood firm, and with deadly accuracy of aim discharged arrow after arrow into the soon disorganized mass. Then the English knights charged, and completed what the English yeomen had begun. Poitiers 10 years later repeated the same story, and what with the Black Death sweeping over the land, and these terrible English ravaging at will, France sank into an abyss of misery worse even than that which had engulfed the empire. The unhappy peasantry, driven by starvation into frenzied revolt, avenged their agony upon the nobility by hideous plunderings and burnings of the rich chateaux. A partial peace with England was patched up in 1360, but the free companies of mercenary soldiers who had previously been ravaging Italy had now come to take their pleasure in the French carnival of crime, and so the plundering and burning went on until the fair land was well nigh a wilderness, and the English troops caught disease from their victims and perished in the desolation they helped to make. By simply refusing to fight battles with them and letting them starve, the next French king, Charles V, won back almost all his father had lost, and before his death in 1380, the English power in France had fallen again almost to where it stood at the beginning of the war. Edward III had died, brooding over the emptiness of his great triumph. His son, the Black Prince, had died cursing the falsity of Frenchmen. England also had gone through the great tragedy of the Black Death, and her people, like those of France, had been driven to the point of rebellion, though with them this meant no more than that they felt themselves overtaxed. The latter part of the 14th century must therefore be regarded as a period of depression in European civilization, of retrograde movement during which the wheels of progress had turned back. It even seemed as though Asia would once more, and perhaps with final success, reassert her dominion over helpless Europe. The Seljuk Turks, who in 1291 had conquered Acre, the last European stronghold in the Holy Land, had lost their power, but a new family of the Turkish race, the one that dwells in Europe today, the Osmanlis, had built up an empire by conquest over their fellows, and had begun to wrest province after province from the feeble empire of the East. In 1354, their advance brought them across the Bosporus, and they seized their first European territory. Soon they had spread over most of modern Turkey. Only the strong-willed Constantinople held out, while its people cried frantically to the west for help. The invaders ravaged Hungary. A crusade was preached against them, but in 1396 the entire crusading army, united with all the forces of Hungary, was overthrown, almost exterminated in the Battle of Nicopolis. Perhaps it was only a direct providence that saved Europe. Another Tatar conqueror, Timur the Lame, or Tamerlane, had risen in the Far East. Like Attila and Genghis Khan, he swept westward, asserting sovereignty. The Sultan of the Turks recalled all his armies from Europe to meet this mightier and more insistent foe. A gigantic battle, which vague rumor has measured in quite unthinkable numbers of combatants and slain, was fought in Angora in 1402. The Turks were defeated and subjugated by the Tartars. Timur's empire, being founded on no real unity, dissolved with his death, and the various subject nations reasserted their independence. Yet Europe was granted a considerable breathing space before the Turks once more felt able to push their aggressions westward. The Council of Constance. Toward the close of this unlucky 14th century, a marked religious revival extended over Europe. Perhaps men's sufferings had caused it. Many sects of reformers appeared, protesting, sometimes against the discipline, sometimes the doctrines of the Church. In Germany, Nicholas of Basel established the Friends of God. In England, Wycliffe wrote the earliest translation of the Bible into any of our modern tongues. The Avignon popes shook off their long submission to France and returned to Italy, to a Rome so desolate that they tell us not 10,000 people remained to dwell amid its stupendous ruins. Unfortunately, this return only led the papacy into still deeper troubles. Several of the cardinals refused to recognize the Roman pope and elected another, who returned to Avignon. This was the beginning of the Great Schism in the Church. For 40 years, there were 2, sometimes 3, claimants to the papal chair. The effect of their struggles was naturally to lessen still further that solemn veneration with which men had once looked up to the accepted vicegerent of God on earth. Hitherto, the revolt against the popes had only assailed their political supremacy, but now heresies that include complete denial of the religious authority of the Church began everywhere to arise. In England, Wycliffe's preachings and pamphlets grew more and more opposed to Roman doctrine. In Bohemia, John Huss not only said, as old men did, that the Church needed reform, but going further, he refused obedience to papal commands. In short, the reformers, finding themselves unable to purify the Roman Church according to their views, began to deny its sacredness and defy its power. At length, an unusually energetic, though not over-successful emperor, Sigismund, the same whom the Turks had defeated at Nicopolis, persuaded the leaders of the Church to unite with him in calling a Grand Council at Constance. This council ended the Great Schism and restored order to the Church by securing the rule of a single pope. It also burned John Huss as a heretic, and thereby left on Sigismund's hands a fierce rebellion among the reformers' Bohemian followers. The war lasted for a generation, and during its course all the armies of Germany were repeatedly defeated by the fanatic Hussites. Another interesting performance of the Emperor Sigismund was that, being deep in debt, he sold his electorate of Brandenburg to a friend, a Hohenzollern, and thus established as one of the 4 chief families of the empire those Hohenzollerns who rose to the kings of Prussia and have in our own day supplanted the Habsburgs as emperors of Germany. Also worth noting of Sigismund is the fact that during the sitting of his Council of Constance, he made a tour of Europe to persuade all the princes and various potentates to join it. When he reached England, he was met by a band of Englishmen who waded into the sea to demand whether by his imperial visit he meant to assert any supremacy over England. Sigismund assured them he did not, and was allowed to land. We may look to this English parade of independence as our last reminder of the old medieval conception of the emperor as being, at least in theory, the overlord of the whole of Europe. Latter half of the 100 Years' War. By this time, England had in fact recovered from her period of temporary disorder and depression. King Richard II, the feeble son of the Black Prince, had been deposed in 1399, and a new and vigorous line of rulers, The Lancastrians reached their culmination in Henry V, 1415 through 1422. Henry revived the French quarrel and paralleled Crécy and Poitiers with a similar victory at Agincourt. The French king was a madman, and aided by a civil war among the French nobility, Henry soon had his neighbor's kingdom seemingly helpless at his feet. By the Treaty of Troyes, he was declared the heir to the French throne, married the mad king's daughter, and dwelt in Paris as regent of the kingdom. The Norman conquest of England seemed balanced by a similar English conquest of France, but the chances of fate are many. Both Henry and his insane father-in-law died in the same year, and while Henry left only a tiny babe to succeed to his claims, the French king left a full-grown, though rather worthless son. This young man, Charles VII, continued to deny the English authority from a safe distance in southern France. He made, however, no effort to assert himself or retrieve his fortunes, and the English captains, in the name of their baby king, took possession of one fortress after another till in 1429 Orleans was the only French city of rank still barring their way from Charles in the far south. Then came the sudden, wonderful arousing of the French under their peasant heroine, Jeanne d'Arc, and her tragic capture and execution. At last even the French peasantry were aroused, and the French nobles forgot their private quarrels and turned a united front against the invaders. The leaderless English lost battle after battle, until of all France there retained only Edward III's first conquest, the city of Calais. France, a regenerated France, turned upon the popes of the Council of Constance, and, remembering how long she had held the papacy with her own borders, asserted at least a qualified independence of the Romans by the Pragmatic Sanction, which established the Gallican Church. This semi-defiance of the Pope was encouraged by King Charles, who in fact made several shrewd moves to secure the power which his good fortune and not his abilities had won. Among other innovations, he established a standing army, the first permanent body of government troops in Teutonic Europe. By this step, he did much to alter the medieval into the modern world. He did much to establish that supremacy of kings over both nobles and people, which continued in France and more or less throughout all Europe for over 3 centuries to follow. Another sign of the coming of a new and more vigorous era is to be seen in the beginning of exploration down the Atlantic coast of Africa by the Portuguese, and their discovery and settlement of the Canary Isles. As a first product of their voyages, the explorers introduced Negro slavery into Europe, a grim hint that the next age, with increasing power, was to face increasing responsibilities as well. An even greater change was coming, was already glimmering into light. In that same year of King Charles' Pragmatic Sanction of 1438, though yet unknown to warring princes and wrangling churchmen, John Gutenberg, in a little German workshop, had evolved the idea of movable types, that is, of modern printing. From his press sprang the 2 great modern genii, education and publicity, which have already made tyrannies and slaveries impossible, pragmatic sanctions unnecessary, and which may one day do as much for standing armies. End of section 0.
Section 1 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Dante composes the Divina Commedia, AD 1300 to 1318, by Richard William Church. Out of what may be called the civil and religious storm and stress period through which the Middle passed into the modern age, there came a great literary foregleam of the new life upon which the world was about to enter. From Italy, where the European ferment, both in its political and its spiritual character, mainly centered, came the prophecy of the new day, in a poet's vision of the invisible world, Dante's Divina Commedia, wherein also the deeper history of the visible world of man was both embodied from the past and in a measure predetermined for the human race. Dante's great epic was called by him a comedy because its ending was not tragical but happy, and admiration gave it the epithet divine. It is in 3 parts: Inferno, Hell; Purgatorio, Purgatory; and Paradiso, Paradise. It has been made accessible to English readers in the metrical translations of Carey, Longfellow, Norton, and others, and in the excellent prose version, Inferno, of John Atkin Carlyle, brother of Thomas Carlyle. Dante, originally Durante Alighieri, was born at Florence in May 1265, and died at Ravenna September 14, 1321. Both the Divina Commedia and his other great work, the Vita Nuova, the New Life, narrate the love, either romantic or passionate, with which he was inspired by Beatrice Portinari, whom he first saw when he was 9 years old and Beatrice 8. His whole future life and work are believed to have been determined by this ideal attachment, but an equally noteworthy fact of his literary career is that his works were produced in the midst of party strifes wherein the poet himself was a prominent actor. In the bitter feuds of the Guelphs and Ghibellines, he bore the sufferings of failure, persecution, and exile. But above all these trials rose his heroic spirit and the sublime voice of his poems, which became a quickening prophecy, realized in the birth of Italian and of European literature, in the whole movement of the Renaissance, and in the ever-advancing development of the modern world. Church's clear-sighted interpretations of the mind and life of Dante and of the history-making Commedia attest the importance of including the poet and his work in this record of great events. The Divina Commedia is one of the landmarks of history. More than a magnificent poem, more than the beginning of a language and the opening of a national literature, more than the inspirer of art and the glory of a great people, it is one of those rare and solemn monuments of the mind's power which measure and test what it can reach to, which rise up ineffaceably and forever as time goes on, marking out its advance by grander divisions than its centuries, and adopted as epochs by the consent of all who come after. It stands with the Iliad and Shakespeare's plays, with the writings of Aristotle and Plato, with the Novum Organon and the Principia, with Justinian's Code, with the Parthenon and St. Peter's. It is the first Christian poem, and it opens European literature, as the Iliad did that of Greece and Rome. And like the Iliad, it has never become out of date. It accompanies in undiminished freshness the literature which it began. We approach the history of such works in which genius seems to have pushed its achievements to a new limit. Their bursting out from nothing and gradual evolution into substance and shape cast on the mind a solemn influence. They come too near the fount of being to be followed up without our feeling the shadows which surround it. We cannot but fear, cannot but feel ourselves cut off from this visible and familiar world as we enter into the cloud. And as with the processes of nature, so it is with those offsprings of man's mind by which he has added permanently one more great feature to the world, and created a new power which is to act on mankind to the end. The mystery of the inventive and creative faculty, the subtle and incalculable combinations by which it was led to its work and carried through it, are out of reach of investigating thought. Often the idea recurs of the precariousness of the result, by how little the world might have lost one of its ornaments, by one sharp pang, or one chance meeting, or any other among the countless accidents among which man runs his course. And then the solemn recollection supervenes that powers were formed, and life preserved, and circumstances arranged, and actions controlled, and thus it should be. and the work which man has brooded over and at last created is the foster child, too, of that, quote, wisdom which reaches from end to end, strongly and sweetly disposing of all things, end quote. It does not abate these feelings that we can follow in some cases and to a certain extent the progress of the work. Indeed, the sight of the particular accidents among which it was developed, which belong perhaps to a heterogeneous and wildly discordant order of things, which are out of proportion and out of harmony with it, which do not explain it, which have, as it seems to us, no natural right to be connected with it, to bear on its character, or contribute to its accomplishment, to which we feel as it were ashamed to owe what we can least spare, yet on which its forming mind and purpose were dependent, and with which they had to conspire, affects the imagination even more than cases where we see nothing. We are tempted less to musing and wonder by the Iliad, a work without a history, cut off from its past, the sole relic and vestige of its age, unexplained in its origin and perfection, than by the Divina Commedia, destined for the highest ends and most universal sympathy, yet the reflection of a personal history, and issuing seemingly from its chance incidents. The Divina Commedia is singular among the great works with which it ranks, for its strong stamp of personal character and history. In general, we associate little more than the name, not the life, of a great poet with his works. Personal interest belongs more usually to greatness in its active than its creative forms. But the whole idea and purpose of the Commedia, as well as its filling up and coloring, are determined by Dante's peculiar history. The loftiest, perhaps, in its aim and flight of all poems, it is also the most individual. The writer's own life is chronicled in it, as well as the issues and upshot of all things. It is at once the mirror to all time of the sins and perfections of man, of the judgments and grace of God, and the record, often the only one, of the transient names and local factions and obscure ambitions and forgotten crimes of the poet's own day. And in that awful company to which he leads us, in the most unearthly of his scenes, we never lose sight of himself. And when this peculiarity sends us to history, it seems as if the poem which was to hold such a place in Christian literature hung upon and grew out of chance events rather than the deliberate design of its author. History, indeed, here as generally, is but a feeble exponent of the course of growth in a great mind and great ideas. It shows us early a bent and purpose, the man conscious of power and intending to use it, and then the accidents among which he worked. But how the current of purpose threaded its way among them, how it was thrown back, deflected, deepened by them, we cannot learn from history. It presents a broken and mysterious picture. A boy of quick and enthusiastic temper grows up into youth in a dream of love. The lady of his mystic passion dies early. He dreams of her still, not as a wonder of earth, but as a saint in paradise, and relieves his heart in an autobiography, a strange and perplexing work of fiction, quaint and subtle enough for a metaphysical conceit, but, on the other hand, with far too much of genuine and deep feeling. It is a first essay. He closes it abruptly, as if dissatisfied with his work, but with the resolution of raising at a future day a worthy monument to the memory of her whom he has lost. It is the promise and purpose of a great work. But a prosaic change seems to come over his half-ideal character. The lover becomes the student of the 13th century, struggling painfully against difficulties, eager and hot after knowledge, wasting eyesight and stinting sleep, subtle, inquisitive, active-minded and sanguine, but omnivorous, overflowing with dialectical forms, loose in premise and ostentatiously rigid in syllogism, fettered by the refinements of half-awakened taste and the mannerisms of the Provençals. Boethius and Cicero, and the mass of mixed learning within his reach, are accepted as the consolation of his human griefs. He is filled with the passion of universal knowledge and the desire to communicate it. Philosophy has become the lady of his soul. To write allegorical poems in her honor, and to comment on them with all the apparatus of his learning and prose, his mode of celebrating her. Further, he marries. It is said, not happily. The antiquaries, too, have disturbed romance by discovering that Beatrice was also married some years before her death. He appears, as time goes on, as a burgher of Florence, the father of a family, a politician, an envoy, a magistrate, a partisan taking his full share in the quarrels of the day. Beatrice reappears, shadowy, melting at times into symbol and figure, but far too living and real, addressed with too intense and natural feeling to be the mere personification of anything. The lady of the philosophical canzoni has vanished. The student's dream has been broken, as the boy's had been, and the earnestness of the man, enlightened by sorrow, overleaping the student's formalities and abstractions, reverted in sympathy to the earnestness of the boy, and brooded once more on that saint in paradise whose presence and memory had once been so soothing, and who now seemed a real link between him and that stable country, where the angels are in peace. Round her image, the reflection of purity and truth and forbearing love, was grouped that confused scene of trouble and effort, of failure and success, which the poet saw round him. Round her image it arranged itself in awful order, and that image not a metaphysical abstraction, but the living memory, freshened by sorrow, and seen through the softening and hallowing vista of years, of Beatrice Portinari, no figment of imagination, but God's creature and servant. A childish love, dissipated by heavy sorrow, a boyish resolution, made in a moment of feeling, interrupted, though it would be hazardous to say in Dante's case laid aside for apparently more manly studies, gave the idea and suggested the form of the, sacred poem of earth and heaven, And the occasion of the startling unfolding of the poetic gift, of this passage of a soft and dreamy boy into the keenest, boldest, sternest of poets, the free and mighty leader of European song, was, what is not ordinarily held to be a source of poetical inspiration, the political life. The boy had sensibility, high aspirations, and a versatile and passionate nature. The student added to this energy, various learning, gifts of language, and noble ideas on the capacities and ends of man. But it was the factions of Florence which made Dante a great poet. The connection of these feuds with Dante's poem has given to the Middle Age history of Italy an interest of which it is not undeserving in itself, full as it is of curious exhibitions of character and contrivance, but to which politically it cannot lay claim, amid the social phenomena so far grander in scale and purpose and more felicitous in issue of other Western nations. It is remarkable for keeping up an antique phase, which, in spite of modern arrangements, it has not yet lost. It is a history of cities. In ancient history, all that is most memorable and instructive gathers round cities. Civilization and empire were concentrated within walls, and it baffled the ancient mind to conceive how power should be possessed and wielded by numbers larger than might be collected in a single marketplace. The Roman Empire, indeed, aimed at being one in its administration and law, and it was not a nation, nor were its provinces nations, yet everywhere but in Italy it prepared them for becoming nations. And while everywhere else parts were uniting and union was becoming organization, and neither geographical remoteness nor unwieldiness of number nor local interests and differences were untractable obstacles to that spirit of fusion which was at once the ambition of the few and the instinct of the many, and cities, even where most powerful, had become the centers of the attracting and joining forces, knots in the political network. While this was going on more or less happily throughout the rest of Europe, in Italy the ancient classic idea lingered in its simplicity, its narrowness and jealousy wherever there was any political activity. The history of southern Italy, indeed, is mainly a foreign one. The history of modern Rome merges in that of the papacy, but northern Italy has a history of its own, and that is a history of separate and independent cities, points of reciprocal and indestructible repulsion, and within theaters of action where the blind tendencies and traditions of classes and parties weighed little on the freedom of individual character, and citizens could watch and measure and study one another with the minuteness of private life. Dante, like any other literary celebrity of the time, was not less from the custom of the day than from his own purpose a public man. He took his place among his fellow citizens. He went out to war with them. He fought, it is said, among the skirmishers at the great Guelph victory at Campaldino. To qualify himself for office in the democracy, he enrolled himself in one of the guilds of the people and was matriculated in the quote-unquote art of the apothecaries. He served the state as its agent abroad. He went on important missions to the cities and courts of Italy according to a Florentine tradition which enumerates 14 distinct embassies, even to Hungary and France. In the memorable year of the Jubilee, 1300, he was one of the priors of the Republic. There is no shrinking from fellowship and cooperation and conflict with the keen or bold man of the marketplace and council hall, in that mind of exquisite and, as drawn by itself, exaggerated sensibility. The doings and characters of men, the workings of society, the fortunes of Italy, were watched and thought of with as deep an interest as the courses of the stars, and read in the real spectacle of life with as profound emotion as in the miraculous page of Virgil. And no scholar ever read Virgil with such feeling. No astronomer ever watched the stars with more eager inquisitiveness. The whole man opens to the world around him. All affections and powers, soul and sense, diligently and thoughtfully directed and trained, with free and concurrent and equal energy, with distinct yet harmonious purposes, seek out their respective and appropriate objects, moral, intellectual, natural, spiritual, in that admirable scene and hard field where man is placed to labor and love, to be exercised, proved, and judged. The outlines of this part of Dante's history are so well known that it is not necessary to dwell on them, and more than the outlines we know not. The family quarrels came to a head, issued in parties, and the parties took names. They borrowed them from two rival factions in a neighboring town, Pistoia, whose feud was imported into Florence, and the Guelphs became divided into the Black Guelphs, who were led by the Donati, and the White Guelphs, who sided with the Cerchi. It is still professed to be but a family feud, confined to the great houses. But they were too powerful, and Florence too small for it not to affect the whole republic. The middle classes and the artisans looked on, and for a time, not without satisfaction, at the strife of the great men. But it grew evident that one party must crush the other and become dominant in Florence. And of the two, the Cerchi and their white adherents were less formidable to the democracy than the unscrupulous and overbearing Donati, with their military renown and lordly tastes. Proud not merely of being nobles, but Guelph nobles, always loyal champions, once the martyrs, and now the hereditary assertors of the great Guelph cause. The Cherokee, with less character and less zeal, but rich, liberal, and showy, and with more of rough kindness and vulgar good nature for the common people, were more popular in Guelph Florence than the parte Guelfa, and of course the Ghibellines wished them well. Both the contemporary historians of Florence lead us to think that they might have been the governors and guides of the Republic if they had chosen and had known how, and both, though condemning the two parties equally, seem to have thought that this would have been the best result for the state. But the accounts of both, though they are very different writers, agree in their scorn of the leaders of the White Guelphs. They were upstarts, purse-proud, vain, and coarse-minded, and they dared to aspire to an ambition which they were too dull and too cowardly to pursue when the game was in their hands. They wished to rule, but when they might they were afraid. The commons were on their side, the moderate men, the party of law, the lovers of republican government, and for the most part the magistrates, but they shrank from their fortune, quote, more from cowardice than from goodness, because they exceedingly feared their adversaries. Boniface VIII had no prepossessions in Florence except for energy and an open hand. The side which was most popular he would have accepted and backed, but he said, Io non voglio perdere gli uomini per le femminelle, footnote, I am not going to lose the men for the old women, end footnote. If the black party furnished types for the grosser or fiercer forms of wickedness in the poet's hell, the white party surely were the originals of the picture of stupid and cowardly selfishness, in the miserable crowd who moan and are buffeted in the vestibule of the pit, mingled with the angels who dared neither to rebel nor be faithful, but, quote, were for themselves, end quote. And whoever it may be who is singled out in the Sette dei Cattivi for deeper and special scorn, he che fece per viltà il gran rifiuto, footnote, the coward who the great refusal made, and a footnote, the idea was derived from the Cerchi in Florence. Of his subsequent life, history tells us little more than the general character. He acted for a time in concert with the expelled party, when they attempted to force their way back to Florence. He gave them up at last in scorn and despair, but he never returned to Florence, and he found no new home for the rest of his days. 19 years from his exile to his death, he was a wanderer. The character is stamped on his writings. History, tradition, documents, all scanty or dim, do but disclose him to us at different points, appearing here and there, we are not told how or why. One old record, discovered by antiquarian industry, shows him in a village church near Florence, planning with the Cerchi and the White Party an attack on the Black Guelphs. In another he appears in the Val di Magra, making peace between its small potentates, in another as the inhabitant of a certain street in Padua. The traditions of some remote spots about Italy still connect his name with a ruined tower, a mountain glen, a cell in a convent. In the recollections of the following generation, his solemn and melancholy form mingled reluctantly and for a while in the brilliant court of the Scalagers, and scared the women as a visitant of the other world as he passed by their doors in the streets of Verona. Rumor brings him to the west, with probability to Paris, more doubtfully to Oxford. But little that is certain can be made out about the places where he was honored and admired, and it may be not always a welcome guest, till we find him sheltered, cherished, and then laid at last to rest by the lords of Ravenna. There he still rests in a small solitary chapel built not by a Florentine but a Venetian. Florence, quote, that mother of little love, end quote, asked for his bones, but rightly asked in vain. His place of repose is better in those remote and forsaken streets, quote, by the shore of the Adrian Sea, quote, hard by the last relics of the Roman Empire, the mausoleum of the children of Theodosius and the mosaics of Justinian, than among the assembled dead of Santa Croce, or amid the magnificence of Santa Maria del Fiore. The Commedia, at the first glance, shows the traces of its author's life. It is the work of a wanderer. The very form in which it is cast is that of a journey, difficult, toilsome, perilous, and full of change. It is more than a working out of the touching phraseology of the Middle Ages, in which the way was the technical theological expression for this mortal life, and viator meant man in his state of trial, as comprehensor meant man made perfect, having attained to his heavenly country. It is more than merely this. The writer's mind is full of the recollections and definite images of his various journeys. The permanent scenery of the Inferno and Purgatorio, very variously and distinctly marked, is that of travel. The descent down the sides of the pit and the ascent of the sacred mountain show one familiar with such scenes, one who has climbed painfully in perilous passes and grown dizzy on the brink of narrow ledges over sea or torrent. It is scenery from the gorges of the Alps and Apennines, or the terraces and precipices of the Riviera. Local reminiscences abound. The severed rocks of the Adige Valley, the waterfall of St. Benedetto, the crags of Pietrapana and St. Leo, which overlook the plains of Lucca and Ravenna, the quote-unquote fair river that flows among the poplars between Chiaveri and Sestri, the marble quarries of Carrara, the quote rough and desert ways between Lerici and Turbia, and whose towery cliffs going sheer into the deep sea at Noli, which travelers on the Corniche road some 30 years ago may still remember with fear. Mountain experience furnished that picture of the traveler caught in an alpine mist and gradually climbing above it, seeing the vapors grow thin and the sun's orb appear faintly through them, and issuing at last into sunshine on the mountain top, while the light of sunset was lost already on the shores below. Ai raggi morti già bassi lidi, footnote, the beams on the low shores now lost and dead, end of footnote. Or that image of the cold, dull shadow over the torrent beneath the alpine fir, un'ombra smorta, qual sotto fogli verdi e rami nigri sovra suoi freddi rivi l'Alpe porta. Footnote, a death-like shade like that beneath black boughs and foliage green, or the cold stream in alpine glens displayed, end of footnote. Or of the large snowflakes falling without wind among the mountains, d'un cader lento, piovean di fuoco dilatate falde, come di neve in Alpe, senza vento. Footnote, or all the sandy desert falling slow, where showered dilated flakes of fire like snow on alpine summits when the wind is low. End of footnote. Of these years, then, of disappointment and exile, the Divina Commedia was the labor and fruit. A story in Boccaccio's Life of Dante, told with some detail, implies indeed that it was begun and some progress made in it, while Dante was yet in Florence, begun in Latin, and he quotes 3 lines of it, continued afterwards in Italian. This is not impossible. Indeed, the germ and presage of it may be traced in the Vita Nuova. The idealized saint is there, in all the grace of her pure and noble humbleness, the guide and safeguard of the poet's soul. She is already in glory with Mary, the Queen of Angels. She already beholds the face of the ever-blessed, and the envoi of the Vita Nuova is the promise of the Commedia. Quote, after this sonnet, in which he describes how beyond the widest sphere of heaven his love had beheld a lady receiving honor and dazzling by her glory the unaccustomed spirit. After this sonnet there appeared to me a marvelous vision, in which I saw things which made me resolve not to speak more of this blessed one until such time as I should be able to indite more worthily of her. And to attain to this, I study to the utmost of my power, as she truly knows, so that it shall be the pleasure of him by whom all things live, that my life continue for some years. I hope to say of her that which never hath been said of any woman. And afterward, may it please him who is the Lord of kindness, that my soul may go to behold the glory of her lady, that is, of that blessed Beatrice, who gloriously gazes on the countenance of him qui est per omnia saecula benedictus. It would be wantonly violating probability and the unity of a great life to suppose that this purpose, though transformed, was ever forgotten or laid aside. The poet knew not indeed what he was promising, what he was pledging himself to, through what years of toil and anguish he would have to seek the light and the power he had asked, in what form his high venture should be realized. But the Commedia is the work of no light resolve, and we need not be surprised at finding the resolve and the purpose at the outset of the poet's life. We may freely accept the key supplied by the words of the Vita Nuova. The spell of boyhood is never broken through the ups and downs of life. His course of thought advances, alters, deepens, but is continuous. From youth to age, from the first glimpse to the perfect work, the same idea abides with him, even from the flower till the grape was ripe. It may assume various changes, an image of beauty, a figure of philosophy, a voice from the other world, a type of heavenly wisdom and joy, but still it holds, in self-imposed and willing thraldom, that creative and versatile and tenacious spirit. It was the dream and hope of too deep and strong a mind to fade and come to naught, to be other than the seed of the achievement and crown of life. But with all faith in the star and the freedom of genius, we may doubt whether the prosperous citizen would have done that which was done by the man without a home. Beatrice's glory might have been sung in grand though barbarous Latin to the literati of the 14th century, or a poem of new beauty might have fixed the language and opened the literature of modern Italy, but it could hardly have been the Commedia. That belongs, in its date and its greatness, to the time when sorrow had become the poet's daily portion and the condition of his life. But such greatness had to endure its price and its counterpoise. Dante was alone, except in his visionary world, solitary and companionless. The blind Greek had his throng of listeners, the blind Englishman his home and the voices of his daughters. Shakespeare had his free associates of the stage, Goethe his correspondents, a court, and all Germany to applaud. Not so Dante. The friends of his youth are already in the region of spirits, and meet him there. Casella, Forese, Guido Cavalcanti will soon be with them. In this upper world he thinks and writes as a friendless man, to whom all that he had held dearest was either lost or embittered. He thinks and writes for himself. So comprehensive in interest is the Commedia. Any attempt to explain it by narrowing that interest to politics, philosophy, the moral life, or theology itself must prove inadequate. Theology strikes the keynote, but history, natural and metaphysical science, poetry and art, each in their turn join in a harmony, independent yet ministering to the whole. If from the poem itself we could be for a single moment in doubt of the reality and dominant place of religion in it, the plain-spoken prose of the Convito would show how he placed, quote, the divine science, full of all peace and allowing no strife of opinions or sophisms, for the excellent certainty of its subject, which is God, end quote, in single perfection above all other sciences, quote, which are, as Solomon speaks, but queens and concubines or maidens, but she is the dove, and the perfect one, dove because without stain of strife, perfect because perfectly she makes us behold the truth, in which our soul stills itself and is at rest. End quote. But the same passage shows likewise how he viewed all human knowledge and human interests as holding their due place in the hierarchy of wisdom and among the steps of man's perfection. No account of the Commedia will prove sufficient which does not keep in view, first of all, the high moral purpose and deep spirit of faith with which it was written, and then the wide liberty of materials and means which the poet allowed himself in working out his design. Doubtless his writings have a political aspect. The quote-unquote great Ghibelline poet is one of Dante's received synonyms. Of his strong political opinions and the importance he attached to them, there can be no doubt, and he meant his poem to be the vehicle of them and the record to all ages of the folly and selfishness with which he saw men governed. That he should take the deepest interest in the goings-on of his time is part of his greatness. To suppose that he stopped at them, or that he subordinated to political objects or feelings all other elements of his poem, is to shrink up that greatness into very narrow limits. Yet this has been done by men of mark and ability, by Italians, by men who read the Commedia in their own mother tongue. It has been maintained as a satisfactory account of it, maintained with great labor and pertinacious ingenuity, that Dante meant nothing more by his poem than the conflicts and ideal triumphs of a political party. The 100 cantos of that vision of the universe are but a manifesto of the Ghibelline propaganda, designed under the veil of historic images and scenes to insinuate what it was dangerous to announce, and Beatrice, in all her glory and sweetness, is but a specimen of the jargon and slang of Ghibelline Freemasonry. When Italians write thus, they degrade the greatest name of their country to a depth of laborious imbecility, to which the trifling of schoolmen and academicians is as nothing. It is to solve the enigma of Dante's works by imagining for him a character in which it is hard to say which predominates, the pedant, mountebank, or infidel. After that we may read Voltaire's sneers with patience, and even enter with gravity on the examination of Father Ardouin's historic doubts. The fanaticism of an outraged liberalism produced by centuries of injustice and despotism is but a poor excuse for such perverse blindness. Dante was not a Ghibelline, though he longed for the interposition of an imperial power. Historically, he did not belong to the Ghibelline party. It is true that he forsook the Guelphs, with whom he had been brought up, and that the White Guelphs, with whom he was expelled from Florence, were at length merged and lost in the Ghibelline party, and he acted with them for a time. But no words can be stronger than those in which he disjoins himself from that, quote, evil and foolish company, end quote, and claims his independence. A te fia bello averti fatto parte per te stesso. Footnote, so will a greater fame redound to thee to have formed a party by thyself alone. End of footnote. Dante, by the Divina Commedia, was the restorer of seriousness in literature. He was so by the magnitude and pretensions of his work, and by the earnestness of its spirit. He first broke through the prescription which had confined great works to the Latin, and the faithless prejudices which, in the language of society, could see powers fitted for no higher task and that of expressing in curiously diversified forms its most ordinary feelings. But he did much more. Literature was going astray in its tone, while growing in importance. The Commedia checked it. The Provençal and Italian poetry was, with the exception of some pieces of political satire, almost exclusively amatory in the most fantastic and affected fashion. In expression it had not even the merit of being natural. In purpose it was trifling. In the spirit which it encouraged it was something worse. Doubtless it brought a degree of refinement with it, but it was refinement purchased at a high price by intellectual distortion and moral insensibility. But this was not all. The brilliant age of Frederick II, for such it was deeply mined by religious unbelief. However strange this charge first sounds against the 13th century, no one can look at all closely into its history, at least in Italy, without seeing that the idea of infidelity, not heresy, but infidelity, was quite a familiar one, and that side by side with the theology of Aquinas and Bonaventura, there was working among those who influenced fashion and opinion, among the great men, and the men to whom learning was a profession, a spirit of skepticism and irreligion almost monstrous for its time, which found its countenance in Frederick's refined and enlightened court. The genius of the great doctors might have kept in safety the Latin schools, but not the free and home thoughts which found utterance in the language of the people, if the solemn beauty of the Italian Commedia had not seized on all minds. It would have been an evil thing for Italian, perhaps for European literature, if the siren tales of the Decameron had not been the first to occupy the ears with the charms of a new language. Dante's all-surveying, all-embracing mind was worthy to open the grand procession of modern poets. He had chosen his subject in a region remote from popular thought, too awful for it, too abstruse. He had accepted frankly the dogmatic limits of the Church, and thrown himself with even enthusiastic faith into her reasonings, at once so bold and so undoubting, her spirit of certainty, and her deep contemplations of the unseen and infinite. And in literature he had taken as guides and models, above all criticism and all appeal, the classical writers, but with his mind full of the deep and intricate questions of metaphysics and theology, and his poetical taste always owing allegiance to Virgil, Ovid, and Statius, keen and subtle as a schoolman, as much an idolater of old heathen art and grandeur as the men of the Renaissance, his eye is yet as open to the delicacies of character, to the variety of external nature, to the wonders of the physical world. His interest in them as diversified and fresh, his impressions as sharp and distinct, his rendering of them as free and true and forcible, as little weakened or confused by imitation or by conventional words, his language as elastic and as completely under his command, his choice of poetic materials as unrestricted and original, as if he had been born in days which claim as their own such freedom and such keen discriminative sense of what is real in feeling and image, as if he had never felt the attractions of a crabbed problem of scholastic logic, or bowed before the mellow grace of the Latins. It may be said, indeed, that the time was not yet come when the classics could be really understood and appreciated, and this is true, perhaps fortunate, but admiring them with a kind of devotion, and showing not seldom that he had caught their spirit, he never attempts to copy them. His poetry in form and material is all his own. He asserted the poet's claim to borrow from all science and from every phase of nature the associations and images which he wants, and he showed that those images and associations did not lose their poetry by being expressed with the most literal reality. End of section 1.
Section 2 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Third Estate joins in the government of France, A.D. 1302, by Henri Martin. At the commencement of the 14th century, when the power of Philip IV of France, surnamed the Fair, was at its height, contentions arose between him and Pope Boniface VIII over the taxation of the clergy and the right of nomination to vacant bishoprics and benefices within the dominions of the French king. Affairs reached a crisis when Philip laid claim to the county of Moguil, which the Bishop of Moglione held in fief from the Holy See. Boniface provoked Philip by a chiding bull and added to the provocation by sending to the king, as negotiator in their differences, Bernard du Sacy, whom the Pope, in spite of the king, had created Bishop of Palmieres. This tactless prelate made matters worse by an arrogant attitude, and afterward spoke of the king, who received him in somber silence, as that debaser of coinage, that proud and dumb image that knows nothing but to stare at people without saying anything. Ignoring his ambassadorial privileges, Philip had him arrested and imprisoned as a French subject on a charge of treason, heresy, and blasphemy, and sent his chancellor, Peter Flotte, and William de Nogaret to the Pope to demand the prelate's degradation and deprivation of his see. The Pope, who meanwhile had launched his famous Occulta Filii bull, received Philip's ambassadors, but their interview was marked by a violent scene. "My power," exclaimed the Pope, "the spiritual power embraces and includes the temporal power." "So be it," replied Flotte, "but your power is verbal, that of the king real." To deliberate on the remedies for the abuses of which he deemed the king guilty, the Pope summoned all the superior clergy of France to an assembly at Rome. Philip and his council resolved to fight the enemy with its own weapons, to enlist public opinion on their side, and to shelter themselves behind a great national manifestation. The three estates of France were convoked at Notre Dame in Paris the 10th of April, 1302, to take cognizance of the differences between the king and the Pope. For the first time since the establishment of the Kingdom of France, the town deputies were called to sit in a body in a national assembly alongside of prelates and barons. This great event was the official acknowledgment of the middle class as the Third Estate, and attested that henceforth the villages, the towns, the communities formed a collective entity, a political order. It is a singular thing that the first States General were freely convoked by the most despotic of the kings of the Middle Ages, and that he had the idea to seek in them moral power and support. The attempt would seem foolhardy in a prince so popular as Philip the Fair, but Philip, in reality, risked nothing, and knew it. The feudality did not possess sufficient union. The people did not have enough force to profit on this occasion against the crown. Besides, the Pope was more unpopular than the king, and had been for so much longer time. The nobility, which since the reign of St. Louis had coalesced to resist clerical jurisdiction, had not changed in sentiment. As to the people, filled with a remembrance of St. Louis, they loved the king still, better than the Pope, notwithstanding the oppressions of Philip, and besides it was easy to foresee that the mayors, consuls, aldermen, jurates, or magistrates, who were to represent their cities in the great assembly at Paris, dazzled with the unaccustomed role to which they were called, and desirous to please the king in their personal interest, or in that of their towns, would be under the control of the adroit lawyers who were prepared to work on their minds and to direct the debates. The bull, nevertheless, if its exact tenor had been known, might well have produced in many respects a contrary effect to the best wishes of the king. The reproaches of Boniface touching the debasement of the coinage and the royal exactions, reproaches which so irritated Philip, might have met with other sentiments from the townsmen. The chancellor, Peter Float, foresaw this. He distributed among the public, instead of the original bull, a species of resume in which he had assembled, in a few lines, in the crudest terms, the most exorbitant pretensions of Boniface, at the same time suppressing everything which touched on the troubles of the nation against the king. Boniface, bishop, servant of the servants of God, to Philip, king of the French, fear God and observe his commandments. We want you to know that you are subject to us temporarily as well as spiritually, that the collation of the benefices and the prebends, revenues attached to the canonical positions, do not belong to you in any way, that if you have care of the vacant benefices, it is to reserve their revenue for their successors, that if you have misapplied any of these benefices, we declare that collation invalid and revoke it, declaring as heretics all those who think otherwise. Given in the Lateran in the month of December, etc. At the same time, they caused to be circulated a pretended answer to the pretended bull. Philip, by the grace of God, King of the French, to Boniface, who gives out that he is sovereign pontiff, little or no salutations. May your very great fatuity know that we are subject to no one as regards temporal power, that the collation of vacant churches and prebends belongs to us by royal right, that the incomes belong to us, that the collations made and to be made by us are valid in the past and in the future, and that we will manfully protect their possessors toward and against all. Those who think otherwise we take to be fools and insane. This brutal letter was not destined to be sent to its address, but to abase the pontifical dignity, or at least the person of the Pope, in the eyes of the French public. The spirit of the people must have been greatly changed if this end could be thus attained by a means which formerly would have drawn universal indignation on the head of the sacrilegious monarch. The attack of Philip, on the contrary, was completely effectual. The prelates arrived at the States General timid, irresolute, neutralized by the difficulties of their position between the king and the Pope. The lords and the townsmen hastened thither, irritated against the bull, heated by the violence of the royal answer. The members of the assembly were influenced each by the other according to their arrival. The pungent and wily eloquence of Peter Float did the rest. The chancellor, as the first of the great crown officers and the king's chief justice, opened the states by a long harangue in which, speaking in the name of Philip, he exposed with much force and ingenuity the enterprises of the court of Rome and its wrongs toward the kingdom of the church. The Pope confers the bishoprics and the rectories on strangers and unknown individuals who never became residents. The prelates no longer have benefices to give to nobles whose ancestors founded the churches and to other lettered persons, from which results also that gifts are no longer given to the churches. The Pope imposes on the churches and benefices pensions, subsidies, exactions of all kinds. The bishops are kept from their ministry, being obliged to go to the Holy See to carry presents. Always presents. All these abuses have done nothing but increase under the actual pontificate and increase every day, conditions that can no longer be tolerated. That is why I command you, as master, and pray you as your friend, to give me counsel and help. The chancellor added that the king had resolved, on his own initiative, to remedy the encroachments that his officers had made on the rights of the church, and would have done so sooner had he not feared the appearance of submitting to the menaces and orders of the Pope, who pretended to reduce to a condition of vassalage the most noble kingdom of France, which had never been raised but from God. Peter Float dwelt especially on this latter argument, and appealed in turn to the interests of the nobility and of the clergy, and to national pride. The fiery Count of Artois arose and exclaimed that even if the king submitted to the encroachments of the Pope, the nobility would not suffer them, and that the gentry would never acknowledge any temporal superior other than the king. The nobility and the Third Estate confirmed these words by their acclamations, and swore to sacrifice their properties and lives to defend the temporal independence of the kingdom. A Norman advocate named Dubosc, procurator of the Commune of Countenances, accused the Pope in writing of heresy for having wanted to despoil the king of the independence of the crown which he held from God. The embarrassment of the clergy was extreme. The members of the church, fearing to be crushed in the crash between king and pope, asked time for deliberation. Their declaration in the assembly then being held was insisted upon. Already cries arose around them that whoever did not subscribe to the oath would be held as an enemy of the state. They acquiesced, satisfied, apparently, by an appearance of violence which would serve them for an excuse at Rome. They acknowledged themselves obliged, in common with the other orders, to defend the rights of the king and of the kingdom, whether they held estates from the king or not. Then they prayed the king to be allowed to go to the council convoked by the pope. The king and the barons declared themselves formally opposed. The three orders then separated, so as to write to the court at Rome each its own side of the affair. The letters of the nobility and of the Third Estate, which, as may be imagined, were all prepared in advance by the agents of the king, and were only subscribed to and sealed by the assistants, were addressed not to the Pope, but to the College of Cardinals. The dispatch of the barons expressed rudely the tortuous and unreasonable enterprises of him who, at present, is at the seat and government of the Church, and declares that neither the nobility nor the universities, nor the people, require correction or imposition of any trouble, whether by the authority of the Pope or anyone else, unless it be from their sire, the king. The letter is signed, not only by the principal lords of the kingdom, but also by several great barons of the empire. The epistle of the mayors, aldermen, jurats, councils, universities, communes, and communities of the towns of the kingdom of France has not been preserved. It is known only by the answer that the cardinals made, that it was conceived in the same spirit as the letter of the barons. The letter of the clergy is quite in another style. The clerks address their very holy father and very holy sire, the Pope, expose to him the complaints of the king and of the nobility, the necessity in which they find themselves engaged to defend the king's rights, and the anger of the laity, the imminent rupture of France with the Roman Church, and even of the people with the clergy in general, and conjure the highest prudence of the Pope to conserve the ancient union by revoking the convocation of the ecclesiastical council. The States General were dissolved immediately after the unique seance which had so well responded to the desires of the king. The means employed to attain this result were not entirely loyal, nor was public opinion altogether free. It was but slightly enlightened on the grave debates that the authorities affected to submit to it. Nevertheless, it was an important matter, this call to the French nation, and it must be acknowledged that the genius of France responded in proclaiming national independence and in repelling the intervention of the court of Rome in the internal politics of the country. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Heather Eney, The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. War of the Flemings with Philip the Fair of France. A.D. 1302, Eyre Evans Crowe. Toward the beginning of the 13th century, the people of Flanders, whose country had been for centuries a feudal dependency of France, were considerably advanced in wealth and importance. They had become restive under the French rule, and their discontent ripened into settled hostility. Common commercial interests drew them into friendship with England, and the quarrel between Philip the Fair and Edward I, 1295, concerning Edward's rule in Guienne, Aquitaine, the Flemings allied themselves with the English king. In 1297, Philip invaded Flanders and gained several successes against the Flemings, who were feebly aided by King Edward. In 1299, the two kings settled their quarrel, and the Flemings were left to the vengeance of Philip, for in the pacification the court of Flanders was not included. A French army entered the Flemish territory, inflicted 2 defeats upon the Count's troops, and received the submission of the Count. Philip annexed Flanders to his crown and appointed a governor over the Flemings. In less than 2 years, they rose in furious revolt. The insurrection began at Bruges, May 18, 1302, when over 3,000 Frenchmen in that city were massacred by the insurgents. This massacre was called the Bruges Matin. Such an outrage upon the French crown could not but bring upon the Flemings all the forces that Philip was able to muster. The 2 leading actions of the ensuing war, that at Courtrai, known as the Battle of the Spurs on account of the number of gilt spurs captured by the Flemings, and the engagement at Mons-la-Pielle, are described in the course of the narrative which follows. As a result of the Battle of Courtrai, the French nobility were nearly destroyed, and Philip found it necessary to recreate his titled bodies. The Flemings prepared to resist the storm. They chose Guy of Juliers, grandson of the Count of Flanders, to be their commander. Though a cleric, he did not hesitate to obey the call in order to avenge his family, so cruelly betrayed by the French king. His brother, made prisoner at Furnes by the Comte d'Artois, had perished in that rude prince's keeping. His first attempt was to induce the people of Ghent to join the insurrection, but its rich burgesses preferred French rule to that of the Count of Flanders. Bruges, however, was supported by all the lesser and maritime towns of Flanders. Guy of Namur, a son of the Count who had escaped to Germany, also returned with a body of soldiers from that country, and reassured the Flemings. These surprised one of the ducal manors, in which were 500 French, and then took Courtrai, occupying the town, but not the castle. It was immediately besieged, as well as that of Cassel, the people of Ypres rallying to the French cause. The French garrison of the town of Courtrai sent pressing messengers for aid, and Robert of Artois marched with 7,000 knights and 40,000 foot, of which 1/4 were archers. The Flemish were but 20,000, of which none but the chiefs had horses. Neither was their armor nor their weapons of a perfect kind, the latter being a lance like a boar spear, or a knotted stick pointed with iron, and called in Flemish, a good day. The princes of Juliers and Namur posted their combatants on the road which leads from Courtrai to Ghent, behind a canal that communicated with the river Lys. A priest came with the host, but there being no time to receive the communion, each man took some earth in his mouth. The counts then knighted Pierre Cony and the chiefs of bands, and took their station on foot with the rest. The French had 9 battalions or divisions, their archers or light troops being Lombard or Navarrese and Provençal. These the constable placed foremost, to commence the fight and harass the Flemings by their missiles. But the Comte d'Artois overruled this maneuver, and called it a Lombard trick, reproaching the Constable de Nesle with appreciating the Flemings too highly because of his connection with them. He had married a daughter of the Count of Flanders. "If you advance as far as I shall," replied the Count, "you will go far enough, I warrant." So saying, he put spurs to his horse and led on his knights, on which the Comte d'Artois and the French squadrons charged also. This formidable cavalry could not reach the Flemings, but fell one over the other into the canal, which they had not perceived, and which was 5 fathoms wide and 3 deep. The Flemish counts, seeing the disorder, instantly passed the canal on either side to take advantage of it, and fell on the discomfited French. The battle was but a massacre. Numbers of the French nobles perished. The Comte d'Artois, Godfrey of Brabant and his son, the Counts of Eu and of Albemarle, the Constable and his brother, de Tancarville, Pierre Flotte, the Chancellor, and Jacques de Saint-Pol, in all some 6,000 knights. Louis of Clermont and 1 or 2 others escaped, to the damage of their reputation. This battle of Courtrai was fought on July 11, 1302. Had the war not been one exclusively of defense on the part of the Flemings, or had they had ambitious and adventurous chiefs, such a disaster might have endangered the throne of France. It was the Flemish democracy which had conquered, and its chiefs contented themselves with reducing the remaining cities and expelling the gentry and rich citizens as of French inclinations. This reaction extended from Flanders into Brabant and Hainaut. Philip, in the meantime, exerted all his activities and resources. Had he been an English king, he would have called his parliament together and have found national support and national supplies. The French king preferred having recourse to a recoinage. In 1294 he had forbidden any persons to keep plate unless they possessed an annual revenue of 6,000 livres. Now he ordered his bailies to deliver up their plate, and all non-functionaries to send half of theirs. Those who did so received payment in the new coin and lost 1/2 thereby. A tax of 1/5, or 20% of the annual revenue, was levied on the land, and a 20th was levied on the movable property. In the following year, the king found it more advantageous to order that all prelates and barons should, for every 500 livres of yearly revenue in the land, furnish an armed and mounted gentleman for 5 months' service, while the non-noble was to furnish and keep up 6 infantry soldiers, sergents de pied, for every 100 hearths. This decree was a return to feudal military service, occasioned, no doubt, by the general disaffection caused by the raising of the war supplies in money. As if to recompense all classes for the severity of the action, Philip published an ordonnance of reform for the protection of both laymen and ecclesiastics from the arbitrary encroachments or interference of his officers. Having thus set his realm in order, and collected an army of 70,000 men at Arras, the king marched to meet the Flemings, who in equal force had mustered in the vicinity of Douai. They kept, as at Courtrai, on the defensive, and the King of France, too cautious to attack them, allowed the whole autumn to pass and returned to France after a campaign as inefficient as inglorious. Philip had been long involved in a controversy with Pope Boniface VIII, and the quarrel still continued. It was not till some time after the Battle of Courtrai that the king at last, delivered from menacing hostility of Rome, had leisure to turn his mind and efforts again toward Flanders. During the year 1303, he had sought to keep the Flemings at bay by bodies of Lombard and Tuscan infantry, whom his Florentine banker persuaded him to hire, and by Amadeus V, Duke of Savoy, who brought soldiers of that country to his aid. Although the long lances and more perfect armor of these troops gave them some advantage over the Flemings, the latter took and burned Terouanne, overran Artois, and laid siege to Tournai. Amadeus of Savoy unable to overcome the Flemings by arms, recommended Philip to do so by treaty, and the king accordingly concluded a pacification, one condition of which was that the Count of Flanders should be released from prison to negotiate terms of a fresh accommodation. The Flemings received the aged count with respect, but he brought no terms which they were willing to accept, and he returned, as he had pledged his word, to captivity at Compiègne, where he soon after died. For the campaign of the following year, Philip, in lieu of Italian infantry, took 16 Genoese galleys into his pay, commanded by Régnier de Grimaldi. This admiral passed through the Straits of Gibraltar and assailed the maritime towns and shipping of Flanders. Guy of Namur mustered to oppose them a fleet of greater numbers, but the Genoese, accustomed to naval warfare, defeated the Flemings and took Guy of Namur prisoner. Philip at the same time assembled a large army at Tournai and marched to Mons-la-Pielle near Lille, where the Flemings, to the number of 70,000, were encamped within a circumvallation of cars and chariots. There was no Robert of Artois on this occasion to precipitate a rash onslaught, and by Philip's order the southern light troops harassed the Flemings all day with arrows and missiles, allowing them no repose. Toward the end of the evening, many of the French withdrew to refresh themselves and take off their armor. The king himself was of this number. The Flemings, perceiving this slackness and divining the cause, poured forth from their encampment in 3 divisions, which at first drove all before them, and reached as far as the king's tent, then in full preparation for supper. The monarch himself, without armor or helmet, was fortunately not recognized. His secretary, de Beauville, and 2 Parisians of the name of Gentien, whom Philip had always about his person, were slain before his eyes. The king withdrew, but it was to arm, mount on horseback, and cry out to his followers to stand their ground. He himself says Villani, one of the strongest and best-made men of his time, fought valiantly until his brother Charles and most of the barons, recovering from the first panic, came to his rescue, and the Flemings were finally repulsed and put to the rout. William of Juliers fell on the side of the Flemings, the son of the Duke of Burgundy, and many others on that of the French. Philip immediately laid siege to Lille, deeming the Flemings totally discomfited. They had, however, rallied, obtained reinforcements at Bruges and Ghent, and in 3 weeks appeared to the number of 50,000 before the king's camp at Lille, crying for battle. Philip called a council and observed that even a victory would be dearly purchased over a party so desperate. The Duke of Brabant and the Count of Savoy therefore undertook to negotiate with the Flemings, and Philip consented to grant them fair terms. He recognized their independent rights, agreed to liberate Robert, eldest son of Guido, Count of Flanders, as well as all those in captivity. He granted Robert and his son the fiefs which belonged to him in France, especially that of Nevers, and promised to give him investiture of the county of Flanders. The Flemings, on their side, consented to pay 200,000 livres and to leave the King of France in possession of the 3 towns of Lille, Douai, and Bethune, that part of Flanders in which French was spoken. It was thus, at least, that the French interpreted the treaty, while the Flemings afterwards alleged that French Flanders was merely a pledge for the payment of the money, not an alienation to the Crown of France. End of Section 3. Read by Heather Eney.
Section 4 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Colleen McMahon. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The First Swiss Struggle for Liberty, A.D. 1308, by F. Grenfell Baker. Owing to the fact that the House of Habsburg had its origin in Switzerland, the accession of Rudolf I, founder of the Habsburg dynasty, to the throne of Germany in 1273, with the virtual headship of the Holy Roman Empire, was an event of great importance in the history of the Swiss cantons. To this day, the paternal domains whence the Habsburg family takes its name are a part of Swiss territory. The local administration, as well as such imperial offices as still remained in the free communities of Switzerland, were largely in the hands of this family long before it gave sovereigns to the empire itself. Its chiefs were the chosen champions or advocates of the district. Of the Swiss communities, Uri seems to have first established its freedom within the empire, and in that canton liberty was most completely preserved from the perils that always threatened Switzerland in this period. Under Rudolf, it was at first the policy of the empire to secure the attachment of the Swiss by making the two other cantons, Schweiz and Unterwalden, similarly independent. But toward the end of his reign, the policy of Rudolf was so influenced by ambition for territorial expansion that the Swiss began to feel an encroachment upon their independence. In 1291, the year of Rudolf's death, the three cantons, fearing danger to their interests in the new settlement of the crown, formed a league for mutual protection and cooperation. The very parchment on which the terms of this union were written has been preserved as a testimony to the early independence of the Forest Cantons, the Magna Carta of Switzerland. The formation of this confederacy may be regarded as the first combined preparation of the Swiss for that great struggle in defense of their liberties, in the history of which fact and legend, as shown in Baker's discriminating narrative, are romantically blended. The empire passed out of the Habsburg control when Rudolf died, but the family again got possession of it in 1298 when Rudolf's son Albert was elected German king. In the following account, the relations of Switzerland and Austria under the renewed Habsburg sovereignty are circumstantially set forth. There can be little doubt that most of the many stories related by the Swiss of the cruelty and extortion of the Austrian bailies are wholly or in great part devoid of historical basis of truth, as are the dates given for their occurrence. They doubtless sprang from the very natural feelings of hatred the mountaineers of the Forest State felt against a foreign master, who was probably only too ready to punish them for the part they took against him in the struggle for the imperial throne. Indeed, it was not till about 2 centuries after this period that any reference to the alleged cruelties of the Austrians can be found in the local records, though legends about them have been plentiful. Many and various are the stories that have come down to our times of the oppression and licentiousness of the bailies, most of which have probably gained much color by constant repetition, even if they were not wholly created by imagination and hatred of the Austrian rule. According to these accounts, the local despots imposed exorbitant fines for trivial offenses, and frequently sent prisoners to Zug and Lucerne to be tried by Austrian judges. They levied enormously increased taxes and imports on every commodity, and exacted payments in the most merciless manner. They openly violated the liberties of the people, and chose every occasion to insult and degrade them. An oft-quoted instance of their cruelty is recorded of a bailey named Landenberg, who publicly reproved a peasant for living in a house above his station. On another occasion, having fined an old and much respected laborer named Henri of Melki a yoke of oxen for an imaginary offense, the governor's messenger jeeringly told the old man, who was lamenting that if he lost his cattle he would no longer earn his bread, that if he wanted to use a plow, he had better draw it himself, being only a vile peasant. To this insult, Henry's son Arnold responded by attacking the messenger and breaking his fingers, and then, fearing lest his act should bring down some serious punishment, fled to the mountains and left his aged father to Landenberg's vengeance. The bailey confiscated his little property, imposed a heavy fine, and finally burned out both his eyes. The hot irons used in this barbarous punishment, the Swiss are fond of saying, went deeper than the tyrant intended, and penetrated to the hearts and aroused the sympathies of their ancestors to perform such acts of heroism that tyranny fled in fear from the land. The conduct of Arnold, however, can hardly at this period of his life warrant the eulogies bestowed upon his memory, though he subsequently figures as one of the men of Ruetli. Landenberg lived in a castle near Sarnen in Unterwalden, where his imperious temper, his exactions, his cruelties, and his debaucheries aroused a universal feeling of hatred among the peasants, that culminated in his expulsion and the destruction of his stronghold. The latter is popularly believed to have occurred on January 1st, 1308. As the bailey left his castle to attend Mass, some 40 determined peasants, who had already bound themselves by oath to free their country at a solemn meeting on the steep promontory over the lake of Lucerne, known as the Ruetli, appeared before him carrying sheep, fowls, and other customary presents, and thus gained admission to the castle. No sooner were they past the gates than, drawing the weapons they had till then concealed beneath their clothes, they disarmed the guard and took possession of the fortress. Other conspirators were admitted, and the people at once rose in revolt. Landenberg, hearing while still at church what had occurred, managed to effect his escape and fled to Lucerne. Of the other bailies, Gessler and Wolfenscheiss are believed to have excited even more hatred than their colleague Landenberg, and to have exceeded him in acts of savage cruelty and vicious living. One example out of many similar ones will show the spirit in which the Swiss traditions have treated the memory of Wolfenscheiss. On a certain day, finding that a peasant named Conrad of Baumgarten, whose wife he had frequently tried in vain to seduce, was absent from home, Wolfenscheiss entered Conrad's house and ordered his wife to prepare him a bath, at the same time renewing with ardor his former proposals. With the cunning of her sex, the wife feigned to be willing to accede to his wishes, and on the pretense of retiring to another room to undress, sped to her husband, who quickly returned and slew Wolfenscheiss while he was still in the bath. After this exploit, an entrance was effected into the bailey's castle of Rotsburg by one of the conspirators, who was in the habit of paying nightly visits to a servant living in the castle by means of a rope attached to her window, and who then admitted his companions who were lying concealed in the moat. But, probably in consequence of his supposed connection with the legend of William Tell, the bailey to whom the name of Gessler has been given stands out more prominently in Swiss history than any other. Gessler's residence, according to tradition, was a strongly fortified castle built in the valley of Uri, near Altorf, and this he had named Zwing Uri, Uri's restraint. He used every means that cruelty or avarice could suggest in his conduct as governor, and incurred additional hatred from the methods he adopted to discover the members of a secret conspiracy he believed existed against him in the district. With this object in view, Gessler caused a pole, surmounted with the ducal cap of Austria, to be set up in the marketplace at Altorf, before which emblem of authority he ordered every man to uncover and do reverence as he passed. The refusal of a peasant to obey this command, his arrest, trial, and condemnation to pierce with an arrow an apple placed on his own child's head, his dexterity in performing this feat, his escape from his enemies, his murder of the tyrant Gessler, the solemn compact sworn at Ruetli, and the revolutionary events that followed, form the motive of the much-celebrated legend of William Tell. The mythical hero of this shadowy romance has long embodied in his person the virtues of the typical avenger of the wrongs of the poor and the oppressed against the tyranny of the rich and the powerful. His name has been honored, and his manly deeds have been lauded in prose and verse by thousands in many lands for many centuries, exciting doubtless many a noble deed of self-denial, and spurring to the forefront many a popular act of patriotic daring. In Switzerland, certainly, this picturesque representative of liberty has done much to mold the political life, if not also to write many pages of the history of the people, and that, in spite of the questionable morality of the received narrative of his career and its unquestionable untruth. The emergence of the Swiss from slavery to freedom, as in the case of all other nations, was undoubtedly a gradual process, and there is now every reason for believing that the narrative relating to William Tell and the other heroes who are said to have been the prime instruments in the expulsion of the Austrian bailies from the districts of the Waldstadt are purely apocryphal, with a possible substratum of actual fact. It is sad for an individual, and still more so for a nation, to lose the illusions of youth, if not of innocence, and to awake to the knowledge of an unbeautiful reality, bereft of all fictitious adornment. When, however, the naked truth can be discovered, and that is seldom the case, it must be faced. If the national or individual mind cannot receive it, the fault lies with the immaturity or morbid condition of the former, not with the material of the latter. As the legend of William Tell is more devoid of actual historical foundation, and is more widely known and believed than are the many others related as the records of events happening at the period from which the Swiss date their independence, it may be as well to devote some little space to its consideration. All the local records that might possibly throw some light on the existence and career of Tell have now been thoroughly searched by many impartial and competent scholars, as well as by enthusiastic partisans, with the invariable result that, till a considerable lapse of years after the presumed date of their deaths, not one particle of evidence has been discovered tending to prove the identity of either William Tell or of the tyrant Gessler. On the other hand, many local authorities, as early as the beginning of the 15th and 16th centuries, when the story was fully established, have gone out of their way to deny its truth and prove its entire falsity from their own researches. Materials, indeed, are many relating to the events that befell the Waldstadt during their conflicts with the bailies, whom they succeeded in expelling from their country, and it seems in the highest degree improbable that, had Tell and his friends lived and taken so prominent a part in effecting their country's freedom, as is popularly assigned to them, they should have been entirely ignored by all contemporary writers, as well as by subsequent ones, for 150 or 200 years. Yet such is the case. William Tell is supposed to have performed his heroic deeds in or about the year 1291, and not till between 1467 and 1474 are his acts recorded, when in a collection of the traditions of the canton of Unterwalden, transcribed by a notary at Sarnen, an account is given of the apple episode and the subsequent escape of the famous archer and his murder of Gessler, though nothing is said of his having taken part in a league to free his country, or of his being the founder of the Confederation. A little prior to the compilation of the White Book of Sarnen, as this collection is called, an anonymous poet composed a song of the origin of the Confederation, in which, though no reference is made to Gessler, the other details are related concerning William Tell shooting at the apple, the revolt of the peasants, the expulsion of the bailies, and the formation of a patriotic league. It is, of course, quite possible that a Gessler was killed by the peasants, as the name was common enough at the time, but no member of that family, the records of which have now been most carefully traced, held any office under the Austrians at that period in any of the Waldstadt, nor is it at all probable that Austrian bailies governed the districts later than 1231. Neither is it possible for a bailey named Gessler to have occupied the castle at the date assigned, the ruins of which have so long been pointed out as being those of his former abode. So also the celebrated Tell's Chapel on the Vierwaldstadtsee at Küsnacht was certainly not built to commemorate the exploits of Schiller's and Rossini's Swiss hero. The fact is that in Gessler we are confronted by a curious case of confusion in identity. At least 3 totally different men seem to have been blended into one in the course of an attempt to reconcile the different versions of the 3 cantons. Felix Hammerlin of Zurich in 1450 tells of a Habsburg governor being on the little island of Schwanen in the lake of Loers, who seduced a maid of Schweiz and was killed by her brothers. Then there was another person, strictly historical, Knight Eppo of Küsnacht, who, while acting as bailiff for the Duke of Austria, put down 2 revolts of the inhabitants in his district, one in 1284 and another in 1302. Finally, there was the tyrant bailiff mentioned in the Ballad of Tell, who, by the way, a chronicler, writing in 1510, calls not Gessler, but the Count of Seedorf. These 3 persons were combined, and the result was named Gessler. Moreover, it is extremely doubtful whether the green plateau of the Rütli below Seligsburg, and some 650 feet above the lake, with its miraculous springs, ever witnessed the patriotic gathering of the 33 peasants, who tradition asserts there formed the league against Austrian rule, or heard the solemn oath they and their leaders, Stauffacher, Fürst, and Arnold, mutually swore. In all probability, the legend of Tell and the apple originated in Scandinavia, and was brought by the Alemanni into Switzerland, as into other lands. Saxo Grammaticus, in the Withyna saga, places the scene of a very similar story in that country some 300 years before the appearance of the Swiss version, and tells of a certain Danish king named Harold, the counterpart of Gessler, and one Toki, who played the same role enacted by Tell. Like legends are also related of Olaf Indridi, and an almost identical one to that of William Tell of Egil, who, being ordered by King Nidung to shoot an apple off of the head of the son of the former, took 2 arrows from his quiver and prepared to obey. On the king asking why he had selected 2 arrows, Egil replied, "To shoot thee, tyrant, with the second, should the first fail." Neither are similar narratives absent from the legends of other countries. Thus, Reginald Scott says, Puncher shot a penny on his son's head and made ready another arrow to have slain the Duke of Rengrave, who commanded it. So also similar incidents occur in the tales of Adam Bell, Clym of the Clough, and William of Cloudesley in the Percy Ballads, and in the legends of many places in northern Europe. On this subject, Sir Francis Adams mentions, in a note to his valuable book on the Swiss Confederation, that a well-known citizen of Bern, in answer to his inquiry as to whether Tell ever existed, replied, "Not in Switzerland. If you travel in the Hasli districts, you will find a distinct race of men who are of Scandinavian origin, and I believe that their ancestors brought the legend with them." To this, it may be added that philologists have long since traced the rude dialect of Oberhasli to its Scandinavian sources, and the physical characteristics of the people mark them as of different racial origin from those around them. At the period these events were in progress, or rather about the time that the Austrian bailies were expelled, toward the close of the 13th century, the emperor's attention was too fully occupied conducting a war against the Bishop of Basel to allow him to enforce his authority among the revolted Waldstaat. He did not, however, allow the peasants for long to enjoy the fruits of their energetic and successful action, as some 6 months later he headed a large army with which he intended to enforce obedience. The expedition thus begun led to Albert's tragic death and reared another step leading to the final independence of the Swiss. On reaching Baden in the Aargau, a halt was made in order to deliberate on the best mode of punishing the rebels. Here, a general council of nobles decided, after careful deliberation, on the route to be taken and the nature of the measures best calculated to enforce Albert's authority. On May 1, 1308, the emperor, with a few followers, returned to Rheinfelden in order to visit the Empress Elizabeth preparatory to marching against the Waldstaat. Shortly before this time, Albert had had a violent quarrel with his nephew John, son of Duke Rudolph of Swabia, touching the youth's paternal inheritance, which he persistently declined to allow John to take possession of, and whom he had, moreover, publicly insulted by offering him a coronet of twigs as the only recompense for his just claims. In spite of this quarrel, Albert allowed John and 4 of his fastest friends to occupy a place in his suite when he left Baden to visit his consort. Albert's disregard of his nephew's resentment was further shown when the party arrived on the bank of the Reuss, as he allowed him, with his friends, to accompany him in the boat in which he crossed the river. The passage was made in safety, but just as the emperor was stepping on shore, near the town of Vindich, John and 3 of his companions struck him down with their swords, and after inflicting a number of severe wounds, left him for dead. The unhappy monarch expired a few minutes after in the arms of a passing peasant woman. All this bloody scene took place in full view of the emperor's train on the opposite side of the river, though no one apparently was able to render him assistance, probably from the absence of boats and the suddenness of the tragedy. The murderers succeeded in making good their escape, though 2 of them were afterward captured and executed, as were also a number of innocent people believed to be participators in the conspiracy. John himself was more fortunate, for disguised as a monk, he managed for many years to hide his identity, and after wandering in Tuscany unsuspected, eventually died in a monastery at Pisa. Albert's daughter Agnes, Queen of Hungary, a woman unacquainted with the milder feelings of piety, but addicted to a certain sort of devotional habits and practices, by no means inconsistent with implacable vindictiveness, fearfully avenged his murder. This woman appears to have been seized with a perfectly demoniacal mania for blood and revenge. Aided by those in authority, who feared lest a widespread conspiracy had been formed, she seized on the slightest suspicion hundreds of innocent victims and put them to death with all the ferocity of a famished beast. Members of nearly 100 noble families and at least 1,000 persons of lower rank, of every age and of both sexes, fell beneath her savage vengeance. She is said to have further whetted her appetite for horrors by wading at Farvangen in the blood of 63 innocent knights, exclaiming the while, "This day we bathe in May-dew." But at last, after several months, even the implacable bloodthirstiness of the Hungarian queen was satisfied, and the massacre ceased. Over the spot where Albert met his death, Agnes built a monastery. She named it Königsfelden, and enriched it with the spoils of her victims. Here she took up her abode for the remainder of her life, and for nearly 50 years practiced the most rigid asceticism. And here, by the side of her parents, she was eventually buried. Königsfelden stood on the road from Basel to Baden and Zurich, and within sight of the castle of Habsburg, the cradle of the House of Austria. Strenuous efforts were made by Albert's widow to obtain the succession to the imperial throne for her son, Frederick, Duke of Austria, but the choice of the prince-electors, headed by the Archbishop of Mainz, fell on Count Henri of Luxembourg, a liberal-minded and generous noble, who was accordingly crowned under the title of Henry VII. During the short reign of this monarch, he proved himself a wise and generous friend to the Swiss, whose privileges he confirmed. He made no effort to reimpose local governors on the people of the Waldstadt, but, on the contrary, confirmed the charters of Schweiz and Uri, granted one to Unterwalden, and acknowledged jurisdiction. After Henry's death in 1313, civil war once more divided the empire through the rival contentions of Ludwig Louis of Bavaria and Albert's son Frederick of Austria. In this contest, the powerful monastery of Einsiedeln sided with the Austrian candidate, and through its influence induced the Bishop of Constance to place the large portion of Switzerland supporting the Bavarian cause under a sentence of excommunication. Between Einsiedeln and the Waldstadt, there long existed a feeling of bitter hostility, the canons resenting the independent spirit displayed by the peasants, and the latter remembering the many acts of arbitrary oppression they and their ancestors had suffered at the instance of the abbey. Indeed, actual hostilities were only prevented by friendly, though interested, mediation of the citizens of Zurich, who were most anxious to preserve tranquility in the territories of both, in order to allow their trade with Italy over the St. Gothard being carried on. They also favored peace because, since the Habsburgs had refused permission to the peasants to enter Lucerne, these had been in the habit of bringing their cattle and dairy produce through Einsiedeln to the monks of Zurich. The action of the monks, however, in bringing about the serious sentence of excommunication, so roused the spirit of the mountaineers that, headed by their Landdamen, Werner Stauffacher, they attacked and captured the abbey, ransacked the whole building from cellar to altar, and carried off the monks captive to the town of Schweiz. This daring and sacrilegious act led Frederick, the hereditary avoyer of the abbey, to place the Waldstadt under the further punishment of the ban of the empire. Both these sentences were alike fruitless in bringing the peasants to submission to the House of Austria. Shortly after, on Ludwig ascending the throne, the ban was removed by the new monarch, and with the aid of the Archbishop of Mainz, the Metropolitan of Constance in 1315, the excommunication was also revoked. The triumph of Ludwig's claims over those of Frederick began that long series of deadly conflicts between the Swiss and the House of Austria that led the two nations for so many years to regard each other as natural and implacable enemies. At this time, Austria was governed by Duke Leopold, a man of arrogant, passionate temper, of unscrupulous ambition and brutal cruelty, according to the Swiss chronicles, but who, from other accounts, does not appear specially to have deserved this character. His hatred of the Swiss was greatly increased by their action in opposing his brother Frederick in the late contest. No sooner, indeed, were the troubles of that contest over, than he prepared to wreak his vengeance and once for all crush the power and independence of the Forest States, and, as he declared, trample the audacious rustics under his feet. Rapidly collecting his forces, Leopold soon found himself at the head of 15,000 or 20,000 well-armed men, including a large body of heavily equipped cavalry. These latter were then looked upon as the main strength of an army. Most of the ancient nobility of Habsburg, Kyburg, and Lenzburg rallied to his banners, besides many of the lesser nobles and a contingent from Zurich, the citizens of which, deserting their natural allies, had formed a treaty with Austria. Against this formidable array, the men of Schweiss, Uri, and Unterwalden were only able to muster some 1,400 men, who, however, made up for their want of weapons and discipline by the geographical advantages of the country, by their patriotism, unity, and determined bravery. Nothing now seemed to intervene between the Swiss and imminent destruction, when, viewing with a compassion, most rare in those days, the impending fate of the heroic mountaineers, the powerful Count of Toggenburg tried to negotiate a peace with the Duke. Leopold's terms, however, were so humiliating and evidently so insincere that nothing came of these proposals. On November 3, 1315, Leopold's army reached Baden, where a council was held to determine upon the details of the campaign, a campaign having for its object, as the Duke openly declared, the extirpation of the whole race of the people of Waldstadt. The difficulties of the enterprise now began to show themselves, as several of Leopold's followers, being well acquainted with the nature of the country and the characters of the inhabitants, pointed out that both would offer a determined resistance. Finally, relying upon their numbers and superior arms, it was settled to march on Schweiss through the Sattel Pass by Morgarten, making Zug the base of operations, and while a false attack should be threatened on the side of Arth, Unterwalden should be attacked from Lucerne, as well as by a large force under the Count of Strasbourg by way of the Brunnich. Leopold himself was to lead the main army and enter Schweiss through the pass. Had these operations remained secret, or been carried out successfully, the course of Swiss history would probably have been very different from what it was. But fortunately for the cause of freedom, the Austrian plans became known in time, and failed signally when put to the test. According to ancient chronicles, as the Confederates were hurrying to repel the feint from Arth, a friendly Austrian baron named Henri of Hunenberg shot an arrow amid them bearing the message, "Guard Morgarten on the eve of St. Othmar." Be that as it may, the Swiss collected their little band on the Saddle, between which mountain and the eastern shore of the Lake of Agiri is situated the ever-memorable Pass of Morgarten. Here, on the night of November 14th, they collected a number of loose boulders and tree trunks, and then, having offered up prayers for the preservation of their country, they awaited with resolution the coming struggle. With the first dawn of morning, the Austrian army, the first that ever entered the country, made its appearance in the pass, headed by Duke Leopold and his formidable cavalry. Suddenly, when the whole narrow defile was blocked with horse and foot, thousands of heavy stones and trees were hurled among them from the neighboring heights, where the peasant band, forming the Swiss force, lay concealed. The suddenness and vigor of this unexpected attack quickly threw the first ranks of the invaders into confusion, and caused a panic to seize the horses, many of which in their fright turned and trampled down the men behind. Rapidly the panic increased as the showers of missiles came tearing down, and soon the whole army was in a state of wild terror and confusion, a condition greatly assisted by the slippery nature of the ground. Then, with wild shouts, and brandishing their iron-studded clubs and their formidable halberts and scythes, down the mountainside rushed, with the fury of their native avalanche, the heroic Confederates, and falling on their foes, literally slew them by thousands. Many hundreds of the Austrians perished in the lake, the men of Zurich alone making a stand, and falling each where he fought. Few succeeded in effecting their escape from what was little less than a general butchery. On that memorable day, all the flower of Austria's nobility lay dead within the country they had hoped so easily to conquer. The Duke, with a handful of followers, alone survived, and even these were forced to undergo many perils before they eventually arrived in safety at Winterthur. Neither were the other attacks under the Count of Strasbourg and the forces from Lucerne more successful for the invaders. Both armies were repulsed with enormous loss by the men of Unterwalden, who gave no quarter, many of their opponents being their own countrymen from the estates of the Abbey of Interlaken. After these signal victories, the Swiss, according to ancient custom, offered up a solemn thanksgiving to Almighty God for their success and the overthrow of their enemies, and then, having laden themselves with the spoils of the dead, they returned to their humble occupations, whence the defense of their country and their lives had called them away. Among the Swiss, Morgarten has always taken the first place in the long record of heroic victories that since 1315 has made the fame of Swiss arms second to none in Europe. This victory at once brought the Waldstadt out of their long obscurity and placed them in the front rank as powerful and respected states in Switzerland. Leopold, on his return to Austria, was so satisfied with the ability of the audacious rustics to defend themselves that he made no further attempt to enter their country. End of section 4.
Section 5 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Battle of Bannockburn, A.D. 1314. After the submission of Scotland in 1303, at the end of Wallace's heroic struggle, Edward I undertook to complete the union of that kingdom with England. But the great difficulty, says a historian, in dealing with the Scots was that they never knew when they were conquered, and just when Edward hoped that his scheme for union was carried out, they rose in arms once more. The Scottish leader now was Robert Bruce, Lord of Annandale and Earl of Carrick. He had acted with Wallace, but afterward swore fealty to Edward. Still later, he united with William Lamberton, Bishop of St. Andrews, against the English king. Edward heard of their compact while Bruce was in London, and the Scot fled to Dumfries. There, 1306, in the Church of the Grey Friars, he had an interview with John Comyn, called the Red Comyn, Bruce's rival for the Scottish throne, which ended in a violent altercation and the killing of Comyn by Bruce with a dagger. Next to the Balliols, Bruce was now nearest heir to the throne, and March 27, 1306, he was crowned. Edward now determined to take more vigorous measures than ever against the Scots. He denounced as traitors all who had participated in the murder of Comyn, and declared that all persons taken in arms would be put to death. He made great preparations for subduing Scotland, but while leading his army into that country, 1307, he died at Burgh-on-the-Sands near Carlisle. Meanwhile, Bruce, who ranks with Wallace as a Scottish hero, had suffered some reverses at the hands of the English. Under the Earl of Pembroke in 1306, they took Perth and drove Bruce into the wilds of Atholl. In the same year, at Derry, Bruce was defeated by Comyn's uncle, MacDougall, Lord of Lorne, and escaped to Ireland. But in 1307, Bruce returned to Scotland and carried on the war against Edward II. The English were driven out of the strong places one by one, war alternated with diplomacy through several years, and at last came a crisis which roused the English government to a supreme effort. Stirling Castle still held out, besieged by Edward Bruce, Robert's brother, 1313, but its surrender was promised by Mowbray, the governor, in the event of his not being relieved before June 24, 1314. The relieving of Stirling meant for the English a new invasion of Scotland. On both sides, the strongest efforts were made, on the one side to relieve the castle, on the other to strengthen its besiegers. The opposing forces met in battle at Bannockburn, June 24, 1314, an action which has never been better described than in this characteristic recital by Professor Lang. Bannockburn, like the relief of Orleans or a Marathon, was one of the decisive battles of the world. History hinged upon it. If England had won, Scotland might have dwindled into the condition of Ireland, for Edward II was not likely to aim at a statesmanlike policy of union in his father's manner. Could Scotland have accepted union at the first Edward's hands? Could he have refrained from his mistreatment, as we must think of it at Balliol? The fortunes of the Isle of Britain might have been happier. But had Scotland been trodden down at Bannockburn, the fortunes of the Isle might well have been worse. The singular and certain fact is that Bannockburn was fought on a point of chivalry, on a rule in a game. England must touch bar, relieve Stirling, as in some child's pastime. To the securing of the castle, the central gate of Scotland, north and south, England put forth her full strength. Bruce had no choice but to concentrate all the power of a now, at last, united realm, and stand just where he did stand. His enemies knew his purpose. By May 27th, writs informed England that the Scots were gathering on heights and morasses inaccessible to cavalry. If ever Edward showed energy, it was in preparing for the appointed midsummer day of 1314. The Rotuli Scotia contain several pages of his demands for men, horses, wines, hay, grain, provisions, and ships. Endless letters were sent to master mariners and magistrates of towns. The king appealed to his beloved Irish chiefs, O'Donnells, O'Flynn's, O'Hanlons, McMahons, McCarthy's, Kellys, O'Reillys, and O'Briens, and to Hibernia magnates, Anglico genere ortos, butlers, Blunts, de Lacys, Powers, and Russells. John of Argyle was made admiral of the Western Fleet, and was asked to conciliate the Islemen who, under Angus Og, were rallying to Bruce. The numbers of men engaged on either side in this war cannot be ascertained. Each kingdom had a year within which to muster and arm. Then all that worthy were to fight, of Scotland set all hail their might, while Barber makes Edward assemble not only his own chivalry that was so great it was furly, but also knights of France and Hainault, Bretagne and Gascony, Wales, Ireland, and Aquitaine. The whole English force is said to have exceeded 100,000, 40,000 of whom were cavalry, including 3,000 horses barded from counter to tail, armed against stroke of sword or point of spear. The baggage train was endless, bearing tents, harness, and apparel of chamber and hall, wine, wax, and all the luxuries of Edward's manner of campaigning, including animalia, perhaps lions. Thus the English advanced from Berwick, banners rightly fairly flaming, and pencils to the wind waving. On June 23rd, Bruce heard that the English host had streamed out of Edinburgh, where the dismantled castle was no safe hold, and were advancing on Falkirk. Bruce had summoned Scotland to tryst in Torwood, whence he could retreat at pleasure, if, after all, retreat he must. The fiery cross, red with the blood of a sacrificed goat, must have flown through the whole of the Celtic land. Lanarkshire, Douglasdale, and Ettrick Forest were mustered under the banner of Douglas, the mullets not yet enriched with the royal heart. The men of Moray followed their new earl, Randolph, the adventurous knight who scaled the rock of the Castle of the Maidens. Renfrewshire, Bute, and Eyre were under the fessacheke of young Walter Stewart. Bruce had gathered his own Carrick men, and Angus Og led the wild levies of the Isles. Of stout spearmen and fleet-footed clansmen Bruce had abundance. But what were his archers to the archers of England, or his 500 horse under Keith the Mareschal, to the rival knights of England, Hainault, Guienne, and Almaine? Battles, however, are won by heads, as well as by hearts and hands. The victor of Glen Truel and Cruachan and London Hill knew every move in the game, while Randolph and Douglas were experts in making one man do the work of 5. Bruce, too, had choice of ground, and the ground suited him well. To reach Stirling, the English must advance by their left, along the so-called German way, through the village of St. Naians, or by their right through the Carse, partly enclosed and much broken in drainless days by reedy Lochans. Bruce did not make his final dispositions till he learned that the English meant to march by the former route. He then chose ground where his front was defended, first by the little burn of Bannock, which at one point winds through a clough with steep banks, and next by two morasses, Halbert's Bog and Milton Bog. What is now arable ground may have been a loch in old days, and these two marshes were then impassable by a column of attack. Between Charters Hall, where Edward had his headquarters, and Park's Mill was a marge of firm soil, along which a column could pass in scrubby country, and between the bogs was a sort of bridge of dry land. By these two avenues the English might assail the Scottish lines. These approaches Bruce is said to have rendered difficult by pitfalls, and even by caltrops to maim the horses. He determined to fight on foot, the wooded country being difficult for horsemen, and the foe being infinitely superior in cavalry. His army was arranged in 4 battles, with Randolph to lead the vanward and watch against any attempt to throw cavalry into Stirling. Edward Bruce commanded the division on the right, next the Torwood. Walter Stewart, a lad, with Douglas, led the 3rd division. Bruce himself and Angus Ogg, with the men of Carrick and the Celts, were in the rear. Bruce had no mind to take the offensive, and as the Battle of the Standard, to open the fight with a charge of impetuous mountaineers. On Sunday morning Mass was said, and men shrived them. They thought to die in the melee, or else to set their country free. They ate but bread and water, for it was the vigil of St. John. News came that the English had moved out of Falkirk, and Douglas and the steward brought tidings of the great and splendid host that was rolling north. Bruce bade them make little of it in the hearing of the army. Meanwhile, Philip de Mowbray, who commanded in Stirling, had ridden forth to meet and counsel Edward. His advice was to come no nearer. Perhaps a technical relief was held to have already been secured by the presence of the army. Mowbray was not heard. The young men would not listen. Gloucester, with the van, entered the park, where he was met, as we shall see, and Clifford, Beaumont, and Sir Thomas Grey, with 300 horsemen, skirted the wood where Randolph was posted, a clear way lying before them to the castle of Stirling. Bruce had seen this movement, and told Randolph that a rose of his chaplet was fallen, the phrase attesting the king's love of chivalrous romance. To pursue horsemen with infantry seemed vain enough, but Randolph moved out of cover, thinking perhaps that knights adventurous would refuse no chance to fight. If this was his thought, he reckoned well. Beaumont cried to his knights, "Give ground, leave them fair field." Grey hinted that the Scots were in too great force, and Beaumont answered, "If you fear, fly." "Sir," said Sir Thomas, "for fear I fly, not this day," and so spurred in between Beaumont and D'Eyncourt, and galloped on the spears. D'Eyncourt was slain, Grey was unhorsed and taken. The 300 lances of Beaumont then circled Randolph's spearmen round about on every side, but the spears kept back the horses. Swords, maces, and knives were thrown. All was done as by the French cavalry against the British squares at Waterloo, and all as vainly. The hedge of steel was unbroken, and in the hot sun of June a mist of dust and heat brooded over the battle. Sick murkness in the air above them was, as when the sons of Thetis and the Dawn fought under the walls of windy Troy. Douglas beheld the distant cloud, and rode to Bruce, imploring leave to hurry to Randolph's aid. "I will not break my ranks for him," said Bruce, yet Douglas had his will. But the English wavered, seeing his line advance, and thereon Douglas halted his men, lest Randolph should lose renown. Beholding this, the spearmen of Randolph, in their turn, charged and drove the weary English horse and their disheartened riders. Meanwhile, Edward had halted his main force to consider whether they should fight or rest. But Gloucester's party knew nothing of his halt, had advanced into the wooded park, and Bruce rode down to the right in his armor, and with a gold coronal on his basnet, but mounted on a mere palfrey. To the front of the English van, under Gloucester and Hereford, rode Sir Henry Bohun, a bow-shot beyond his company. Recognizing the king, who was arraying his ranks, Bohun sped down upon him, apparently hoping to take him. He thought that he should dwell lightly, win him and have him at his will. But Bruce, in this fatal movement, when history hung on his hand and eye, uprose in his stirrups and clove Bohun's helmet, the axe breaking in that stroke. It was a desperate but a winning blow. Bruce's spears advanced, and the English van withdrew in half-superstitious fear of the omen. His lords blamed Bruce, but the king has answer made them none. but turned upon the axe shaft what was, with the stroke, broken in twa. Initium maliorum hoc, this was the beginning of evil, says the English chronicler. After this double success in the Quatre Bras of the Scottish Waterloo, Bruce, according to Barber, offered to his men their choice of withdrawal or of standing it out. The great general might well be of doubtful mind. Was tomorrow to bring a second and more fatal Falkirk? The army of Scotland was protected, as Wallace's army at Falkirk had been, by difficult ground. But the English archers might again rain their blinding showers of shafts into the broad mark offered by the clumps of spears, and again the English knights might break through the shaken ranks. Bruce had but a few squadrons of horse. Could they be trusted to scatter the bowmen of the English forests, and to escape a flank charge from the far heavier cavalry of Edward? On the whole, was not the old strategy best, the strategy of retreat? So Bruce may have pondered. He had brought his men to the ring, and they had voted for dancing. Meanwhile, the English rested on a marshy plain, outre Bannockburn, in sore discomfiture, says Gray. He must mean south of Bannockburn, taking the point of view of his father, at that hour captive in Bruce's camp. He tells us that the Scots meant to retire into the Lennox, a right strong country. This confirms, in a way, Barber's tale of Bruce suggesting retreat, when Sir Alexander Seton, deserting Edward's camp, advised Bruce of the English lack of spirit and bade him face the foe next day. To retire, indeed, was Bruce's, as it had been Wallace's, natural policy. The English would soon be distressed for want of supplies. On the other hand, they had clearly made no arrangements for an orderly retreat if they lost the day. With Bruce, this was a motive for fighting them. The advice of Seton prevailed. The Scots would stand their ground. The sun of Midsummer Day rose on the right of the mass done in front of the Scottish lines. Men breakfasted, and Bruce knighted Douglas, the steward, and other of his nobles. The host then moved out of the wood, and the standards rose above the spears of the soldiers. Edward Bruce held the right wing, Randolph the center, the left, under Douglas and the steward, rested of St. Ninians. Bruce, as he had arranged, was in reserve with Carrick and the Isles. Will these men fight? Asked Edward, and Sir Ingram assured him that such was their intent. He advised that the English should make a feigned retreat, when the Scots would certainly break their ranks, then prick we on them handily. Edward rejected his old ruse, which probably would not have beguiled the Scottish leader. The Scots then knelt for a moment of prayer, as the abbot of Incheffray bore the crucifix along the line, but they did not kneel to Edward. His van, under Gloucester, fell on Edward Bruce's division, where there was hand-to-hand fighting, broken lances, dying chargers, the rear ranks of Gloucester pressing vainly on the front ranks, unable to deploy for the straightness of the ground. Meanwhile, Randolph's men moved forward slowly with extended spears, as they were plunged in the sea of charging knights. Douglas and the steward were also engaged, and the hideous shower of arrows was ever raining from the bows of England. This must have been the crisis of the fight, according to Barber, and Bruce bade Keith, with his 500 horse, charge the English archers on the flank. The bowmen do not seem to have been defended by pikes. They fell beneath the lances of the Mareschal, as the archers of Ettrick had fallen at Falkirk. The Scottish archers now took heart, and loosed into the crowded and reeling ranks of England, while the flying bowmen of the south clashed against and confused the English charge. Then Scottish archers took to their steel sparths, who ever loved to come to handstrokes, and hewed into the mass of the English, so that the field, whither Bruce brought up his reserves to support Edward Bruce on the right, was a mass of wild, confused fighting. In this melee, the great body of the English army could deal no stroke, swaying helplessly as southern knights or northern spears won some feet of ground. So, in the space between Halbert's Bog and the burn, the melee rang and wavered, the long spears of the Scottish ranks unbroken and pushing forward, the ground before them so covered with fallen men and horses that the English advance was clogged and crushed between the resistance in the front and the pressure behind. God will have a stroke in every fight, says the Romance of Mallory. While the discipline was lost, and England was trusting to sheer weight and who will pound longest, a fresh force, banners displayed, was seen rushing down the Gillies Hill beyond the Scottish right. The English could deem no less than that this multitude were tardy levies from beyond the Spey, above all when the slogans rang out from the fresh advancing host. It was a body of yeomen, shepherds, and camp followers who could no longer remain and gaze when fighting and plunder were in sight. With blankets fastened to cut saplings for banner poles, they ran down to the conflict. The king saw them, and well knew that the moment had come. He pealed his ansier, called his battle cry, faint hearts of England failed. Men turned, trampling through the hardy warriors who still stood and died. The knights who rode at Edward's reign strove to draw him toward the castle of Stirling. But now, the foremost knights of Edward Bruce's division, charging on foot, had fought their way to the English king and laid hands on the rich trappings of his horse. Edward cleared his way with strokes of his mace. His horse was stabbed, but a fresh mount was found for him. Even Sir Giles d'Argentine, the best knight on the ground, bade Edward fly to Stirling Castle. "For me, I am not of custom to fly," he said, "nor shall I do so now. God keep you." Thereon he spurred into the press, crying "Argentine," and died among the spears. None held his ground for England. The burn was choked with fallen men and horses, so that folk might pass dry-shod over it. The country people fell on and slew. If Bruce had possessed more cavalry, not an Englishman would have reached the Tweed. Edward, as Argentine bade him, rode to Stirling, but Mowbray told him that there he would be but a captive king. He spurred south with 500 horse, Douglas following with 60, so close that no Englishman might alight, but was slain or taken. Lawrence de Abernethy, with 80 horse, was riding to join the English, but turned, and with Douglas pursued them. Edward reached Dunbar, whence he took boat for Berwick. In his terror, he vowed to build a college of Carmelites, students in theology. It is Oriel College today, with a Scot for provost. Among those who fell on the English side were the son of Comyn, Gloucester, Clifford, Harcourt, Courtenay, and 700 other gentlemen of coat armor were slain. Hereford, later, with Angus, Umfraville, and Sir Thomas Grey, was among the prisoners. Stirling, of course, surrendered. The sun of Midsummer Day set on men wounded and weary, but victorious and free. The task of Wallace was accomplished. To many of the combatants, not the least agreeable result of Bannockburn was the unprecedented abundance of the booty. When campaigning, Edward denied himself nothing. His wardrobe and arms, his enormous and apparently well-supplied array of food wagons, his ecclesiastical vestments for the celebration of victory, his plate, his siege artillery, his military chests, with all the jewelry of his young minion knights, fell into the hands of the Scots. Down to Queen Mary's reign we read, in inventories, about costly vestments from the fight at Bannockburn. In Scotland it rained ransoms. The Rotuli Scotia, in 1314, full of Edward's preparation for war, in 1315, are rich in safe conducts for men going into Scotland to redeem prisoners. One of these, the brave Sir Marmaduke Twenge, renowned at Stirling Bridge, hid in the woods on Midsummer's night and surrendered to Bruce next day. The king gave him gifts and set him free unransomed. Indeed, the clemency of Bruce after his success is courteously acknowledged by the English chroniclers. This victory was due to Edward's incompetence, as well as to the excellent dispositions and indomitable courage of Bruce, and to the intolerable axes of his men. No measures had been taken by Edward to secure a retreat. Only one rally at the Bloody Fold is reported. The English fought widely, their measures being laid on the strength of a confidence which, after the skirmishes of Sunday, June 23rd, they no longer entertained. They suffered what, at Agincourt, Crécy, Poitiers, and Verneuil, their descendants were to inflict. Horses and banners, gay armor and chivalric trappings were set at naught by the spurs and spears of infantry acting on favorable ground. From the dust and reek of that burning day of June, Scotland emerged a people, firm in a glorious memory. Out of weakness she was made strong, being strangely led through paths of little promise since the day when Bruce's dagger stroke at Dumfries closed from him the path of returning. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 6, Extinction of the Order of Knights Templars, A.D. 1314, by F.C. Woodhouse. The quarrel between Philip the Fair of France and Pope Boniface VIII concerning the taxation of the clergy and the right of nomination to vacant bishoprics within the dominions of Philip had far-reaching effects. It led in 1302 to the convocation of the first properly so-called Parliament in France to offset the actions of the Pope, who excommunicated the king, and also to an expedition into Italy of a small body of French troops which made the Pope prisoner at Eney, but were subsequently expelled with great loss of life. The Pope was reinstated, but died shortly afterward from brain fever. He was succeeded by Benedict XI, whom the King of France sought to placate, but unsuccessfully. Within 9 months, Benedict died, presumably from poison, and Philip, by his intrigues, was enabled to secure the election to the pontificate of Bertrand de Goth, who became Pope as Clement V, and was pledged to the service of the French king. Philip, who had obstructed the operations of commerce by debasing the coin of the realm to meet the exigencies of the state, was always in want of money. His cupidity was excited by the wealth of the Order of Knights Templars, and, emboldened by his successes over the spiritual power, he now entered upon the career of intrigue which resulted in the destruction and plunder of the order. The famous Order of the Temple of Jerusalem, founded in 1118 by a small band of 9 French knights, sworn to protect Christian pilgrims to the Holy Sepulchre, had become, in almost every kingdom of the West, a powerful, wealthy, semi-military, semi-monastic republic, governed by its own laws, animated by the closest corporate spirit, under the severest internal discipline, and all-pervading organization, independent alike of the civil power and of the spiritual hierarchy. During 2 centuries as crusaders, the knights fought valiantly and shed their blood in defense of the sepulchre of our Lord, earning the devout admiration of Western Christendom, and receiving splendid endowments of lands, castles, and riches of all kinds as contributions to the cause of the holy wars. But despite their valor, Mahometan persistency prevailed, and the total expulsion of the Templars, with the rest of the Christian establishments from Palestine, followed the downfall of Acre in 1291. F.C. Woodhouse. The loss of Palestine led indirectly to the ruin of the Order of the Templars. The record is one of the dark episodes of history, encompassed with contradictions, full of surprises, painful to contemplate, whatever view may be taken, whichever side espoused. It is difficult to understand how an order of men who for nearly 200 years earned the thanks and praise of Christendom for their bravery and devotion, who had shed blood like water to defend the places dearest to all Christian hearts, who had been recruited from the noblest families in every country in Europe, and had had princes of royal blood in their ranks, who claimed to act upon the purest and most exalted Christian principles, and who proved the sincerity of their professions by their lives of self-sacrifice, and their deaths for the cause they had taken up, who had been honored and favored and dowered with gifts and privileges, in gratitude for their exploits, should suddenly have fallen into the blackest crimes. So it is no less difficult to understand how public opinion should turn against them as it did, and how all Europe should set itself to disgrace and despoil, to malign and execrate, those who had so long been its favorites and its champions. It is not easy to understand this, and it is painful to read the story in its sad and miserable details. But there are other pages of history that more or less correspond with this, and there are well-known characteristics of human nature that explain how such revulsions of feeling come about. It has never been found difficult to get up a case against those whom the great and powerful have made up their minds to destroy. The best men are fallible and have their weak side. Large bodies of men must contain some unworthy members. A long history can hardly be without blots, mistakes, and crimes. No man's life, if narrowly scrutinized by an unfavorable and prejudiced criticism, but will afford ground for accusation. Then, too, facts may be perverted. Circumstances may be made to bear a meaning that does not really belong to them, and fear and torture may force the weak to say anything that they are required. And, finally, the evidence and the judgment of those who have everything to gain by the condemnation of those whom they accuse must always be viewed with suspicion by sober and truth-loving minds. Moreover, in judging the Templars, we must not forget the lapse of time and the change of circumstances that separate our age from theirs. After the loss of Acre, a chapter of the surviving Templars was gathered, and James de Molay, preceptor of England, was elected Grand Master. One more attempt was made to recover a footing in the Holy Land, but it was defeated with great loss to the order, and all hope of restoring the Latin kingdom in Palestine seems to have been abandoned. The occupation of the Templars was gone. They had been banded together to fight upon the sacred soil of Palestine and to defend pilgrims, but now they had been driven out of the country, and they could no longer execute their mission or fulfill their vows. We soon hear of them being engaged in civil or international wars, which seems to be a violation of their oath not to draw sword upon any Christian. Thus we read of Templars fighting on the side of the King of England in the Battle of Falkirk, 1298, and similar occurrences are recorded in the French wars of the time. Those against whom the Templars fought would not be slow to complain of them. But the real cause of the downfall of the Templars was probably the enormous wealth of the order. There had not been wanting indications for some years of covetous eyes and itching hands turned toward the possession of the knights. Sometimes complaints were made because the rents of their estates were all sent out of the country. Sometimes the grievance alleged was that they were exempted from paying taxes and other levies, civil and ecclesiastical. Sometimes open acts of spoliation were committed upon their property, and that even by royal hands. But it was in France that the final attack was made. Philip the Fair was king at this time, a man of bad character and unscrupulous as to the means by which he attained his ends. The country was exhausted and the treasury empty, and the idea seems to have occurred to him, as it did later to Henry VIII of England under similar circumstances, that an easy way to fill his own purse was to put his hand into the purses of others. But even kings cannot appropriate the property of a religious order without offering some apology or justification to the world. And so it began to be whispered that the Holy Land would never have been lost to Christendom if its sworn defenders had not failed in their Christian character. The whole blame of the defeat of the Crusades was laid upon the Templars. It was said they had treacherously betrayed the Christian cause, that they had treated with the enemy, and by their personal sins, especially by secret, unhallowed rites, had provoked the just wrath of God, and so brought about the ruin of the dominion of the cross in the east. When Ahab has determined to put Naboth to death, that he may seize his coveted vineyard, it is not difficult to find witness that he is a blasphemer of God and a traitor to the king, and so Philip found his first tool in a man guilty of a multitude of crimes, who secured his own pardon by a denunciation of the Templars. But even a king could not ruin a great religious order without the aid of the ecclesiastical authorities. The Templars had always been favored and protected by the popes, and nothing was in itself so likely to evoke that protection again as an attack upon the order by the secular powers. But Philip was prepared for this. The Pope of the day, Clement V, had been a subject of his own. As Bishop of Bordeaux, he owed his election to the pontificate to Philip's own intrigues, and had been easily induced to quit Rome and live in France, so as to be more completely under the dictation of the king. Moreover, the majority of the cardinals were also French and entirely devoted to the king's interests. Clement V was one of the worst of those miserable men who have from time to time disgraced the papal chair and was guilty of almost every crime. There are, indeed, authorities worthy of credit who assert that before his election he had been made to promise to perform 6 favors to the king, and that the last was not to be divulged till the time for its execution came. This last was then found to be the suppression of the order of the Templars. There was no difficulty under these circumstances in getting the so-called sanction of the Church for an inquiry into the crimes of which the Templars were accused. Accordingly, in 1307, Philip issued letters to his officers throughout the kingdom, commanding them to seize all the Templars on a certain day, that they might be tried for crimes of which he and the Pope had satisfied themselves they were guilty. They had apostatized from the Christian religion, worshipped idols in their secret meetings, and had been guilty of horrible and shameful offenses against God, the Church, the state, and humanity itself. Philip professed the most pious horror at what he had discovered. He lamented the grievous necessity laid upon him, and urged upon the guilty men the expediency of a full and immediate confession of their wicked doings as the only way to secure pardon and escape the just and extreme penalty of such outrageous wickedness. It was during the night of October 13th, 1307, that the king's orders were executed. Every house of the Templars in the dominions of the King of France was suddenly surrounded by a strong force, and all the knights and members of the order were simultaneously taken prisoners. At the same time, a strenuous endeavor was made to arouse popular indignation against the order. The regular and secular clergy were commanded to preach against the Templars and to describe the horrible enormities that were practiced among them. It is incredible to us in these days that such charges should be made, and still more that they should actually be believed. It was said that the Templars worshipped some hideous idol in their secret assemblies, that they offered sacrifices to it of infants and young girls, and that although every one saw them devout, charitable, and regular in their religious duties, people were not to be misled by these things, for this was only a cloak intended to deceive the world and conceal their secret rites and obscene orgies. It was hoped that some confession of guilt might be readily obtained from some of the weaker brethren in order to receive the pardon which was promised by the king, but no such confession was made. All the prisoners denied the charges brought against them. Then the usual medieval expedient was resorted to, and torture was used to extort acknowledgments of guilt. The unhappy Templars in Paris were handed over to the tender mercies of the tormentors with the usual results. 140 were subjected to trial by fire. The details preserved are almost too horrible to be related. The feet of some were fastened close to a hot fire till the very flesh and even the bones were consumed. Others were suspended by their limbs, and heavy weights attached to them to make the agony more intense. Others were deprived of their teeth, and every cruelty that a horrible ingenuity could invent was used. While this was going on, questions were asked, and offers of pardon were made if they would acknowledge, themselves or others, guilty of the monstrous wickednesses which were detailed to them. At the same time, forged letters were read, purporting to come from the Grand Master himself, exhorting them to make a full confession, and declarations were made of the confessions which were said to have been already freely given by other members of the order. What wonder, then, that the usual consequences followed? Those who had strong will and indomitable courage stood firm and endured the slow martyrdom till death released them, maintaining to the last their own innocence and the innocence of their order of the crimes with which they were charged. But some weaker men broke down. In hope of release from the agony which they could not endure, they confessed anything and everything that was required of them, and these things were at once written down as grave facts and made matter of accusation of others. Often these unhappy men almost immediately recanted, and as soon as the torture ceased, withdrew their confessions, and repeated their original denial of the accusations, one and all. We have long ago ceased to set any value upon confessions extorted by torture, and the system has happily been abolished by all civilized nations, but in those days this was not understood. Torture was relied upon as a means of extracting truth from unwilling witnesses when all other means failed. Indeed, it was simpler and more expeditious than the calling of many witnesses, the testing of evidence by cross-examination, and other surer but slower methods, and especially when conviction, not truth, was the end in view, torture was a welcome and efficacious ally. All this was but too sadly exemplified in the proceedings against the Templars in France. No sooner were those who had made confessions of guilt while under torture released from their tormentors than they disavowed their forced admissions and proclaimed their innocence and the purity of their order, appealing to history and the testimony of their own day for evidence of their courage and devotion to the Catholic faith. Upon hearing of this, Philip immediately ordered the rearrest of the Templars, and, proceeding against them as relapsed heretics, they were condemned to be burned alive. In Paris alone, 113 suffered this terrible punishment, and many more were burned in other towns. In Spain, Portugal, and Germany, proceedings were taken against the order. Their property was confiscated, and in some cases torture was used. But it is remarkable that it was only in France, and in those places where Philip's influence was powerful, that any Templar was actually put to death. Everywhere else, the monstrous charges were declared to be unproved, and the order was declared innocent of heresy and sacrilegious rites. In October 1311, a council was held at Vienna to dissolve the order of the Temple, but the majority of the bishops were decidedly opposed to such a proceeding against so ancient and illustrious an order, till its members had been heard in their own defense in a fair and open trial. The Pope was furious at this and dismissed the council, and in the following year, 1312, by a papal brief, abolished the order and forbade its reconstitution. The property of the order in France was nominally made over to the Hospitallers, but Philip laid claim to an immense sum for the expenses of the prosecution, and by this and other means he obtained what he had all along desired, the greatest part of the possessions of the order. Similar proceedings took place in other countries. In some, new orders were founded in the place of the Templars, with the sovereign at their head, by which means the estates came into the possession of the crown as completely as if they had been actually confiscated. In France, the Templars who survived their torture and the horrors of their prisons were either executed or left to linger out a miserable existence in their dungeons till death released them. The Grand Master and a few other brethren of the highest rank were thus kept in prison for 5 years. They were then taken to Notre Dame in Paris and required to give verbal assent to the confessions which had been extorted from them under torture. But the Grand Master, James de Molay, the Grand Preceptor, and some others seized the opportunity of declaring their innocence and disowning the alleged confessions as forgeries. The old veterans stood up in the church before the assembled multitude and, raising their chained hands to heaven, declared that whatever had been confessed to the detriment of the illustrious order was only forced from them by extreme agony and fear of death, and that they solemnly and finally repudiated and revoked all such admissions. On hearing of this, Philip ordered their immediate execution, and the same evening the last Grand Master of the Temple and his faithful comrades were burned to death at a slow fire. Impartial men had formed their own judgment, and a very strong feeling prevailed that justice had not been done. It was remarked that those who had been foremost in the proceedings against the Templars came to a speedy and miserable end. The Pope, the kings of France and of England, and others all soon followed their victims and died violent or shameful deaths. We have somewhat anticipated the order of events, and must return to the earlier stage of the proceedings against the Templars. As soon as Philip had determined upon his own course of action, he desired to find countenance for it by stirring up other sovereigns to imitate it. He therefore wrote letters to the kings of other European states, informing them of his discovery of the guilt of the Templars and urging them to adopt a similar course in their own dominions. The Pope, too, summoned the Grand Master to France, but with every mark of respect, and so got him into his power before the terrible proceedings against the members of his order were made public. The King of England, Edward II, acted with prudence. He expressed his unbounded astonishment at the contents of the French king's letter, and at the particulars detailed to him by an agent specially sent to him by Philip, but he would do no more at the time than promise that the matter should receive his serious attention in due course. He wrote at the same time to the kings of Portugal, Aragon, Castile, and Sicily, telling them of the extraordinary information he had received respecting the Templars, and declaring his unwillingness to believe the dreadful charges brought against them. He referred to the services rendered to Christendom by the order, and to its unblemished reputation ever since it was founded. He urged upon his fellow sovereigns that nothing should be done in haste, but that inquiry should be made in due and solemn legal form, expressing his belief that the order was guiltless of the crimes alleged against it, and that the charges were merely the result of slander and envy, and of a desire to appropriate the property of the order. At the same time, Edward wrote to the Pope in similar terms. He declared that the Templars were universally respected by all classes throughout his dominions as pious and upright men, and begged the Pope to promote a just inquiry which should free the order from the unjust slander and injuries to which it was being subjected. But hardly was this letter dispatched than Edward received another from the Pope, which had crossed his own on its way, calling upon him to imitate Philip, King of France, in proceeding against the Templars. The Pope professed great distress and astonishment that an order that had so long enjoyed the respect and gratitude of the Church for its worthy deeds in defense of the faith should have fallen into grievous and perfidious apostasy. He then narrated the commendable zeal of the King of France in rooting out the secrets of these men's hidden wickedness, and gave particulars of some of their confessions of the crimes with which they had been charged. He concluded by commanding the King of England to pursue a similar course, to seize and imprison all members of the order on one day, and to hold, in the Pope's name, all the property of the order till it should be determined how it was to be disposed of. King Edward, notwithstanding his recent declaration of confidence in the integrity of the Templars, yielded obedience to this missive of the Pope. Whether he was overawed by the authority of the pontiff and deferred his own opinion to that of so great a personage, or whether, as some suppose, he desired to give the Templars a fair and honorable trial, and the opportunity of clearing themselves, or whether he gave way to the evil counsels of those who whispered that the great wealth of the Templars would be useful to the crown, and that he might avail himself of the opportunity of taking all, as his predecessors had taken some, of their treasure. Whatever may have been his real motive, and the cause of his change of conduct, it is certain that he issued an order for the arrest of the Templars, and the seizure of all their estates, houses, and property. The greatest caution and secrecy were adopted. Instructions were sent to all the sheriffs throughout England to hold themselves in readiness to execute certain orders which would be given to them by trusty persons on that day. Similar arrangements were made in Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, and on January 8, 1308, every Templar was simultaneously arrested. It was not till October in the following year that any trial took place. All this time the Templars had been suffering the miseries of imprisonment. More than 200 men of high rank, many of them veterans who had fought and bled in Palestine, and who were now grown old and feeble after a life of hardship and privation, maimed with wounds, bronzed with exposure to the eastern sun, languished under the tender mercies of jailers, with no opportunity of defending themselves or of raising up friends to say a word for them. Some were foreigners who happened to be in England on the business of the order. A few managed to evade the vigilance of the king's emissaries, notwithstanding the secrecy and suddenness of the arrest, and escaped in various disguises to the wild and remote mountain districts of Scotland, Wales, and Ireland. The court appointed by the Pope commenced its proceedings in London in October 1309, under the presidency of the Bishop of London. Several French ecclesiastics had come over to take their seat upon the bench as judges, an ill omen for the English Templars. After the usual preliminaries, which were long and tedious, the articles of accusation were read. They stated that those who were received into the order of the Knights of the Temple did, at their reception, formally deny Jesus Christ and renounce all hope of salvation through him, that they trampled and spat upon the cross, that they worshipped a cat, that they denied the sacraments, and looked only to the Grand Master for absolution, that they possessed and worshipped various idols, that they practiced a variety of cruel, degrading, and filthy customs and rites, that the Grand Master and many of the brethren had confessed to these things even before they had been arrested. Such is a brief summary of the accusation, the original documents of which have happily come down to us. It is not easy for us to understand how such a farrago of absurdity, profanity, and indecency could ever have been gravely produced in a so-called court of justice in England as a state paper, a bill of indictment against a body of noblemen and gentlemen, against an order that for 200 years had been the right arm of the Church and the defender of Christianity against its most dangerous and ruthless enemies. No writer of fiction would have ventured on inventing such a trial, and no one unacquainted with medieval history would credit the record that grave prelates and learned judges drew up such a document, and then set themselves to prove the truth of its monstrous allegations by the use of torture. Students of the Middle Ages know well that such things were done in those days. They remember Savonarola and Beatrice Cenci in Italy, John d'Arc in France, Abbot Whiting and others in England. They call to mind the cruelties and exactions practiced so often upon the Jews in every country in Europe, and with the contemporary records in their hands, they do not hesitate to accept as undoubted historical fact what would otherwise be rejected as a slander upon humanity and an outrage upon common sense. If the Templars had been accused of the crimes vulgarly supposed to attach themselves to religious orders, if they had been charged with falling into the sins to which poor human nature by its frailty is liable, if erring members had been denounced, men who had entered the order through disappointment or from some other unworthy motive, men such as Sir Walter Scott depicts in his imaginary Templar, Brian de Bois Gilbert, in his novel Ivanhoe, we might well believe that some at least of the accusations against them were true. It is singular that no such charges are alleged against the Templars, though they were freely brought, 200 years later, against the regular monks by the commissioners of Henry VIII. This fact has been noticed by most thoughtful historians, and has been considered to tell strongly in the tribunal of equity in favor of the Templars. Instead of these probable or possible crimes, we find nothing but monstrous charges of sorcery, idolatry, apostasy, and such like, instances of which we know are to be found in those strange times, but which it seems altogether unlikely would infect a large body whose fundamental principle was close adherence to Christianity, a body which was spread all over the world and which included in its ranks such a multitude and variety of men and of nationalities, among whom there must have been, to say the least, some sincere, upright, and godly men who would have set themselves to root out such miserable errors, or, if they were found to be ineradicable, would have left the order as no place for them. Even Voltaire acknowledges that such an indictment destroys itself. It recoils upon its framers, and proves nothing but their intense hatred of their victims and their total unfitness to sit as judges. When this extraordinary paper had been read, the prisoners were asked what they had to say to it, and, as might be expected, they at once and unanimously declared that they and their order were absolutely guiltless of the crimes of which they were accused. After this, the prisoners were examined one by one. It would be tedious to follow the long and wearisome questionings and to record the replies given by the several brethren of the Temple during their trial in London. One and all agreed in denying the existence of the horrible and ridiculous rites which were said to be used at the reception of new members, and whether they had been received in England or abroad, detailed the ceremonies that were used, and showed that they were substantially the same everywhere. The candidate was asked what he desired, and on replying that he desired admission to the order of the Knights of the Temple, he was warned of the strict and severe life that was demanded of members of the order, of the 3 vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, and, moreover, that he must be ready to go and fight the enemies of Christ even to the death. Others related details of the interior discipline and regulations of the order, which were stern and rigorous, as became a body that added to the strictness of the convent the order and system of a military organization. Many of the brethren had been nearly all their lives in the order, some more than 40 years, a great part of which had been spent in active service in the East. The witnesses who were summoned were not members of the order and had only hearsay evidence to give. They had heard this and that report. They suspected something else. They had been told that certain things had been said or done. Nothing definite could be obtained, and there was no proof whatever of any of the extravagant and incredible charges. Similar proceedings took place in Lincoln and York, and also in Scotland and Ireland, and in all places the results were the same, and the matter dragged on till October 1311. Hitherto torture had not been resorted to, but now, in accordance with the repeated solicitations of the Pope, King Edward gave orders that the imprisoned Templars should be subjected to the rack in order that they might be forced to give evidence of their guilt. Even then there seems to have been reluctance to resort to this cruel and shameful treatment, and a series of delays occurred, so that nothing was done till the beginning of the following year. The Templars, having been now 3 years in prison, chained, half-starved, threatened with greater miseries here and with eternal damnation hereafter, separated from one another, without friend, adviser, or legal defense, were now removed to the various jails in London and elsewhere and submitted to torture. We have no particular record of the horrible details, but some evidence was afterward adduced, which was said to have been obtained from the unhappy victims during their agony. It was such as was desired, an admission of the truth of the monstrous accusations that were detailed to them, which had been obtained, for the most part, from their tortured brethren in France. In April 1311, these depositions were read in the court, in the presence of the Templars, who were required to say what they could allege in their defense. They replied that they were ignorant of the processes of law, and that they were not permitted to have the aid of those whom they trusted and who could advise them, but that they would gladly make a statement of their faith and of the principles of their order. This they were permitted to do, and a very simple and touching paper was produced and signed by all the brethren. They declared themselves, one and all, good Christians and faithful members of the Church, and they claimed to be treated as such, and openly and fairly tried if there were any just cause of complaint against them. But their persecutors were by no means satisfied. Fresh tortures and cruelties were resorted to force confessions of guilt from these worn-out and dying men. A few gave way and said what they were told to say, and these unhappy men were produced in St. Paul's Cathedral shortly afterward and made to recant their errors, and were then reconciled to the Church. A similar scene was enacted at York. The property of the Templars in England was placed under the charge of a commission at the time that proceedings were commenced against them, and the king very soon treated it as if it were his own, giving away manors and convents at his pleasure. A great part of the possessions of the order was subsequently made over to the Hospitallers. The convent and church of the Temple in London were granted, in 1313, to Aymar de Valence, Earl of Pembroke, whose monument is in Westminster Abbey. Other property was pawned by the king to his creditors as security for payment of his debts, but constant litigation and disputes seem to have pursued the holders of the ill-gotten goods. Some of the surviving Templars retired to monasteries, others returned to the world and assumed secular habits, for which they incurred the censures of the Pope. End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Burning of the Grand Master Michele, A.D. 1314, by Henry Hart Milman. The tragedy of the Templars had not yet drawn to its close. The four great dignitaries of the order, the Grand Master du Molay, Guy, the commander of Normandy, son of the Dauphin of Auvergne, the commander of Aquitaine, Godfrey de Gonneville, the great visitor of France, Hughes de Perrot, were still pining in the royal dungeons. It was necessary to determine on their fate. The king and the pope were now equally interested in burying the affair forever in silence and oblivion. So long as these men lived, uncondemned, undoomed, the order was not extinct. A commission was named. The Cardinal Archbishop of Albi, with 2 other cardinals, 2 monks, the Cistercian Arnold Novelli, and Arnold de Fargis, nephew of Pope Clement, Nicholas de Fréville, akin to the house of Marigny, formerly the king's confessor. With these, the Archbishop of Sens sat in judgment on the knight's own former confessions. The Grand Master and the rest were found guilty and were to be sentenced to perpetual imprisonment. A scaffold was erected before the porch of Notre Dame. On one side appeared the 2 cardinals, on the other the 4 noble prisoners, in chains, under the custody of the Provost of Paris. 6 years of dreary imprisonment had passed over their heads. Of their valiant brethren, the most valiant had been burned alive. The recreants had purchased their lives by confession. The Pope, in a full council, had condemned and dissolved the order. If a human mind, a mind like that of de Molay, could be broken by suffering and humiliation, it must have yielded to this long and crushing imprisonment. The Cardinal Archbishop of Albi ascended a raised platform. He read the confessions of the knights, the proceedings of the court. He enlarged upon the criminality of the order, on the holy justice of the Pope, and the devout, self-sacrificing zeal of the king. He was proceeding to the final, the fatal sentence, and at this instant the Grand Master advanced. His gesture implored silence. Judges and people gazed in awestruck apprehension. In a calm, clear voice, du Molay spoke. Before heaven and earth, on the verge of death, where the least falsehood bears like an intolerable weight upon the soul, I protest that we have richly deserved death, not on account of any heresy or sin of which we ourselves or our order have been guilty, but because we have yielded, to save our lives, to the seductive words of the Pope and of the King, and so by our confessions brought shame and ruin on our blameless, holy, and orthodox brotherhood. The cardinal stood confounded. The people could not suppress their profound sympathy. The assembly was hastily broken up. The provost was commanded to conduct the prisoners back to their dungeons. Tomorrow we will hold further council. But on the moment that the king heard these things, without a day's delay, without the least consultation with the ecclesiastical authorities, he ordered them to death as relapsed heretics. On the island in the Seine, where now stands the statue of Henri IV, between the King's Garden on one side and the convent of the Augustinian monks on the other, the two pyres were raised. 2 out of the 4 had shrunk back into their ignoble confessions. It was the hour of vespers when these 2 aged and noble men were led out to be burned. They were tied each to the stake. The flames kindled dully and heavily. The wood, hastily piled up, was green or wet. Or, in cruel mercy, the tardiness was designed that the victims might have time, while the fire was still curling round their extremities, to recant their bold recantation. But there was no sign, no word of weakness. Dumoulin implored that the image of the Mother of God might be held up before him, and his hands unchained, that he might clasp them in prayer. Both, as the smoke rose to their lips, as the fire crept up to their vital parts, continued solemnly to aver the innocence and the Catholic faith of the order. The king himself sat and beheld, it might seem without remorse, this hideous spectacle. The words of Dumoulin might have reached his ears. But the people looked on with far other feelings. Stupor kindled into admiration. The execution was a martyrdom. Friars gathered up their ashes and bones and carried them away, hardly by stealth, to consecrated ground. They became holy relics. The 2 who wanted courage to die pined away their miserable life in prison. The wonder and the pity of the times, which immediately followed, arrayed Dumoulin not only in the robes of the martyr, but gave him the terrible language of a prophet. Clement, iniquitous and cruel judge, I summon thee within 40 days to meet me before the throne of the Most High. According to some accounts, this fearful sentence included the king, by whom, if uttered, it might have been heard. The earliest allusion to this awful speech does not contain that striking particularity, which, if part of it, would be fatal to its credibility, i.e., the precise date of Clement's death. It was not till the year after that Clement and King Philip passed to their account. The fate of these 2 men during the next year might naturally so appall the popular imagination as to approximate more closely the prophecy and its accomplishment. At all events, it betrayed deep and general feeling of the cruel wrong inflicted on the order, while the unlamented death of the Pope, the disastrous close of Philip's reign, and the disgraceful crimes which attainted the honour of his family, seemed as declarations of heaven as to the innocence of their noble victims. End of section 7. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 8 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. James van Artevelde leads a Flemish revolt, AD 1337-1340. Francis P.G. Guizot. Having defeated the Flemings at Mont-le-Poel in 1304, Philip the Fair of France found that they were unsubdued and ready to renew their war against him. Therefore he very soon acknowledged their independence under their count, Robert de Bethune. But Philip continually violated the treaty he had made, and just before his death, 1314, he again began hostilities against Flanders. Little of historical importance occurred in that country between the death of Philip the Fair and the accession of Philip of Valois, 1328. His first act was to take up the cause of Louis de Nevers, then Count of Flanders, whom the independent burghers of most of the chief cities had united to deprive of his territories, leaving him only Ghent for a refuge. In the first year of his reign, Philip gained a victory over the Flemish weavers at Cassel, and laid all of Flanders at the feet of its rejected count. In 1338 began the 100 Years' War, arising from the claim of Edward III of England to the French throne. Edward's most important measure in preparation for the war was the securing of an alliance with the Flemish burghers, whose French count, Louis de Nevers, had gained nothing in their affections through the humiliation of Cassel, which confirmed his rule. The hated count showed his hostility to Edward, as well as his spite against his own subjects, by various petty acts which interfered with the commerce and industry of both Flanders and England. At last, by prohibiting the exportation of wool to Flanders, Edward reduced the Flemings to despair and forced them to fling themselves into his arms. Many of them emigrated to England, where they helped to lay the foundation of manufactures. But the Flemish towns burst into insurrection and proceeded to organized action in the manner here related by Guizot, who draws largely upon the narrative of Froissart. The Flemings bore the first brunt of that war which was to be so cruel and so long. It was a lamentable position for them. Their industrial and commercial prosperity was being ruined, their security at home was going from them, their communal liberties were compromised, divisions set in among them, by interest and habitual intercourse they were drawn toward England. But the Count, their lord, did all he could to turn them away from her, as many among them were loath to separate themselves entirely from France. Burghers of Ghent, as they chatted in their thoroughfares and at the crossroads, said one to another that they had heard much wisdom, to their mind, from a burgher who was called James van Artevelde, who was a brewer of beer. They had heard him say that, if he could obtain a hearing and credit, he would in a little while restore Flanders to good estate, and they would recover all their gains without standing ill with the King of France or the King of England. These sayings began to get spread abroad insomuch that a quarter or half the city was informed thereof, especially the small folk of the commonalty, whom the evil touched most nearly. They began to assemble in the streets, and it came to pass that one day after dinner, several went from house to house calling for their comrades, and saying, "Come and hear the wise man's counsel." On December 26, 1337, they came to the house of the said James van Artevelde, and found him leaning against his door. Far off as they were when they first perceived him, they made him a deep obeisance, and said, "Dear sir, we are come to you for counsel, for we are told that by your great and good sense you will restore the country of Flanders to good case. So tell us how." Then James van Artevelde came forward and said, "Sirs, comrades, I am a native and burgher of this city, and here I have my means. Know that I would gladly aid you with all my power, you and all the country. If there were here a man who would be willing to take the lead, I would be willing to risk body and means at his side. And if the rest of ye be willing to be brethren, friends, and comrades to me, to abide in all manners at my side, notwithstanding that I am not worthy of it, I will undertake it willingly." Then said all with one voice, "We promise you faithfully to abide at your side in all matters, and to therewith adventure body and means. For we know well that in the whole countship of Flanders there is not a man but you worthy so to do." Then Van Artevelde bound them to assemble on the next day, but one, in the grounds of the monastery of Beloque, which had received numerous benefits from the ancestors of Sohir of Courtrai, whose son-in-law Van Artevelde was. This bold burgher of Ghent, who was born about 1285, was sprung from a family the name of which had been for a long while inscribed in their city upon the register of industrial corporations. His father, John van Artevelde, a cloth-worker, had been several times over-sheriff of Ghent, and his mother, Mary von Grote, was great-aunt to the grandfather of the illustrious publicist called in history Grotius. James van Artevelde in his youth accompanied Count Charles of Valois, brother of Philip the Handsome, upon his adventurous expeditions in Italy, Sicily, and Greece, and to the island of Rhodes, and it had been close by the spots where the soldiers of Marathon and Salamis had beaten the armies of Darius and Xerxes, that he had heard of the victory of the Flemish burghers and workmen attacked in 1302 at Courtrai by the splendid army of Philip the Handsome. James van Artevelde, on returning to his country, had been busy with his manufactures, his fields, the education of his children, and Flemish affairs up to the day when, at his invitation, the burghers of Ghent thronged to the meeting on December 28, 1337, in the grounds of the monastery of Boulogne. There he delivered an eloquent speech, pointing out unhesitatingly but temperately the policy which he considered good for the country. "Forget not," he said, "the might and glory of Flanders. Who, pray, shall forbid that we defend our interests by using our rights? Can the King of France prevent us from treating with the King of England? And may we not be certain that if we were to treat with the King of England, the King of France would not be the less urgent in seeking our alliance? Besides, have we not with us all the communes of Brabant, of Hainault, of Holland, and of Zealand?" The audience cheered these words. The commune of Ghent forthwith assembled, and on January 3, 1337, re-established the offices of captains of parishes according to olden usage, when the city was exposed to any pressing danger. It was carried that one of these captains should have the chief government of the city, and James van Artevelde was at once invested with it. From that moment, the conduct of van Artevelde was ruled by one predominant idea, to secure free and fair commercial intercourse for Flanders with England, while observing a general neutrality in the war between the kings of England and France, and to combine so far all the communes of Flanders in one and the same policy. And he succeeded in his twofold purpose. On April 29, 1338, the representatives of all the communes of Flanders, the city of Bruges numbering among them 108 deputies, repaired to the castle of Mal, a residence of Count Louis, and then James van Artevelde set before the Count what had been resolved upon among them. The Count submitted, and swore that he would thenceforth maintain the liberties of Flanders in the state in which they had hitherto existed. In the month of May following, a deputation, consisting of James van Artevelde and other burghers appointed by the cities of Ghent, Bruges, and Ypres, scoured the whole of Flanders, from Balliol to Termonde, and from Ninove to Dunkirk, to reconcile the good folk of the communes to the Count of Flanders, as well for the Count's honour as for the peace of the country. Lastly, on June 10, 1338, a treaty was signed at Anvers between the deputies of the Flemish communes and the English ambassadors, the latter declaring, "We do all to wit that we have negotiated the way and substance of friendship with the good folk of the communes of Flanders, in form and manner hereinafter following. First, they shall be able to go and buy the wools and other merchandise which have been exported from England to Holland, Zealand, or any other place whatsoever, and all traders of Flanders who shall repair to the ports of England shall be there safe and free, in their persons and their goods, just as in any other place where their ventures might bring them together. Item, we have agreed with the good folk and with all the common country of Flanders, that they must not mix nor intermeddle in any way, by assistance in men or arms, in the wars of our lord the king, and the noble Sir Philip of Valois, who holdeth himself for King of France." 3 articles following regulated in detail the principles laid down in the first 2, and, by another charter, Edward III ordained that all stuffs marked with the seal of the city of Ghent might travel freely in England, without being subject, according to allage and quality, to the control to which all foreign merchandise was subject. Van Artevelde was right in telling the Flemings that, if they treated with the King of England, the King of France would be only the more anxious for their alliance. Philip of Valois and even Count Louis of Flanders, when they got to know of the negotiations entered into between the Flemish communes and King Edward, redoubled their offers and promises to them. But when the passions of men have taken full possession of their souls, words of concession and attempts at accommodation are nothing more than postponements or lies. Philip, when he heard about the conclusion of a treaty between the Flemish communes and the King of England, sent word to Count Louis that this James van Artevelde must not, on any account, be allowed to rule or even live, for if it were for so long, the Count would lose his land. The Count, very much disposed to accept such advice, repaired to Ghent and sent for van Artevelde to come and see him at his hotel. He went, but with so large a following that the Count was not at the time at all in a position to resist him. He tried to persuade the Flemish burgher that, if he would keep a hand on the people so as to keep them to their love for the King of France, he having more authority than anyone else for such a purpose, much good would result to him, mingling, besides, with this address, some words of threatening import. Van Artevelde, who was not the least afraid of the threat, and who at heart was fond of the English, told the Count that he would do as he had promised the communes. Hereupon he left the Count, who consulted his confidants as to what he was to do in this business, and they counselled him to let them go and assemble their people, saying that they would kill Van Artevelde secretly or otherwise. and indeed they did lay many traps and made many attempts against the captain, but it was of no avail, since all the commonalty was for him. When the rumor of these projects and these attempts was spread abroad in the city, the excitement was extreme, and all the burghers assumed white hoods, which was the mark peculiar to the members of the commune when they assembled under their flags, so that the count found himself reduced to assuming one, for he was afraid of being kept captive at Ghent, and, on the pretext of a hunting party, he lost no time in gaining his castle of Mal. The burghers of Ghent had their minds still filled with their late alarm when they heard that by order, it was said, of the King of France, Count Louis had sent and beheaded at the castle of Rupelmonde, in the very bed in which he was confined by his infirmities, their fellow citizen, Sohir of Courtrai, Van Artevelde's father-in-law, who had been kept for many months in prison for his intimacy with the English. On the same day, the Bishop of Senlis and the Abbot of Saint-Denis had arrived at Tournai, and had superintended the reading out in the marketplace of a sentence of excommunication against the Ghentese. It was probably at this date that Van Artevelde, in his vexation and disquietude, assumed in Ghent an attitude threatening and despotic even to tyranny. He had continually after him, says Froissart, 60 or 80 armed varlets, among whom were 2 or 3 who knew some of his secrets. When he met a man whom he hated or had in suspicion, this man was at once killed, for Van Artevelde had given this order to his varlets. The moment I meet a man, and make such and such a sign to you, slay him without delay, however great he may be, without waiting for more speech. In this way he had many great masters slain. And as soon as these 60 varlets had taken him home to his hotel, each went to dinner at his own house, and the moment dinner was over they returned and stood before his hotel and waited in the street, until that he was minded to go and play and take his pastime in the city, and so they attended him to supper time. And know that each of these hirelings had per diem 4 groschen of Flanders for their expenses and wages, and he had them regularly paid from week to week. And even in the case of all that were most powerful in Flanders, knights, esquires, and burghers of the good cities, whom he believed to be favourable to the Count of Flanders, them he banished from Flanders, and levied half their revenues. He had levies made of rents, of dues on merchandise, and all the revenues belonging to the Count, whatever it might be in Flanders, and he dispersed them at his will, and gave them away without rendering any account. And when he would borrow of any burghers on his word for payment, there was none that durst say him nay. In short, there was never in Flanders, or in any other country, duke, count, prince, or other, who can have had a country at his will as James Van Artevelde had for a long time. It is possible that, as some historians have thought, Froissart, being less favourable to burghers than to princes, did not deny himself a little exaggeration in this portrait of a great burgher patriot, transformed by the force of events and passions into a demagogic tyrant. While the Count of Flanders, having vainly attempted to excite an uprising against Van Artevelde, was being forced, in order to escape from the people of Bruges, to mount his horse in hot haste, at night and barely armed, and to flee away to Saint-Omer, Philippe of Valois and Edward III were preparing on either side for the war which they could see drawing near. Philip was vigorously at work on the Pope, the Emperor of Germany, and the princes' neighbours of Flanders, in order to raise obstacles against his rival or rob him of his allies. He ordered that short-lived meeting of the States General, about which we have no information left us, save that it voted the principle that no taillage could be imposed on the people if urgent necessity or evident utility should not require it, unless by concession of the estates. Philip, as chief of feudal society rather than of the nation which was forming itself little by little around the lords, convoked at Amiens all his vassals, great and small, laic or cleric, placing all his strength in their cooperation, and not caring at all to associate the country itself in the affairs of the government. Edward, on the contrary, while equipping his fleet and amassing treasure at the expense of the Jews and Lombard usurers, was assembling his parliament, talking to it of the important and costly war, for which he obtained large subsidies, and accepting, without making any difficulty, the vote of the Commons' House, which expressed a desire to consult their constituents upon this subject, and begged him to summon an early parliament, to which there should be elected, in each county, 2 knights taken from among the best landowners of their counties. The king set out for the continent, the parliament met and considered the exigencies of the war by land and sea, in Scotland and in France. Traders, shipowners, and mariners were called and examined, and the forces determined to be necessary were voted. Edward took the field, pillaging, burning, and ravaging, destroying all the country for 12 or 14 leagues in extent, as he himself said in a letter to the Archbishop of Canterbury. When he set foot on French territory, Count William of Hainault, his brother-in-law, and up to that time his ally, came to him and said that he would ride with him no farther, for that his presence was prayed and required by his uncle the King of France, to whom he bore no hate, and whom he would go and serve in his own kingdom, as he had served King Edward on the territory of the Emperor, whose vicar he was, and Edward wished him Godspeed. Such was the binding nature of feudal ties that the same lord held himself bound to pass from one camp to another, according as he found himself upon the domains of one or the other of his suzerains in a war one against the other. Edward continued his march towards Saint-Quentin, where Philip had at last arrived with his allies, the kings of Bohemia, Navarre, and Scotland, after delays which had given rise to a great scandal and murmurs throughout the whole kingdom. The two armies, with a strength, according to Froissart, of 100,000 men on the French side and 44,000 on the English, were soon facing each other near Bois-en-Fausse, a large burg of Picardy. A herald came from the English camp to tell the King of France that the King of England demanded of him battle, to which demand, says Froissart, the King of France gave willing assent and accepted the day which was fixed, at first, for Thursday the 21st, and afterward for Saturday the 25th of October, 1339. To judge from the somewhat tangled accounts of the chroniclers and of Froissart himself, neither of the two kings was very anxious to come to blows. The forces of Edward were much inferior to those of Philip, and the former had accordingly taken up, as it appears, a position which rendered attack difficult for Philip. There was much division of opinion in the French camp. Independently of military grounds, a great deal was said about certain letters from Robert, King of Naples, a mighty necromancer and full of mighty wisdom, it was reported, who, after having several times cast their horoscopes, had discovered, by astrology and from experience, that if his cousin, the King of France, were to fight the King of England, the former would be worsted. In thus disputing and debating, says Froissart, the time passed till full midday. A little afterward a hare came leaping across the fields and rushed among the French. Those who saw it began shouting and making a great halloo. Those who were behind thought that those in front were engaging in battle, and several put on their helmets and gripped their swords. Thereupon several knights were made, and the Count of Hainault himself made 14, who were thenceforth nicknamed Knights of the Hare. Whatever his motive may have been, Philip did not attack, and Edward promptly began a retreat. They both dismissed their allies, and during the early days of November, Philip fell back upon Saint-Quentin, and Edward went and took up his winter quarters at Brussels. For Edward, it was a serious check not to have dared to attack the king whose kingdom he made a pretense of conquering, and he took it grievously to heart. At Brussels he had an interview with his allies and asked their counsel. Most of the princes of the Low Countries remained faithful to him, and the Count of Hainault seemed inclined to go back to him, but all hesitated as to what he was to do to recover from the check. Van Artevelde showed more invention and more boldness. The Flemish communes had concentrated their forces not far from the spot where the two kings had kept their armies looking at one another, but they had maintained a strict neutrality, and at the invitation of the Count of Flanders, who promised them that the King of France would entertain all their claims, Artevelde and Bredel, the deputies from Ghent and Bruges, even repaired to Courtrai to make terms with him. But as they got there, nothing but ambiguous engagements and evasive promises, they let the negotiation drop, and, while Count Louis was on his way to rejoin Philip at Saint-Quentin, Artevelde with the deputies from the Flemish communes started for Brussels. Edward, who was already living on very confidential terms with him, told him that if the Flemings were minded to help him to keep up the war and go with him whithersoever he would take them, they should aid him to recover Lille, Douai, and Bethune, then occupied by the King of France. Artevelde, after consulting his colleagues, returned to Edward, and, "Dear sir," said he, "you have already made such requests to us, and verily, if we could do so while keeping our honor and faith, we would do as you demand. But we be bound, by faith and oath, and on a bond of 2 millions of florins entered into with the Pope, not to go to war with the King of France without incurring a debt of the amount of that sum, and a sentence of excommunication. But if you do that which we are about to say to you, if you will be pleased to adopt the arms of France, and quarter them with those of England, and openly call yourself King of France, we will uphold you for the true King of France. You, as King of France, shall give us quittance of our faith, and then we will obey you as King of France, and will go whithersoever you shall ordain." This prospect pleased Edward mightily, but it irked him to take the name and arms of that of which he had as yet won no title. He consulted his allies. Some of them hesitated, but his most privy and especial friend, Robert d'Artois, strongly urged him to consent to the proposal. So a French prince and a Flemish burgher prevailed upon the King of England to pursue, as an assertion of his avowed rights, the conquest of the kingdom of France. King, prince, and burgher fixed Ghent as their place of meeting for the official conclusion of the alliance, and there, in January 1340, the mutual engagement was signed and sealed. The King of England assumed the arms of France quartered with those of England, and thenceforth took the title King of France. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Manolakes. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Battles of Sluys and Crécy, A.D. 1340 to 1346, by Sir John Froissart. The sea fight of Sluys began the 100 Years' War between England and France. It is also memorable as England's first great naval victory. The origin of the war lay in the Salic Law, which excludes women from the throne of France. This overruled the claims of Queen Isabella of England and her son Edward III in 1328, when the 12 peers and barons of France unanimously gave the crown to Isabella's cousin, Philip of Valois, who ascended the throne as Philip VI of France. Edward III ingeniously maintained that though the Salic Law prevented his mother from filling the throne, it did not destroy the rights of her male descendants, and he early entertained the project of enforcing this contention. But it was not until 1337 that he felt able to assert formally his claim to the French crown and to assume the title of King of France. The following year, with a considerable body of troops to support his presumed rights, he crossed to the continent and passed the winter at Antwerp among the Flemings who had taken up his cause, and with whom, as well as with the Emperor King of Germany, he effected aggressive alliances. He made a formal declaration of war in 1339, beginning hostilities which were prolonged into the 100 Years' War, and which, as a contest of the English kings for the sovereignty of France, produced a series of important revolutions in the fortunes of that country. The first serious action of the war was a naval battle at Sluys, near the Belgian frontier just northeast of Bruges, June 23, 1340. King Edward and his entire navy sailed from the Thames June 22nd and made straight for Sluys. Sir Hugh Querriel and other French officers with over 120 large vessels were lying near Sluys for the purpose of disputing the English king's passage. Froissart, with his usual terseness, has graphically recorded the combat which ensued. A more important victory was that won in the land battle at Crécy in 1346, which, however, simply paved the way to the capture of Calais, for it was not until the Battle of Poitiers, 10 years later, that Edward made any progress toward the conquest of France. In 1346, after landing with a force of troops at Cape La Hogue, Edward reduced Cherbourg, Carentan, and Caen, and with the intention of crossing the Seine at Rouen, commenced his march on Calais, where he was to be joined by his Flemish allies. Philip, making a rapid march from Paris to Amiens, had posted detachments of soldiers along the right bank of the River Somme, guarding every ford, breaking down every bridge, and gradually shutting up the invaders in the narrow space between the Somme and the sea. Edward sent out his marshals with their battalions to find a passage, but they were unsuccessful, until a peasant led them to the tidal ford of Blanchetoc. Although desperately opposed by fully 12,000 French under the Norman baron Sir Godemar du Fay, they effected a crossing, and marching on, encamped in the fields near Crécy. The King of France, with the main body of his troops, had taken up his quarters in Abbeville. Battle of Sluys. When the king's fleet was almost got to Sluys, they saw so many masts standing before it that they looked like a wood. The king asked the commander of his ship what they could be, who answered that he imagined they must be that armament of Normans which the King of France kept at sea and which had so frequently done him much damage, had burned his good town of Southampton, and taken his large ship the Christopher. The king replied, "I have for a long time wished to meet with them, and now, please God and St. George, we will fight them, for in truth they have done me so much mischief that I will be revenged on them if it be possible." The king drew up all his vessels, placing the strongest in the front, and on the wings his archers. Between every 2 vessels with archers there was one of men-at-arms. He stationed some detached vessels as a reserve, full of archers, to assist and help such as might be damaged. There were in this fleet a great many ladies from England, countesses, baronesses, and knights and gentlemen's wives, who were going to attend on the Queen at Ghent. These the king had guarded most carefully by 300 men-at-arms and 500 archers. When the King of England and his marshals had properly divided the fleet, they hoisted their sails to have the wind on their quarter, as the sun shone full in their faces, which they considered might be of disadvantage to them, and stretched out a little so that at last they got the wind as they wished. The Normans, who saw them tack, could not help wondering why they did so, and said they took great care to turn about, for they were afraid of meddling with them. They perceived, however, by his banner, that the king was on board, which gave them great joy, as they were eager to fight with him. So they put their vessels in proper order, for they were expert and gallant men on the seas. They filled the Christopher, the large ship which they had taken the year before from the English, with trumpets and other warlike instruments, and ordered her to fall upon the English. The battle then began very fiercely. Archers and crossbowmen shot with all their might at each other, and the men-at-arms engaged hand to hand. In order to be more successful, they had large grapnels and iron hooks with chains, which they flung from ship to ship to moor them to each other. There were many valiant deeds performed, many prisoners made, and many rescues. The Christopher, which led the van, was recaptured by the English, and all in her taken or killed. There were then great shouts and cries, and the English manned her again with archers, and sent her to fight against the Genoese. This battle was very murderous and horrible. Combats at sea are more destructive and obstinate than upon the land, for it is not possible to retreat or flee. Everyone must abide his fortune and exert his prowess and valor. Sir Hugh Querriel and his companions were bold and determined men, had done much mischief to the English at sea, and destroyed many of their ships. This combat therefore lasted from early in the morning until noon, and the English were hard pressed, for their enemies were 4 to 1, and the greater part men who had been used to the sea. The king, who was in the flower of his youth, showed himself on that day a gallant knight, as did the Earls of Derby, Pembroke, Hereford, Huntingdon, Northampton, and Gloucester, the Lord Reginald Cobham, Lord Fenton, Lord Braidstone, Sir Richard Stafford, the Lord Percy, Sir Walter Manny, Sir Henry de Flanders, Sir John Beauchamp, Sir John Chandos, the Lord Delaware, Lucy Lord Malton, and the Lord Robert d'Artois, now called Earl of Richmond. I cannot remember all the names of those who behaved so valiantly in the combat, but they did so well that, with some assistance from Bruges and those parts of the country, the French were completely defeated and all the Normans and the others killed or drowned, so that not one of them escaped. This was soon known all over Flanders, and when it came to the 2 armies before Tinlevec, the Hainaulters were as much rejoiced as their enemies were dismayed. After the king had gained this victory, which was on the eve of St. John's Day, he remained all that night on board of his ship before Sluys, and there were great noises with trumpets and all kinds of other instruments. The Flemings came to wait on him, having heard of his arrival and what deeds he had performed. The king inquired of the citizens of Bruges after Jacob van Artevelde, and they told him he was gone to the aid of the Earl of Hainault with upward of 60,000 men against the Duke of Normandy. On the morrow, which was Midsummer Day, the king and his fleet entered the port. As soon as they were landed, the king, attended by crowds of knights, set out on foot on a pilgrimage to Our Lady of Ardemberg, where he heard mass and dined. He then mounted his horse and went that day to Kent, where the queen was, who received him with great joy and kindness. The army and baggage, with the attendance of the king, followed him by degrees to the same place. Battle of Crécy. The 2 battalions of the marshals came on Friday in the afternoon to where the king was, and they fixed their quarters, all 3 together, near Crécy in Ponthieu. The King of England, who had been informed that the King of France was following him in order to give him battle, said to his people, "Let us post ourselves here, for we will not go farther before we have seen our enemies. I have good reason to wait for them upon this spot, as I am now upon the lawful inheritance of my lady mother, which was given her as the marriage portion, and I am resolved to defend it against my adversary, Philip de Valois. On account of his not having more than an eighth part of the forces which the King of France had, his marshals fixed upon the most advantageous situation, and the army went and took possession of it. He then sent his scouts toward Abbeville to learn if the King of France meant to take the field this Friday, but they returned and said they saw no appearance of it, upon which he dismissed his men to their quarters with orders to be in readiness by times in the morning, and to assemble in the same place. The King of France remained all day in Abbeville, waiting for more troops. He sent his marshals, the Lord of St. Venant and Lord Charles of Montmorency, out of Abbeville, to examine the country and get some certain intelligence of the English. They returned about vespers with information that the English were encamped on the plain. That night the King of France entertained at supper in Abbeville all the princes and chief lords. There was much conversation relative to war, and the king entreated them after supper that they would always remain in friendship with each other, that they would be friends without jealousy, and courteous without pride. The king was still expecting the Earl of Savoy, who ought to have been there with 1,000 lances, as he had been well paid for them at Troyes in Champagne, 3 months in advance. The King of England encamped this Friday in the plain, for he found the country abounding in provisions, but if they should have failed, he had plenty in the carriages which attended on him. The army set about furbishing and repairing their armor, and the king gave a supper that evening to the earls and barons of his army, where they made good cheer. On their taking leave, the king remained alone with the lords of his bedchamber. He retired into his oratory, and falling on his knees before the altar, prayed to God that if he should combat his enemies on the morrow, he might come off with honor. About midnight he went to bed, and rising early the next day, he and the Prince of Wales heard Mass and communicated. The greater part of his army did the same, confessed, and made proper preparations. After Mass, the king ordered his men to arm themselves and assemble on the ground he had before fixed on. He had enclosed a large park near a wood on the rear of his army, in which he placed all his baggage wagons and horses. This park had but one entrance. His men-at-arms and archers remained on foot. The king afterward ordered, through his constable and his 2 marshals, that the army should be divided into 3 battalions. In the first he placed the young Prince of Wales, and with him the Earls of Warwick and Oxford, Sir Godfrey de Harcourt, the Lord Reginald Cobham, Lord Thomas Holland, Lord Stafford, Lord Mawley, the Lord Delaware, Sir John Chandos, Lord Bartholomew Burgess, Lord Robert Neville, Lord Thomas Clifford, Lord Bourchier, Lord Latimer, and many other knights and squires. There might be, in this first division, about 800 men-at-arms, 2,000 archers, and 1,000 Welshmen. They advanced in regular order to their ground, each lord under his banner and pennon and in the center of his men. In the second battalion were the Earl of Northampton, the Earl of Arundel, the Lords Roos, Willoughby, Bassett, St. Albans, Sir Lewis Tufton, Lord Moulton, Lord Lascelles, and many others, amounting in the whole to about 800 men-at-arms and 1,200 archers. The third battalion was commanded by the king, and was composed of about 700 men-at-arms and 2,000 archers. The king then mounted a small palfrey, having a white wand in his hand, and, attended by his 2 marshals on each side of him, he rode at a foot-pace through all the ranks, encouraging and entreating the army that they would guard his honor and defend his right. He spoke this so sweetly and with such a cheerful countenance that all who had been dispirited were directly comforted by seeing and hearing him. When he had thus visited all the battalions, it was near 10 o'clock. He retired to his own division and ordered them all to eat heartily and drink a glass after. They ate and drank at their ease, and having packed up pots, barrels, etc. in the carts, they returned to their battalions according to the marshal's orders, and seated themselves on the ground, placing their helmets and bows before them, that they might be the fresher when their enemies should arrive. On Saturday, the King of France rose betimes, and heard Mass in the monastery of St. Peter's in Abbeville, where he was lodged, having ordered his army to do the same. He left that town after sunrise. When he had marched about 2 leagues from Abbeville, and was approaching the enemy, he was advised to form his army in order of battle, and to let those on foot march forward that they might not be trampled on by the horses. The king upon this sent off 4 knights, Lord Moyne of Basselburg, Lord of Noyers, Lord of Beaujeu, and the Lord of Aubigny, who rode so near to the English that they could clearly distinguish their position. The English plainly perceived that they were come to reconnoitre them. However, they took no notice of it, but suffered them to return unmolested. When the King of France saw them coming back, he halted his army, and the knights, pushing through the crowd, came near the king, who said to them, "My lords, what news?" They looked at each other without opening their mouths, for neither chose to speak first. At last the king addressed himself to the Lord Moyne, who was attached to the King of Bohemia, and had performed very many gallant deeds, so that he was esteemed one of the most valiant knights in Christendom. Lord Moyne said, "Sir, I will speak, since it pleases you to order me, but under the correction of my companions. We have advanced far enough to reconnoitre your enemies. Know, then, that they are drawn up in 3 battalions and are waiting for you. I would advise, for my part, submitting, however, to better counsel, that you halt your army here and quarter them for the night. For before the rear shall come up and the army be properly drawn out, it will be very late. Your men will be tired and in disorder, while they will find your enemies fresh and properly arrayed. On the morrow you may draw up your army more at your ease, and may reconnoitre at leisure on what part it will be most advantageous to begin the attack, for be assured they will wait for you." The king commanded that it should be so done, and the 2 marshals rode, one toward the front and the other to the rear, crying out, "Halt banners, in the name of God and Saint Denis." Those that were in front halted, but those behind said they would not halt until they were as forward as the front. When the front perceived the rear pressing on, they pushed forward, and neither the king nor the marshals could stop them, but they marched without any order until they came in sight of their enemies. As soon as the foremost rank saw them, they fell back at once in great disorder, which alarmed those in the rear, who thought they had been fighting. There was then space and room enough for them to have passed forward, had they been willing to do so. Some did so, but others remained shy. All the roads between Abbeville and Crécy were covered with common people, who, when they were come within 3 leagues of their enemies, drew their swords, bawling out, "Kill! Kill!" And with them were many great lords that were eager to make show of their courage. There is no man, unless he had been present, that can imagine or describe truly the confusion of that day, especially the bad management and disorder of the French, whose troops were out of number. The English were drawn up in 3 divisions and seated on the ground. On seeing their enemies advance, they rose up and fell into their ranks. That of the prince was the first to do so, whose archers were formed in the manner of a portcullis, or harrow, and the men-at-arms in the rear. The Earls of Northampton and Arundel, who commanded the 2nd division, had posted themselves in good order on his wing to assist and succor the prince if necessary. You must know that these kings, earls, barons, and lords of France did not advance in any regular order, but one after the other, or any way most pleasing to themselves. As soon as the King of France came in sight of the English, his blood began to boil, and he cried out to his marshals, "Order the Genoese forward and begin the battle, in the name of God and Saint Denis." They were about 15,000 Genoese crossbowmen, but they were quite fatigued, having marched on foot that day 6 leagues, completely armed and with their crossbows. They told the constable they were not in a fit condition to do any great things that day in battle. The Earl of Alencon, hearing this, said, "This is what one gets by employing such scoundrels who fall off when there is any need for them." During this time a heavy rain fell, accompanied by thunder and a very terrible eclipse of the sun, and before this rain a great flight of crows hovered in the air over all those battalions, making a loud noise. Shortly afterward it cleared up, and the sun shone very bright, but the Frenchmen had it on their faces and the English on their backs. When the Genoese were somewhat in order and approached the English, they set up a loud shout in order to frighten them, but they remained quite still and did not seem to attend to it. Then they set up a second shout and advanced a little forward, but the English never moved. They hooted a 3rd time, advancing with their crossbows presented, and began to shoot. The English archers then advanced 1 step forward and shot their arrows with such force and quickness that it seemed as if it snowed. When the Genoese felt these arrows, which pierced their arms, heads, and through their armor, Some of them cut the strings of their crossbows, others flung them to the ground, and all turned about and retreated quite discomfited. The French had a large body of men-at-arms on horseback, richly dressed, to support the Genoese. The King of France, seeing them thus fall back, cried out, "Kill me those scoundrels, for they stop up our road without any reason." You would then have seen the above-mentioned men-at-arms lay about them, killing all they could of these runaways. The English continued shooting as vigorously and quickly as before. Some of their arrows fell among the horsemen, who were sumptuously equipped, and killing and wounding many, made them caper and fall among the Genoese, so that they were in such confusion that they could never rally again. In the English army there were some Cornish and Welshmen on foot who had armed themselves with large knives. These, advancing through the ranks of the men-at-arms and archers who made way for them, came upon the French when they were in this danger, and falling upon earls, barons, knights, and squires, slew many, at which the King of England was afterward much exasperated. The valiant King of Bohemia was slain there. He was called Charles of Luxembourg, for he was the son of the gallant king and emperor Henri of Luxembourg. Having heard the order of the battle, he inquired where his son Lord Charles was. His attendants answered that they did not know, but believed he was fighting. The king said to them, "Gentlemen, you are all my people, my friends and brethren at arms this day. Therefore, as I am blind, I request of you to lead me so far into the engagement that I may strike one stroke with my sword." The knights replied that they would directly lead him forward, and in order that they might not lose him in the crowd, they fastened all the reins of their horses together, and put the king at their head, so that he might gratify his wish and advance toward the enemy. Lord Charles of Bohemia, who already signed his name as King of Germany and bore the arms, had come in good order to the engagement, but when he perceived that it was likely to turn out against the French, he departed. The king, his father, had rode in among the enemy and made good use of his sword, for he and his companions had fought most gallantly. They had advanced so far that they were all slain, and on the morrow they were found on the ground, with their horses all tied together. The Earl of Alencon advanced in regular order upon the English to fight with them, as did the Earl of Flanders in another part. These two lords, with their detachments, coasting, as it were, the archers, came to the prince's battalion, where they fought valiantly for a length of time. The King of France was eager to march to the place where he saw their banners displayed, but there was a hedge of archers before him. He had that day made a present of a handsome black horse to Sir John of Hainault, who had mounted on it a knight called Sir John de Fusellas, that bore his banner. The horse ran off with him and forced its way through the English army, and, when about to return, stumbled and fell into a ditch and severely wounded him. He would have been dead if his page had not followed him round the battalions and found him unable to rise. He had not, however, any other hindrance than from his horse, for the English did not quit the ranks that day to make prisoners. The page alighted and raised him up, but he did not return the way he came, as he would have found it difficult from the crowd. This battle, which was fought on the Saturday, between La Brosse and Crécy, was very murderous and cruel, and many gallant deeds of arms were performed that were never known. Toward evening, many knights and squires of the French had lost their masters. They wandered up and down the plain, attacking the English in small parties. They were soon destroyed, for the English had determined that day to give no quarter, nor hear of ransom from anyone. Early in the day, some French, German, and Savoyards had broken through the archers of the prince's battalion and had engaged with the men-at-arms, upon which the 2nd battalion came to his aid, otherwise he would have been hard pressed. The 1st division, seeing the danger they were in, sent a knight in great haste to the King of England, who was posted upon an eminence near a windmill. On the knight's arrival, he said, "Sir, the Earl of Warwick, Lord Reginald Cobham, and the others who are about your son are vigorously attacked by the French. They entreat that you would come to their assistance with your battalion, for if their numbers should increase, they fear he will have too much to do." The king replied, "Is my son dead, unhorsed, or so badly wounded that he cannot support himself?" "Nothing of the sort, thank God," rejoined the knight, "but he is in so hot an engagement that he has great need of your help." The king answered, "Now, Sir Thomas, return back to those that sent you, and tell them from me not to send again for me this day, or expect that I shall come. Let what will happen, as long as my son has life, and say that I command them to let the boy win his spurs. For I am determined, if it please God, that all the glory and honor of this day shall be given to him, and to those into whose care I have entrusted him." The knight returned to his lords, and related the king's answer, which mightily encouraged them, and made them repent they had ever sent such a message. It is a certain fact that Sir Godfrey de Harcourt, who was in the prince's battalion, having been told by some of the English that they had seen the banner of his brother engaged in the battle against him, was exceedingly anxious to save him, but he was too late, for he was left dead on the field, and so was the Earl of Aumarle, his nephew. On the other hand, the Earls of Alencon and of Flanders were fighting lustily under their banners and with their own people, but they could not resist the force of the English, and were slain, as well as many other knights and squires that were attending on or accompanying them. The Earl of Blois, nephew to the King of France, and the Duke of Lorraine, his brother-in-law, with their troops, made a gallant defense, but they were surrounded by a troop of English and Welsh, and slain in spite of their prowess. The Earl of St. Paul and the Earl of Auxerre were also killed, as well as many others. Late after vespers, the King of France had not more about him than 60 men, everyone included. Sir John of Hainault, who was of the number, had once remounted the king, for his horse had been killed under him by an arrow. He said to the king, "Sir, retreat while you have an opportunity, and do not expose yourself so simply. If you have lost this battle, another time you will be the conqueror." After he had said this, he took the bridle of the king's horse and led him off by force, for he had before entreated him to retire. The king rode on until he came to the castle of La Brosse, where he found the gate shut, for it was very dark. The king ordered the governor of it to be summoned. He came upon the battlements and asked who it was that called at such an hour. The king answered, "Open, open, governor, it is the fortune of France." The governor, hearing the king's voice, immediately descended, opened the gate, and let down the bridge. The king and his company entered the castle, but he had only with him 5 barons, Sir John of Hainault, Lord Charles of Montmorency, Lord Beaujeu, Lord Albany, and Lord Montfort. The king would not bury himself in such a place as that, but having taken some refreshments, set out again with his attendants about midnight, and rode on, under the direction of guides, who were well acquainted with the country, until about daybreak, when he came to Amiens, where he halted. The English never quitted their ranks in pursuit of anyone, but remained on the field, guarding their position and defending themselves against all who attacked them. The battle was ended at the hour of vespers. When, on Saturday night, the English heard no more hooting or shouting, nor any more crying out to particular lords or their banners, they looked upon the field as their own, and their enemies as beaten. They made great fires, and lighted torches because of the obscurity of the night. King Edward then came down from his post, who all that day had not put on his helmet, and with his whole battalion advanced to the Prince of Wales, whom he embraced in his arms and kissed, and said, "Sweet son, God give you good perseverance. You are my son, for most loyally have you acquitted yourself this day. You are worthy to be a sovereign." The prince bowed down very low and humbled himself, giving all the honor to the king, his father. The English, during the night, made frequent thanksgivings to the Lord for the happy issue of the day, and without rioting, for the king had forbidden all riot or noise. On Sunday morning there was so great a fog that one could scarcely see the distance of half an acre. The king ordered a detachment from the army, under the command of the 2 marshals, consisting of about 500 lances and 2,000 archers, to make an excursion and see if there were any bodies of French troops collected together. The quota of troops from Rouen and Beauvais had that morning left Abbeville and Saint-Ricoeur in Ponto to join the French army, and were ignorant of the defeat of the preceding evening. They met this detachment, and thinking they must be French, hastened to join them. As soon as the English found who they were, they fell upon them, and there was a sharp engagement. The French soon turned their backs and fled in great disorder. There were slain in this flight in the open fields, under hedges and bushes, upward of 7,000. And had it been clear weather, not one soul would have escaped. A little time afterward, this same party fell in with the Archbishop of Rouen, and the great prior of France, who were also ignorant of the discomfiture of the French, for they had been informed that the king was not to fight before Sunday. Here began a fresh battle, for those two lords were well attended by good men-at-arms. However, they could not withstand the English, but were almost all slain, with the two chiefs who commanded them, very few escaping. In the morning the English found many Frenchmen who had lost their road on Saturday and had lain in the open fields, not knowing what was become of the king or their own leaders. The English put to the sword all they met, and it has been assured to me for fact that of foot soldiers sent from the cities, towns, and municipalities, there were slain this Sunday morning 4 times as many as in the battle of Saturday. This detachment, which had been sent to look after the French, returned as the king was coming from Mass, and related to him all that they had seen and met with. After he had been assured by them that there was not any likelihood of the French collecting another army, he sent to have the number and condition of the dead examined. He ordered on this business Lord Reginald Cobham, Lord Stafford, and 3 heralds to examine their arms, and 2 secretaries to write down all the names. They took much pains to examine all the dead, and were the whole day in the field of battle, not returning but just as the king was sitting down to supper. They made him a very circumstantial report of all they had observed, and said that they had found 80 banners, the bodies of 11 princes, 1,200 knights, and about 30,000 common men. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Modern recognition of scenic beauty. Crowning of Petrarch at Rome, A.D. 1341, by Jacob Burckhardt. The beauty of nature, of natural scenery amid mountains, fields, and lakes, seems to have passed unheeded during early medieval times. Even in the ancient days of classic culture, it apparently attracted very little notice, except from an occasional poet. The present attitude of enthusiasm, which leads thousands of tourists to flock to Switzerland or to Niagara every year, is wholly a modern development. This development of what is almost a new sense in man certainly deserves notice. To fix an exact date for its beginning is of course impossible, but it is generally regarded as a product of the Italian Renaissance, and Burckhardt, seeking for its slow unfolding, traces it back to Petrarch, who in his poetry speaks of nature repeatedly. Petrarch's poetry was so highly valued by the Italians that they unanimously agreed to confer upon the author a laurel crown. This was a revival of the old Greek method of honoring poets, and as such it was felt by the Italians a especially fitting way to proclaim their reviving interest in art. So a great public gathering was arranged at Rome, and the laurel was with elaborate ceremonies placed on Petrarch's brow. The recipient of this new and distinguished honor is regarded as second only to Dante in Italian literature. In addition to his world-famed sonnets to Laura, he wrote much-admired Latin poems and was a scholar of high repute. His enthusiasm for the ancient Greek and Latin authors made him the central figure in that revival of classic learning which at this time began in Italy. Petrarch, who lives in the memory of most people nowadays chiefly as a great Italian poet, owed his fame among his contemporaries far rather to the fact that he was a kind of living representative of antiquity, that he imitated all styles of Latin poetry, endeavored by his voluminous historical and philosophical writings not to supplant but to make known the works of the ancients, and wrote letters that, as treatises on matters of antiquarian interest, obtained a reputation which to us is unintelligible, but which was natural enough in an age without handbooks. Petrarch himself trusted and hoped that his Latin writings would bring him fame with his contemporaries and with posterity, and thought so little of his Italian poems that, as he often tells us, he would gladly have destroyed them if he could have succeeded thereby in blotting them out from the memory of men. It was the same with Boccaccio. For 2 centuries, when but little was known of the Decameron north of the Alps, he was famous all over Europe simply on account of his Latin compilations on mythology, geography, and biography. Of these, De Genealogia Deorum contains in the 14th and 15th books a remarkable appendix in which he discusses the position of the then youthful humanism with regard to the age. We must not be misled by his exclusive references to poesia, as closer observation shows that he means thereby the whole mental activity of the poet-scholars. This it is whose enemies he so vigorously combats, the frivolous ignoramuses who have no soul for anything but debauchery, the sophistical theologian, to whom Helicon, the Castalian fountain, and the grove of Apollo were foolishness, the greedy lawyers to whom poetry was a superfluity, since no money was to be made by it, finally the mendicant friars, described periphrastically but clearly enough, who made free with their charges of paganism and immorality. Then follows the defense of poetry, the proof that the poetry of the ancients and of their modern followers contains nothing mendacious, the praise of it, and especially of the deeper and allegorical meanings which we must always attribute to it, and of that calculated obscurity which is intended to repel the dull minds of the ignorant. And finally, with a clear reference to his own scholarly work, the writer justifies the new relation in which his age stood to paganism. The case was wholly different, he pleads, when the early church had to fight its way among the heathen. Now, praised be Jesus Christ, true religion was strengthened, paganism destroyed, and the victorious church in possession of the hostile camp. It was now possible to touch and study paganism almost faire without danger. Boccaccio, however, did not hold this liberal view consistently. The ground of his apostasy lay partly in the mobility of his character, partly in the still powerful and widespread prejudice that classical pursuits were unbecoming in a theologian. To these reasons must be added the warning given him in the name of the dead Pietro Petroni by the monk Gioacchino Ciani to give up his pagan studies under pain of early death. He accordingly determined to abandon them, and was only brought back from this cowardly resolve by the earnest exhortations of Petrarch, and by the latter's able demonstration that humanism was reconcilable with religion. There was thus a new cause in the world, and a new class of men to maintain it. It is idle to ask if this cause ought not to have stopped short in its career of victory, to have restrained itself deliberately and conceded the first place to purely national elements of culture. No conviction was more firmly rooted in the popular mind than that antiquity was the highest title to glory which Italy possessed. There was a symbolical ceremony familiar to this generation of poet-scholars, which lasted on into the 15th and 16th centuries, though losing the higher sentiment which inspired it. The coronation of the poets with the laurel wreath. The origin of this system in the Middle Ages is obscure, and the ritual of the ceremony never became fixed. It was a public demonstration, an outward and visible expression of literary enthusiasm, and naturally its form was variable. Dante, for instance, seems to have understood it in the sense of a half-religious consecration. he desired to assume the wreath in the baptistry of San Giovanni, where, like thousands of other Florentine children, he had received baptism. He could, says his biographer, have anywhere received the crown in virtue of his fame, but desired it nowhere but in his native city, and therefore died uncrowned. From the same source we learn that the usage was till then uncommon, and was held to be inherited by the ancient Romans from the Greeks. The most recent source to which the practices could be referred is to be found in the Capitoline contests of musicians, poets, and other artists, founded by Domitian in imitation of the Greeks, and celebrated every 5 years, which may possibly have survived for a time the fall of the Roman Empire. But as few other men would venture to crown themselves, as Dante desired to do, the question arises, to whom did this office belong? Albertino Mussato was crowned at Padua in 1310 by the bishop and the rector of the university. The University of Paris, the rector of which was then a Florentine, 1341, and the municipal authorities of Rome competed for the honor of crowning Petrarch. His self-elected examiner, King Robert of Anjou, would gladly have performed the ceremony at Naples, but Petrarch preferred to be crowned on the Capitol by the senator of Rome. This honor was long the highest object of ambition, and so it seemed to Jacopo Spitzinga, an illustrious Sicilian magistrate. Then came the Italian journey of Charles IV, whom it amused to flatter the vanity of ambitious men and impress the ignorant multitude by means of gorgeous ceremonies. Starting from the fiction that the coronation of poets was a prerogative of the old Roman emperors, and consequently was no less his own, he crowned, May 15, 1355, the Florentine scholar Zanobi della Strada at Pisa, to the annoyance of Petrarch, who complained that the barbarian laurel had dared adorn the man loved by the Ausonian muses, and to the great disgust of Boccaccio, who declined to recognize this laurea pisana as legitimate. Indeed, it might be fairly asked, with what right this stranger, half Slavonic by birth, came to sit in judgment on the merits of Italian poets. But from henceforth the emperors crowned poets whenever they went on their travels, and in the 15th century the popes and other princes assumed the same right, till at last no regard whatever was paid to place or circumstances. Outside the sphere of scientific investigation, there is another way to draw near to nature. The Italians are the first among modern peoples by whom the outward world was seen and felt as something beautiful. The power to do so is always the result of a long and complicated development, and its origin is not easily detected, since a dim feeling of this kind may exist long before it shows itself in poetry and painting, and thereby becomes conscious of itself. Among the ancients, for example, art and poetry had gone through the whole circle of human interests before they turned to the representation of nature, and even then the latter filled always a limited and subordinate place. And yet from the time of Homer downward, the powerful impression made by nature upon man is shown by countless verses and chance expressions. The Germanic races which founded their states on the ruins of the Roman Empire were thoroughly and specially fitted to understand the spirit of natural scenery, and though Christianity compelled them for a while to see in the springs and mountains, in the lakes and woods, which they had till then revered, the workings of evil demons, yet this transitional conception was soon outgrown. By the year 1200, at the height of the Middle Ages, a genuine, hearty enjoyment of the external world was again in existence, and found lively expression in the minstrelsy of different nations, which gives evidence of the sympathy felt with all the simple phenomena of nature, spring with its flowers, the green fields, and the woods. But these pictures are all foreground, without perspective. Even the crusaders who traveled so far and saw so much are not recognizable as such in these poems. The epic poetry, which describes armor and costume so fully, does not attempt more than a sketch of outward nature, and even the great Wolfram von Eschenbach scarcely anywhere gives us an adequate picture of the scene on which his heroes move. From these poems it would never be guessed that there are noble authors in all countries inhabited or visited lofty castles commanding distant prospects. Even in the Latin poems of the wandering clerks, we find no traces of a distant view, of landscape properly so called. But what lies near is sometimes described with a glow and splendor which none of the knightly minstrels can surpass. To the Italian mind, at all events, nature had by this time lost its taint of sin, and had shaken off all trace of demoniacal powers. Saint Francis of Assisi, in his hymn to the sun, frankly praises the Lord for creating the heavenly bodies and the four elements. The unmistakable proofs of a deepening effect of nature on the human spirit begin with Dante. Not only does he awaken in us by a few vigorous lines the sense of the morning airs and the trembling light on the distant ocean, or of the grandeur of the storm-beaten forest, but he makes the ascent of lofty peaks with the only possible object of enjoying the view, the first man, perhaps, since the days of antiquity who did so. In Boccaccio, we can do little more than infer how country scenery affected him, yet his pastoral romances show his imagination to have been filled with it. But the significance of nature for a receptive spirit is fully and clearly displayed by Petrarch, one of the first truly modern men. That clear soul who first collected from the literature of all countries evidence of the origin and progress of the sense of natural beauty, and himself in his Ansichten der Natur achieved the noblest masterpiece of description, Alexander von Humboldt, has not done full justice to Petrarch, and following in the steps of the great reaper, we may still hope to glean a few years of interest and value. Petrarch was not only a distinguished geographer, the first map of Italy is said to have been drawn by his direction, and not only a reproducer of the sayings of the ancients, but felt himself the influence of natural beauty. The enjoyment of nature is for him the favorite accompaniment of intellectual pursuits. It was to combine the two that he lived in learned retirement at Vaucluse and elsewhere, that he from time to time fled from the world and from his age. We should do him wrong by inferring from his weak and undeveloped power of describing natural scenery that he did not feel it deeply. His picture, for instance, of the lovely Gulf of Spezia and Porto Venere, which he inserts at the end of the 6th book of his Africa, for the reason that none of the ancients or moderns had sung of it, is no more than a simple enumeration. But the descriptions in letters to his friends of Rome, Naples, and other Italian cities in which he willingly lingered are picturesque and worthy of the subject. Petrarch is also conscious of the beauty of rock scenery, and is perfectly able to distinguish the picturesqueness from the utility of nature. During his stay among the woods of Reggio, the sudden sight of an impressive landscape so affected him that he resumed a poem which he had long laid aside. But the deepest impression of all was made upon him by the ascent of Mont Ventoux near Avignon. An indefinable longing for a distant panorama grew stronger and stronger in him, till at length the accidental sight of a passage in Livy, where King Philip, the enemy of Rome, ascends the Hymus, decided him. He thought that what was not blamed in a grey-headed monarch might be well excused in a young man of private station. The ascent of a mountain for its own sake was unheard of, and there could be no thought of the companionship of friends or acquaintances. Petrarch took with him only his younger brother and 2 country people from the last place where he halted. At the foot of the mountain, an old herdsman besought him to turn back, saying that he himself had attempted to climb it 50 years before, and had brought home nothing but repentance, broken bones, and torn clothes, and that neither before nor after had anyone ventured to do the same. Nevertheless, they struggled forward and upward till the clouds lay beneath their feet, and at last they reached the top. A description of the view from the summit would be looked for in vain, not because the poet was insensible to it, but, on the contrary, because the impression was too overwhelming. His whole past life, with all its follies, rose before his mind. He remembered that 10 years ago that day he had quitted Bologna a young man and turned a longing gaze towards his native country. He opened the book which then was his constant companion, the Confessions of St. Augustine, and his eyes fell on the passage in the 10th chapter, quote, "And men go forth and admire lofty mountains and broad seas and roaring torrents and the ocean and the course of the stars, and forget their own selves while doing so." End quote. His brother, to whom he read these words, could not understand why he closed the book and said no more. Some decades later, about 1360, Fazio degli Uberti describes in his rhyming geography the wide panorama from the mountains of Auvergne, with the interest, it is true, of the geographer and antiquarian only, but still showing clearly that he himself had seen it. He must, however, have ascended higher peaks, since he is familiar with facts which only occur at a height of 10,000 feet or more above the sea, mountain sickness and its accompaniments, of which his imaginary comrade Solinus tries to cure him with a sponge dipped in essence. The ascents of Parnassus and Olympus, of which he speaks, are perhaps only fictions. In the 15th century, the great masters of the Flemish school, Hubert and Johann van Eyck, suddenly lifted the veil from nature. Their landscapes are not merely the fruit of an endeavor to reflect the real world in art, but have, even if expressed conventionally, a certain poetical meaning, in short, a soul. Their influence on the whole art of the West is undeniable, and extended to the landscape painting of the Italians, but without preventing the characteristic interest of the Italian eye for nature from finding its own expression. On this point, as in the scientific description of nature, Aeneas Sylvius is again one of the most weighty voices of his time. Even if we grant the justice of all that has been said against his character, we must nevertheless admit that in few other men was the picture of the age and its culture so fully reflected, and that few came nearer to the normal type of the men of the early Renaissance. It may be added parenthetically that even in respect to his moral character, he will not be fairly judged if we listen solely to the complaints of the German Church, which his fickleness helped to balk of the council it so ardently desired. He here claims our attention as the first who not only enjoyed the magnificence of the Italian landscape, but described it with enthusiasm down to its minutest details. The ecclesiastical state in the south of Tuscany, his native home, he knew thoroughly, and after he became pope he spent his leisure during the favorable season chiefly in excursions to the country. Then at last the gouty man was rich enough to have himself carried in a litter through the mountains and valleys, and when we compare his enjoyments with those of the popes who succeeded him, Pius, whose chief delight was in nature, antiquity, and simple but noble architecture, appears almost a saint. In the elegant and flowing Latin of his commentaries, he freely tells us of his happiness. His eye seems as keen and practiced as that of any modern observer. He enjoys with rapture the panoramic splendor of the view from the summit of the Alban Hills, from the Monte Cavo, whence he could see the shores of St. Peter, from Terracina and the promontory of Circe as far as Monte Argentaro, and the wide expanse of country round about, with the ruined cities of the past, and with the mountain chains of central Italy beyond. And then his eye would turn to the green woods in the hollows beneath, and the mountain lakes among them. He feels the beauty of the position of Todi, crowning the vineyards and olive-clad slopes, looking down upon distant woods and upon the valley of the Tiber, where towns and castles rise above the winding river. The lovely hills about Siena, with villas and monasteries on every height, are his own home, and his descriptions of them are touched with a peculiar feeling. Single picturesque glimpses charm him, too, like the little promontory of Capo di Monte that stretches out into the lake of Bolsena. Rocky steps, we read, shaded by vines, descend to the water's edge, where the evergreen oaks stand between the cliffs, alive with the song of thrushes. On the path round the lake of Nemi, beneath the chestnuts and fruit trees, he feels that here, if anywhere, a poet's soul must awake, here in the hiding place of Diana. He often held consistories or received ambassadors under huge old chestnut trees, or beneath the olives on the greensward by some gurgling spring. A view like that of a narrowing gorge with a bridge arched boldly over it awakens at once his artistic sense. Even the smallest details give him delight through something beautiful, or perfect, or characteristic in them. The blue fields of waving flax, the yellow gorge which covers the hills, even tangled thickets or single trees or springs which seem to him like wonders of nature. The height of his enthusiasm for natural beauty was reached during his stay on Monte Amiata in the summer of 1462, when plague and heat made the lowlands uninhabitable. Halfway up the mountain, in the old Lombard monastery of San Salvatore, he and his court took up their quarters. There, between the chestnuts which clothe the steep declivity, the eye may wander over all southern Tuscany, with the towers of Siena in the distance. The ascent of the highest peak he left to his companions, who were joined by the Venetian envoy. They found at the top 2 vast blocks of stone, one upon the other, perhaps the sacrificial altar of a prehistorical people, and fancied that in the far distance they saw Corsica and Sardinia rising above the sea. In the cool air of the hills, among the old oaks and chestnuts, on the green meadows where there were no thorns to wound the feet, and no snakes or insects to hurt or to annoy, the Pope passed days of unclouded happiness. For the segnatura, which took place on certain days of the week, he selected on each occasion some new shady retreat, novas in convallibus fontes, et novas inveniens umbras, quae dubiam iacerent electionem. At such times the dogs would perhaps start a great stag from his lair, who, after defending himself a while with hoofs and antlers, would fly at last up the mountain. In the evening the Pope was accustomed to sit before the monastery, on the spot from which the whole valley of the Paglia was visible, holding lively conversations with the cardinals. The courtiers who ventured down from the heights on their hunting expeditions found the heat below intolerable, and the scorched plains like a very hell, while the monastery, with its cool shady woods, seemed like an abode of the blessed. All this is genuine modern enjoyment, not a reflection of antiquity. As surely as the ancients themselves felt in the same manner, so surely, nevertheless, were the scanty expressions of the writers whom Pius knew insufficient to awaken in him such enthusiasm. The second great age of Italian poetry, which now followed at the end of the 15th century, as well as the Latin poetry of the same period, is rich in proofs of the powerful effect of nature on the human mind. The first glance at the lyric poets of that time will suffice to convince us. Elaborate descriptions, it is true, of natural scenery are very rare, for the reason that in this energetic age the novels and the lyric or epic poetry had something else to deal with. Boiardo and Ariosto paint nature vigorously, but as briefly as possible, and with no effort to appeal by their descriptions to the feelings of the reader, which they endeavor to reach solely by their narrative and characters. Letter writers and the authors of philosophical dialogues are in fact better evidences of the growing love of nature than the poets. The novelist Bandello, for example, observes rigorously the rules of his department of literature. He gives us in his novels themselves not a word more than is necessary on the natural scenery amid which the action of his tales takes place, but in the dedications which always precede them we meet with charming descriptions of nature as the setting for his dialogues and social pictures. Among letter writers, Aretino, unfortunately, must be named as the first who has fully painted in words the splendid effect of light and shadow in an Italian sunset. We sometimes find the feeling of the poets also attaching itself with tenderness to graceful scenes of country life. Tito Strozza, about the year 1480, describes in a Latin elegy the dwelling of his mistress. We are shown an old ivy-clad house, half hidden in trees, and adorned with weather-stained frescoes of the saints, and near it a chapel, much damaged by the violence of the river Po, which flowed hard by. Not far off, the priest ploughs his few barren roods with borrowed cattle. This is no reminiscence of the Roman elegists, but true modern sentiment. It may be objected that the German painters at the beginning of the 16th century succeeded in representing with perfect mastery these scenes of country life, as for instance Albrecht Dürer in his engraving of the prodigal son. But it is one thing if a painter brought up in a school of realism introduces such scenes, and quite another thing if a poet, accustomed to an ideal or a mythological framework, is driven by inward impulse into realism. Besides which, priority in point of time is here, as in the descriptions of country life, on the side of the Italian poets. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jake Malizia. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Rienzi's Revolution in Rome, by Richard Lodge. When for nearly 40 years Rome had been deserted by the popes, who had betaken themselves in 1309 to a long residence in Avignon, France, and when the Eternal City was virtually without an imperial government, the Teutonic emperors having likewise abandoned her, she fell back upon the memories of her great past, recalling the glories of her ancient supremacy and the means whereby it had been established and maintained. Whatever might promise to restore it, she was ready to welcome. At this time, the real masters of Rome were the princes or barons dwelling in their fortified castles, outside or in their strong palaces within the city.
Over the northern district near the Quirinal reigned the celebrated old family of the Colonnas, while along the Tiber, from the Campo di Fiore to the Church of St. Peter, extended the sway of the new family of the Orsini. Other members of the nobility in the country held their seats in small fortified cities or castles. Under such domination, Rome had become almost deserted. The population of the seven-hilled city had come down to about 30,000 souls. When at peace with one another, which was rarely, the barons exercised over the citizens and serfs a combined tyranny, while the farmers, travellers, and pilgrims were made victims of their plunder. At this period, Petrarch, that first modern man, wrote to Pope Clement VI that Rome had become the abode of demons, the receptacle of all crimes, a hell for the living. It was in these circumstances that a momentary revival of order and liberty was effected by the most extraordinary adventurer of an age that was prolific in adventurers. This was Cola di Rienzi, who was born in Rome about 1313, and who is sometimes styled an Italian patriot. In his ambitious endeavour to reinstate the Caesarian power in Italy, he appears alternately in the figure of a hero and the character of a charlatan. Believing himself the founder of a new era, he was inflamed by his successes, and ended in mystical extravagances and follies which could not fail to cause his ruin. Cola di Rienzi was born of humble parents, though he afterward tried to gratify his own vanity and to gain the ear of Charles IV by claiming to be the bastard son of Henri VII. A wrong which he could not venture to avenge excited his bitter hostility against the baronage, while the study of Livy and other classical writers inspired him with regretful admiration for the glories of ancient Rome. He succeeded in attracting notice by his personal beauty and by the rather turgid eloquence which was his chief talent. In 1342 he took the most prominent part in an embassy from the citizens to Clement VI. And though he failed to induce the Pope to return to Rome, which at that time he seems to have regarded as the panacea for the evils of the time, he gained sufficient favour at Avignon to be appointed papal notary. From this time he deliberately set himself to raise the people to open resistance against their oppressors, while he disarmed the suspicions of the nobles by intentional buffoonery and extravagance of conduct. On May 20th, 1347, the first blow was struck. Rienzi, with a chosen band of conspirators and accompanied by the papal vicar, who had every interest in weakening the baronage, proceeded to the capital, and, amid the applause of the mob, promulgated the laws of the Buono Stato. He himself took the title of tribune in order to emphasize his championship over the lower classes. The most important of his laws were for the maintenance of order. Private garrisons and fortified houses were forbidden. Each of the 13 districts was to maintain an armed force of 100 infantry and 25 horsemen. Every port was provided with a cruiser for the protection of merchandise, and the trade on the Tiber was to be secured by a river police. The nobles watched the progress of this astonishing revolution with impotent surprise. Stefano Colonna, who was absent on the eventful day, expressed his scorn of the mob and their leader, but a popular attack on his palace convinced him of his error and forced him to fly from the city. Within 15 days, the triumph of Rienzi seemed to be complete, when the proudest nobles of Rome submitted and took an oath to support the new constitution. But the suddenness of his success was enough to turn a head which was never of the strongest. The tribune began to dream of restoring to the Roman Republic its old supremacy, and for a moment even this dream seemed hardly chimerical. Europe was really dazzled by the revival of its ancient capital. Louis of Hungary and Joanna of Naples submitted their quarrel to Rienzi's arbitration. Thus encouraged, he set no bounds to his ambition. He called upon the Pope and cardinals to return at once to Rome. He summoned Louis and Charles, the two claimants to the imperial dignity, to appear before his throne and submit to his tribunal. His arrogance was shown in the pretentious titles which he assumed, and in the gorgeous pomp with which he was accompanied on public and even on private occasions. On August 15th, after bathing in the porphyry font in which the Emperor Constantine had been baptized, he was crowned with 7 crowns, representing the 7 gifts of the Holy Ghost. His most loyal admirer prophesied disaster when the tribune ventured on this occasion to blasphemously compare himself with Christ. Rienzi's government deteriorated with his personal character. It had at first been liberal and just. It became arbitrary and even treacherous. His personal timidity made him at once harsh and vacillating. The heads of the great families whom he had invited to a banquet were seized and condemned to death on a charge of conspiracy. But a sudden terror of the possible consequences of his action caused him to relent, and he released his victims just as they were preparing for execution. His leniency was as ill-timed as his previous severity. The nobles could no longer trust him, and their fear was diminished by the weakness which they despised while they profited by it. They retired from Rome and concerted measures for the overthrow of their enemy. The first attack, which was led by Stefano Colonna, was repulsed almost by accident, but Rienzi, who had shown more cowardice than generalship, disgusted his supporters by his indecent exultation over the bodies of the slain. And there was one fatal ambiguity in Rienzi's position. He had begun by announcing himself as the ally and champion of the papacy, and Clement VI had been willing enough to stand by and watch the destruction of the baronage, but the growing independence and the arrogant pretensions of the tribune exasperated the Pope. A new legate was dispatched to Italy to denounce and excommunicate Rienzi as a heretic. The latter had no longer any support to lean upon. When a new attack was threatened, the people sullenly refused to obey the call to arms. Rienzi had not sufficient courage to risk a final struggle. On December 15th, he abdicated and retired in disguise from Rome. His rise to power, his dazzling triumph, and his downfall were all comprised within the brief period of 7 months. For the next few years, Rienzi disappeared from view. According to his own account, he was concealed in a cave in the Apennines, where he associated with some of the wilder members of the sect of the Fraticelli, and probably imbibed some of their tenets. Rome relapsed into anarchy, and men's minds were distracted from politics by the ravages of the Black Death. The Great Jubilee held in Rome in 1350 became a kind of thanksgiving service of those whom the plague had spared. It is said that Rienzi himself visited the scene of his exploits without detection among the crowds of pilgrims. But he was destined to reappear in a more public and disastrous manner. In his solitude, his courage and his ambition revived, and he meditated new plans for restoring freedom to Rome and to Italy. The allegiance to the Church, which he had professed in 1347, was weakened by the conduct of Clement VI and by the influence of the Fraticelli, and he resolved in the future to ally himself with the secular rather than with the ecclesiastical power, with the empire rather than with the papacy. In August 1351, he appeared in disguise in Prague and demanded an audience of Charles IV. To him he proposed the far-reaching scheme which he had formed during his exile. The Pope and the whole body of clergy were to be deprived of their temporal power. The petty tyrants of Italy were to be driven out, and the emperor was to fix his residence in Rome as the supreme ruler of Christendom. All this was to be accomplished by Rienzi himself at his own cost and trouble. Charles IV listened with some curiosity to a man whose career had excited such universal interest, but he was the last man to be carried away by such chimerical suggestions. The introduction into the political proposals of some of the religious and communistic ideas of the Fraticelli gave the emperor a pretext for committing Rienzi to the Archbishop of Prague for correction and instruction. The Archbishop communicated with the Pope, and on the demand of Clement VI, Charles agreed to hand Rienzi over to the papal court on condition that his life should be spared. In 1352, Rienzi was conveyed to Avignon and thrust into prison. He owed his life, perhaps, less to the emperor's request than to the opportune death of Clement VI in this year. The new pope, Innocent VI, was more independent of French control than his immediate predecessors. The French king was fully occupied with internal disorders and with the English war. Thus, the Pope was able to give more attention to Italian politics, which were sufficiently pressing. The independence and anarchy of the Papal States constituted a serious problem, but the danger of their subjection to a foreign power was still more serious. In 1350, the important city of Bologna had been seized by the Visconti of Milan, and the progress of this powerful family threatened to absorb the whole of the Romagna. Innocent determined to resist their encroachments and at the same time to restore the papal authority, and in 1353 he entrusted this double task to Cardinal Albornoz. Albornoz, equally distinguished as a diplomatist and as a military commander, resolved to ally the cause of the papacy with that of liberty. His programme was to overthrow the tyrants as the enemies both of the people and of the popes, and to restore municipal self-government under papal protection. His attention was first directed to the city of Rome, which, after many vicissitudes since 1347, had fallen under the influence of a demagogue named Baroncelli. Baroncelli had revived to some extent the schemes of Rienzi, but had declared openly against papal rule. To oppose this new tribune, Albornoz conceived the project of using the influence of Rienzi, whose rule was now regretted by the populace that had previously deserted him. The Pope was persuaded to release Rienzi from prison and to send him to Rome, where the effect of his presence was almost magical. The Romans flocked to welcome their former liberator, and he was reinstalled in power with the title of senator, conferred upon him by the Pope. But his character was not improved by adversity, and his rule was more arbitrary and selfish than it had been before. The execution of the condottiere, Fra Moriale, was an act of ingratitude as well as of treachery. Popular favour was soon alienated from a ruler who could no longer command either affection or respect, and, in a mob rising, Rienzi was put to death, October 8, 1354. But his return had served the purpose of Albornoz. Rome was preserved to the papacy, and the cardinal could proceed in safety with his task of subduing the independent tyrants of Romagna. Central Italy had not yet witnessed the general introduction of mercenaries, and the native populations still fought their own battles. The policy of exciting revolts among the subject citizens was completely successful, and by 1360 almost the whole of Romagna had submitted to the papal legate. His triumph was crowned in this year, when, by skilful use of quarrels among the Visconti princes, he succeeded in recovering Bologna. End of section 11. Read by Jake Malizia.
Section 12 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in May 2021. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 12. Beginning and Progress of the Renaissance, 14th to 16th Century, by John Addington Symonds. Part 1. The new birth or resurrection known as the Renaissance is usually considered to have begun in Italy in the 14th century, though some writers would date its origin from the reign of Frederick II, 1215 to 1250, and by this prince, the most enlightened man of his age, it was at least anticipated. Well versed in languages and science, he was a patron of scholars whom he gathered about him from all parts of the world at his court in Palermo. At all events, the Renaissance was heralded through the recovery by Italian scholars of Greek and Roman classical literature. When the movement began, the civilization of Greece and Rome had long been exerting a partial influence, not only upon Italy, but on other parts of medieval Europe as well. But in Italy especially, when the wave of barbarism had passed, the people began to feel a returning consciousness of their ancient culture and a desire to reproduce it. To Italians, the Latin language was easy, and their country abounded in documents and monumental records which symbolized past greatness. The modern Italian spirit was produced through the combination of various elements, among which were the political institutions brought by the Lombards from Germany, the influence of chivalry and other northern forms of civilization, and the more immediate power of the Church. That which was foreshadowed in the 13th century became in the 14th a distinct national development, which, as Symonds, its most discerning interpreter, shows us, was constructing a model for the whole Western world. The word Renaissance has of late years received a more extended significance than that which is implied in our English equivalent, the revival of learning. We use it to denote the whole transition from the Middle Ages to the modern world, and though it is possible to assign certain limits to the period during which this transition took place, we cannot fix on any dates so positively as to say between this year and that the movement was accomplished. To do so would be like trying to name the days on which spring in any particular season began and ended. Yet we speak of spring as different from winter and from summer. The truth is that in many senses we are still in mid-Renaissance. The evolution has not been completed. The new life is our own and is progressive. As in the transformation scene of some pantomime, so here the waning and the waxing shapes are mingled. The new forms, at first shadowy and filmy, gain upon the old, and now both blend, and now the old scene fades into the background. Still, who shall say whether the new scene be finally set up? In like manner, we cannot refer the whole phenomena of the Renaissance to any one cause or circumstance, or limit them within the field of any one department of human knowledge. If we ask the students of art what they mean by the Renaissance, they will reply that it was the revolution effected in architecture, painting, and sculpture by the recovery of antique monuments. Students of literature, philosophy, and theology see in the Renaissance that discovery of manuscripts, that passion for antiquity, that progress in philology and criticism, which led to a correct knowledge of the classics, to a fresh taste in poetry, to new systems of thought, to more accurate analysis, and finally to the Lutheran schism and the emancipation of the conscience. Men of science will discourse about the discovery of the solar system by Copernicus and Galileo, the anatomy of Vesalius and Harvey's theory of the circulation of the blood. The origination of a truly scientific method is the point which interests them most in the Renaissance. The political historian, again, has his own answer to the question. The extinction of feudalism, the development of the great nationalities of Europe, the growth of monarchy, the limitation of the ecclesiastical authority, and the erection of the papacy into an Italian kingdom, and in the last place the gradual emergence of that sense of popular freedom which exploded in the Revolution. These are the aspects of the movement which engross his attention. Jurists will describe the dissolution of legal fictions based upon the false decretals, the acquisition of a true text of the Roman Code, and the attempt to introduce a rational method into the theory of modern jurisprudence, as well as to commence the study of international law. Men whose attention has been turned to the history of discoveries and inventions will relate the exploration of America and the East, or will point to the benefits conferred upon the world by the arts of printing and engraving, by the compass and the telescope, by paper and by gunpowder, and will insist that at the moment of the Renaissance all the instruments of mechanical utility started into existence, to aid the dissolution of what was rotten and must perish, to strengthen and perpetuate the new and useful and life-giving. Yet neither any one of these answers, taken separately, nor indeed all of them together, will offer a solution of the problem. By the term Renaissance or New Birth is indicated a natural movement, not to be explained by this or that characteristic, but to be accepted as an effort of humanity for which at length the time had come, and in the onward progress of which we still participate. The history of the Renaissance is not the history of arts or of sciences or of literature or even of nations. It is the history of the attainment of self-conscious freedom by the human spirit manifested in the European races. It is no mere political mutation, no new fashion of art, no restoration of classical standards of taste. The arts and the inventions, the knowledge and the books which suddenly became vital at the time of the Renaissance had long lain neglected on the shores of the Dead Sea, which we call the Middle Ages. It was not their discovery which caused the Renaissance, but it was the intellectual energy, the spontaneous outburst of intelligence, which enabled mankind at that moment to make use of them. The force then generated still continues, vital and expansive, in the spirit of the modern world. How was it then that at a certain period, about 14 centuries after Christ, to speak roughly, humanity awoke as it were from slumber and began to live? This is a question which we can but imperfectly answer. The mystery of organic life defeats analysis. Whether the subject of our inquiry be a germ cell, or a phenomenon so complex as the commencement of a new religion, or the origination of a new disease, or a new phase in civilization, it is alike impossible to do more than to state the conditions under which the fresh growth begins, and to point out what are its manifestations. In doing so, moreover, we must be careful not to be carried away by words of our own making. Renaissance, Reformation, and Revolution are not separate things, capable of being isolated. They are moments in the history of the human race which we find it convenient to name, while history itself is one and continuous, so that our utmost endeavors to regard some portion of it, independently of the rest, will be defeated. A glance at the history of the preceding centuries shows that, after the dissolution of the fabric of the Roman Empire, there was no possibility of any intellectual revival. The barbarous races which had deluged Europe had to absorb their barbarism. The fragments of Roman civilization had either to be destroyed or assimilated. The Germanic nations had to receive culture and religion from the effete people they had superseded. It was further necessary that the modern nationalities should be defined, that the modern languages should be formed, that peace should be secured to some extent and wealth accumulated, before the indispensable milieu for a resurrection of the free spirit of humanity could exist. The first nation which fulfilled these conditions was the first to inaugurate the new era. The reason why Italy took the lead in the Renaissance was that Italy possessed a language, a favorable climate, political freedom, and commercial prosperity at a time when other nations were still semi-barbarous. Where the human spirit had been buried in the decay of the Roman Empire, there it arose upon the ruins of that empire, and the papacy, called by Hobbes the ghost of the dead Roman Empire, seated, throned, and crowned upon the ashes thereof, to some extent bridged over the gulf between the two periods. Keeping steadily in sight the truth that the real quality of the Renaissance was intellectual, that it was the emancipation of the reason for the modern world, we may inquire how feudalism was related to it. The mental condition of the Middle Ages was one of ignorant prostration before the idols of the Church, dogma and authority and scholasticism. Again, the nations of Europe during these centuries were bound down by the brute weight of material necessities.
Without the power over the outer world which the physical sciences and useful arts communicate, without the ease of life which wealth and plenty secure, without the traditions of a civilized past, emerging slowly from a state of utter rawness, each nation could barely do more than gain and keep a difficult hold upon existence. To depreciate the work achieved for humanity during the Middle Ages would be ridiculous. Yet we may point out that it was done unconsciously, that it was a gradual and instinctive process of becoming. The reason, in a word, was not awake. The mind of man was ignorant of its own treasures and its own capacities. It is pathetic to think of the medieval students poring over a single, ill-translated sentence of Porphyry, endeavoring to extract from its clauses whole systems of logical science, and torturing their brains about puzzles more idle than the dilemma of Buridan's donkey, while all the time, at Constantinople and at Seville, in Greek and Arabic, Plato and Aristotle were alive but sleeping, awaiting only the call of the Renaissance to bid them speak with voice intelligible to the modern mind. It is no less pathetic to watch tide after tide of the ocean of humanity sweeping from all parts of Europe, to break in passionate but unavailing foam upon the shores of Palestine, whole nations laying life down for the chance of seeing the walls of Jerusalem, worshipping the sepulchre whence Christ had risen, loading their fleet with relics and with cargoes of the sacred earth, while all the time, within their breasts and brains, the Spirit of the Lord was with them, living but unrecognized, the spirit of freedom which ere long was destined to restore its birthright to the world. Meanwhile, the Middle Age accomplished its own work. Slowly and obscurely, amid stupidity and ignorance, were being forged the nations and the languages of Europe. Italy, France, Spain, England, Germany took shape. The actors of the future drama acquired their several characters, and formed the tongues whereby their personalities should be expressed. The qualities which render modern society different from that of the ancient world were being impressed upon these nations by Christianity, by the Church, by chivalry, by feudal customs. Then came a further phase. After the nations had been molded, their monarchies and dynasties were established. Feudalism passed by slow degrees into various forms of more or less defined autocracy. In Italy and Germany, numerous principalities sprang into preeminence, and though the nation was not united under one head, the monarchical principle was acknowledged. France and Spain submitted to a despotism, by right of which the king could say, "L'État c'est moi." England developed her complicated constitution of popular right and royal prerogative. At the same time, the Latin Church underwent a similar process of transformation. The papacy became more autocratic. Like the king, the pope began to say, "L'Église, c'est moi." This merging of the medieval state and medieval church in the personal supremacy of king and pope may be termed the special feature of the last age of feudalism which preceded the Renaissance. It was thus that the necessary milieu was prepared. The organization of the 5 great nations, and the leveling of political and spiritual interests under political and spiritual despots, formed the prelude of that drama of liberty, of which the Renaissance was the first act, the Reformation the second, the Revolution the third, and which we nations of the present are still evolving in the establishment of the democratic idea. Meanwhile, it must not be imagined that the Renaissance burst suddenly upon the world in the 15th century without premonitory symptoms. Far from that. Within the Middle Age itself, over and over again, the reason strove to break loose from its fetters. Abelard in the 12th century tried to prove that the interminable dispute about entities and words was founded on a misapprehension. Roger Bacon, at the beginning of the 13th century, anticipated modern science, and proclaimed that man, by use of nature, can do all things. Joachim of Flora, intermediate between the two, drank one drop of the cup of prophecy offered to his lips, and cried that the gospel of the Father was past, the gospel of the Son was passing, the gospel of the Spirit was to be. These three men, each in his own way, the Frenchman as a logician, the Englishman as an analyst, the Italian as a mystic, divined the future but inevitable emancipation of the reason of mankind. Nor were there wanting signs, especially in Provence, that Aphrodite and Phoebus and the Graces were ready to resume their sway. We have moreover to remember the Cathari, the Paterini, the Franticelli, the Albigenses, the Hussites, heretics in whom the new light dimly shone, but who were instantly exterminated by the Church. We have to commemorate the vast conception of the Emperor Frederick II, who strove to found a new society of humane culture in the south of Europe, and to anticipate the advent of the spirit of modern tolerance. He too, and all his race, were exterminated by the papal jealousy. Truly we may say with Michele that the Sibyl of the Renaissance kept offering her books in vain to feudal Europe. In vain, because the time was not yet. The ideas projected thus early on the modern world were immature and abortive, like those headless trunks and zoophytic members of half-moulded humanity which, in the vision of Empedocles, preceded the birth of full-formed men. The nations were not ready. Franciscans imprisoning Roger Bacon for venturing to examine what God had meant to keep secret, Dominicans preaching crusades against the cultivated nobles of Provence, popes stamping out the seed of enlightened Frederick, Benedictines erasing the masterpieces of classical literature to make way for their own litanies and luries, or selling pieces of the parchment for charms, a laity devoted by superstition to saints and by sorcery to the devil, a clergy sunk in sensual sloth or fevered with demoniac zeal, these still ruled the intellectual destinies of Europe. Therefore, the first anticipations of the Renaissance were fragmentary and sterile. Then came a second period. Dante's poem, a work of conscious art, conceived in a modern spirit and written in a modern tongue, was the first true sign that Italy, the leader of the nations of the West, had shaken off her sleep. Petrarch followed. His ideal of antique culture as the everlasting solace and the universal education of the human race, his lifelong effort to recover the classical harmony of thought and speech, gave a direct impulse to one of the chief movements of the Renaissance, its passionate outgoing toward the ancient world. After Petrarch, Boccaccio opened yet another channel for the stream of freedom. His conception of human existence as a joy to be accepted with thanksgiving, not as a gloomy error to be rectified by suffering, familiarized the 14th century with that form of semi-pagan gladness that marked the real Renaissance. In Dante, Petrarch, and Boccaccio, Italy recovered the consciousness of intellectual liberty. What we call the Renaissance had not yet arrived, but their achievement rendered its appearance in due season certain. With Dante, the genius of the modern world dared to stand alone and to create confidently after its own fashion. With Petrarch, the same genius reached forth across the gulf of darkness, resuming the tradition of a splendid past. With Boccaccio, the same genius proclaimed the beauty of the world, the goodliness of youth, and strength and love and life, unterrified by hell, unappalled by the shadow of impending death. It was now, at the beginning of the 14th century, when Italy had lost, indeed, the heroic spirit which we admire in her communes of the 13th, but had gained instead ease, wealth, magnificence, and that repose which springs from long prosperity, that the new age at last began. Europe was, as it were, a fallow field, beneath which lay buried the civilization of the Old World. Behind stretched the centuries of medievalism, intellectually barren and inert. Of the future there were as yet but faint foreshadowings. Meanwhile, the force of the nations who were destined to achieve the coming transformation was unexhausted, their physical and mental faculties were unimpaired. No ages of enervating luxury, of intellectual endeavor, of life artificially preserved or ingeniously prolonged, had sapped the fiber of the men who were about to inaugurate the modern world. Severely nurtured, unused to delicate living, these giants of the Renaissance were like boys in their capacity for endurance, their inordinate appetite for enjoyment. No generations, hungry, sickly, effete, critical, disillusioned, trod them down. Ennui and the fatigue that springs from skepticism, the despair of thwarted effort, were unknown. Their fresh and unperverted senses rendered them keenly alive to what was beautiful and natural. They yearned for magnificence and instinctively comprehended splendor. At the same time, the period of satiety was still far off. Everything seemed possible to their young energy, nor had a single pleasure palled upon their appetite. Born, as it were, at the moment when desires and faculties are evenly balanced, when the perceptions are not blunted, nor the senses cloyed, opening their eyes for the first time on a world of wonder, these men of the Renaissance enjoyed what we may term the first transcendent springtide of the modern world. Nothing is more remarkable than the fullness of the life that throbbed in them. Natures rich in all capacities and endowed with every kind of sensibility were frequent. Nor was there any limit to the play of personality in action. We may apply to them what Browning has written of Sordello's temperament. A football there suffices to upturn to the warm air half-germinating spices. Mere decay produces richer life, and day by day new pollen on the lily petal grows, and still more labyrinthine buds the rose. During the Middle Ages, man had lived enveloped in a cowl. He had not seen the beauty of the world, or had seen it only to cross himself, and turn aside and tell his beads and pray. Like St. Bernard travelling along the shores of Lake Leman, and noticing neither the azure of the waters, nor the luxuriance of the vines, nor the radiance of the mountains with their robe of sun and snow, but bending a thought-burdened forehead over the neck over his mule, even like this monk, humanity had passed, a careful pilgrim, intent on the terrors of sin, death, and judgment, along the highways of the world, and had not known that they were sightworthy, or that life is a blessing. Beauty is a snare, pleasure a sin, the world a fleeting show, man fallen and lost, death the only certainty, judgment inevitable, hell everlasting, heaven hard to win. Ignorance is acceptable to God as a proof of faith and submission. Abstinence and mortification are the only safe rules of life. These were the fixed ideas of the ascetic medieval church. The Renaissance shattered and destroyed them, rending the thick veil which they had drawn between the mind of man and the outer world, and flashing the light of reality upon the darkened places of his own nature. For the mystic teaching of the Church was substituted culture in the classical humanities. A new ideal was established, whereby man strove to make himself the monarch of the globe on which it is his privilege, as well as destiny to live. The Renaissance was the liberation of humanity from a dungeon, the double discovery of the outer and the inner world. An external event determined the direction which this outburst of the spirit of freedom should take. This was the contact of the modern with the ancient mind, which followed upon what is called the revival of learning. The fall of the Greek Empire in 1453, while it signalized the extinction of the old order, gave an impulse to the now accumulated forces of the new. A belief in the identity of the human spirit under all manifestations was generated. Men found that in classical as well as biblical antiquity existed an ideal of human life, both moral and intellectual, by which they might profit in the present. The modern genius felt confidence in its own energies when it learned what the ancients had achieved. The guesses of the ancients stimulated the exertions of the moderns. The whole world's history seemed once more to be won. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in May 2021. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 13. Beginning and Progress of the Renaissance, 14th to 16th centuries, by John Addington Symonds, Part 2. The great achievements of the Renaissance were the discovery of the world and the discovery of man. Under these two formulas may be classified all the phenomena which properly belong to this period. The discovery of the world divides itself into two branches: the exploration of the globe, and that systematic exploration of the universe which is in fact what we call science. Columbus made known America in 1492. The Portuguese rounded the Cape in 1497. Copernicus explained the solar system in 1507. It is not necessary to add anything to this plain statement, for, in contact with facts of such momentous import, to avoid what seems like commonplace reflection would be difficult. Yet it is only when we contrast the 10 centuries which preceded these dates with the 4 centuries which have ensued that we can estimate the magnitude of that Renaissance movement, by means of which a new hemisphere has been added to civilization. In like manner, it is worthwhile to pause a moment and consider what is implied in the substitution of the Copernican for the Ptolemaic system. The world, regarded in old times as the center of all things, the apple of God's eye, for the sake of which were created sun and moon and stars, suddenly was found to be one of the many balls that roll round a giant sphere of light and heat, which is itself but one among innumerable suns, attended each by a cortege of planets, and scattered, how we know not, through infinity. What has become of that brazen seat of the old gods, that paradise to which an ascending deity might be caught up through clouds, and hidden for a moment from the eyes of his disciples? The demonstration of the simplest truths of astronomy destroyed at a blow the legends that were most significant to the early Christians by annihilating their symbolism. Well might the Church persecute Galileo for his proof of the world's mobility. Instinctively she perceived that in this one proposition was involved the principle of hostility to her most cherished conceptions, to the very core of her mythology. Science was born, and the warfare between scientific positivism and religious metaphysics was declared. Henceforth, God could not be worshipped under the forms and idols of a sacerdotal fancy. A new meaning had been given to the words, God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. The reason of man was at last able to study the scheme of the universe, of which he is a part, and to ascertain the actual laws by which it is governed. 3 centuries and a half have elapsed since Copernicus revolutionized astronomy. It is only by reflecting on the mass of knowledge we have since acquired, knowledge not only infinitely curious, but also incalculably useful in its application to the arts of life, and then considering how much ground of this kind was acquired in the 10 centuries which preceded the Renaissance, that we are at all able to estimate the expansive force which was then generated. Science, rescued from the hands of astrology, geomancy, alchemy, began her real life with the Renaissance. Since then, as far as to the present moment, she has never ceased to grow. Progressive and durable, science may be called the firstborn of the spirit of the modern world. Thus, by the discovery of the world is meant on the one hand the appropriation by civilized humanity of all corners of the habitable world, and on the other the conquest by science of all that we now know about the nature of the universe. In the discovery of man, again, it is possible to trace a twofold process. Man in his temporal relations, illustrated by pagan antiquity, and man in his spiritual relations, illustrated by biblical antiquity. These are the 2 regions, at first apparently distinct, afterward found to be interpenetrative, which the critical and inquisitive genius of the Renaissance opened for investigation. In the former of these regions we find 2 agencies at work, art and scholarship. During the Middle Ages, the plastic arts, like philosophy, had degenerated into barren and meaningless scholasticism, a frigid reproduction of lifeless forms copied technically and without inspiration from debased patterns. Pictures became symbolically connected with the religious feelings of the people. Formulas from which to deviate would be impious in the artist and confusing to the worshipper. Superstitious reverence bound the painter to copy the almond eyes and stiff joints of the saints whom he had adored from infancy, and even had it been otherwise, he lacked the skill to imitate the natural forms he saw around him. But with the dawning of the Renaissance, a new spirit in the arts arose. Men began to conceive that the human body is noble in itself and worthy of patient study. The object of the artist then became to unite devotional feeling and respect for the sacred legend with the utmost beauty and the utmost fidelity of delineation. He studied from the nude, he drew the body in every posture, he composed drapery, invented attitudes, and adapted the action of his figures and the expression of his faces to the subject he had chosen. In a word, he humanized the altar pieces and the cloister frescoes upon which he worked. In this way, the painters rose above the ancient symbols and brought heaven down to earth. By drawing Madonna and her Son like living human beings, by dramatizing the Christian history, they silently substituted the love of beauty and the interests of actual life for the principles of the Church. The saint or angel became an occasion for the display of physical perfection, and to introduce un bel corpo ignudo into the composition was of more moment to them than to represent the macerations of the Magdalene. Men thus learned to look beyond the relic and the host, and to forget the dogma in the lovely forms which gave it expression. Finally, when the classics came to aid this work of progress, a new world of thought and fancy, divinely charming, wholly human, was revealed to their astonished eyes. Thus, art, which had begun by humanizing the legends of the Church, diverted the attention of its students from the legend to the work of beauty, and lastly, severing itself from the religious tradition, became the exponent of the majesty and splendor of the human body. This final emancipation of art from ecclesiastical trammels culminated in the great age of Italian painting. Gazing at Michelangelo's prophets in the Sistine Chapel, we are indeed in contact with ideas originally religious. But the treatment of these ideas is purely, broadly human, on a level with that of the sculpture of Phidias. Titian's Virgin received into heaven, soaring midway between the archangel who descends to crown her and the apostles who yearn to follow her, is far less a Madonna Assunta than the apotheosis of humanity conceived as a radiant mother. Throughout the picture there is nothing ascetic, nothing mystic, nothing devotional. Nor did the art of the Renaissance stop here. It went further and plunged into paganism. Sculptors and painters combined with architects to cut the arts loose from their connection with the Church by introducing a spirit and a sentiment alien to Christianity. Through the instrumentality of art and of all the ideas which art introduced into daily life, the Renaissance wrought for the modern world a real resurrection of the body, which, since the destruction of the pagan civilization, had lain swathed up in hair sheets and cerements within the tomb of the medieval cloister. It was scholarship which revealed to men the wealth of their own minds, the dignity of human thought, the value of human speculation, the importance of human life regarded as a thing apart from religious rules and dogmas. During the Middle Ages, a few students had possessed the poems of Virgil and the prose of Boethius, and Virgil at Mantua, Boethius at Pavia, had actually been honored as saints, together with fragments of Lucan, Ovid, Statius, Cicero, and Horace. The Renaissance opened to the whole reading public the treasure houses of Greek and Latin literature. At the same time, the Bible, in its original tongues, was rediscovered. Mines of Oriental learning were laid bare for the students of the Jewish and Arabic traditions. What we may call the Aryan and the Semitic revelations were for the first time subjected to something like a critical comparison. With unerring instinct, the men of the Renaissance named the voluminous subject matter of scholarship literae humaniores, the more human literature, the literature that humanizes. There are three stages in the history of scholarship during the Renaissance. The first is the age of passionate desire. Petrarch poring over a Homer he could not understand, and Boccaccio in his maturity learning Greek, in order that he might drink from the wellhead of poetic inspiration, are the heroes of this period. They inspired the Italians with a thirst for antique culture. Next comes the age of acquisition and of libraries. Nicholas V, who founded the Vatican Library in 1453, Cosmo de' Medici, who began the Medicean collection a little earlier, and Poggio Bracciolini, who ransacked all the cities and convents of Europe for manuscripts, together with the teachers of Greek, who in the first half of the 15th century escaped from Constantinople with precious freights of classic literature, are the heroes of this second period. It was an age of accumulation, of uncritical and indiscriminate enthusiasm. Manuscripts were worshipped by these men, just as the relics of the Holy Land had been adored by their great-grandfathers. The eagerness of the Crusades was revived in this quest of the Holy Grail of ancient knowledge. Waifs and strays of pagan authors were valued like precious gems, revelled in like odoriferous and gorgeous flowers, consulted like oracles of God, gazed on like the eyes of a beloved mistress. The good, the bad, and the indifferent received an almost equal homage. Criticism had not yet begun. The world was bent on gathering up its treasures, frantically bewailing the lost books of Livy, the lost songs of Sappho, absorbing to intoxication the strong wine of multitudinous thoughts and passions that kept pouring from those long-buried amphorae of inspiration. What is most remarkable about this age of scholarship is the enthusiasm which pervaded all classes in Italy for antique culture. Popes and princes, captains of adventure and peasants, noble ladies, and the leaders of the demi-monde alike became scholars. There is a story told by Infessura which illustrates the temper of the times with singular felicity. On April 18, 1485, a report circulated in Rome that some Lombard workmen had discovered a Roman sarcophagus while digging on the Appian Way. It was a marble tomb engraved with the inscription Julia, daughter of Claudius, and inside the coffer lay the body of a most beautiful girl of 15 years, preserved by precious unguents from corruption and the injury of time. The bloom of youth was still upon her cheeks and lips, her eyes and mouth were half open, her long hair floated round her shoulders. She was instantly removed, so goes the legend, to the Capitol, and then began a procession of pilgrims from all the quarters of Rome to gaze upon this saint of the old pagan world. In the eyes of those enthusiastic worshippers, her beauty was beyond imagination or description. She was far fairer than any woman of the modern age could hope to be. At last Innocent VIII feared lest the orthodox faith should suffer by this new cult of a heathen corpse. Julia was buried secretly and at night by his direction, and naught remained in the Capitol but her empty marble coffin. The tale, as told by Infessura, is repeated in Matarazzo and in Nantiporto with slight variations. One says that the girl's hair was yellow, another that it was of the glossiest black. What foundation for the legend may really have existed need not here be questioned. Let us rather use the mythus as a parable of the ecstatic devotion which prompted the men of that age to discover a form of unimaginable beauty in the tomb of the classic world. Then came the third age of scholarship, the age of the critics, philologists, and printers. What had been collected by Poggio and Aurispa had now to be explained by Ficino, Poliziano, and Erasmus. They began their task by digesting and arranging the contents of the libraries. There were then no shortcuts of learning, no comprehensive lexicons, no dictionaries of antiquities, no carefully prepared thesauri of mythology and history. Each student had to hold in his brain the whole mass of classical erudition. The text and the canon of Homer, Plato, Aristotle, and the tragedians had to be decided. Greek type had to be struck. Florence, Venice, Basel, and Paris groaned with printing presses. The Aldai, the Stephani, and Froben told by night and day, employing scores of scholars, men of supreme devotion and of mighty brain, whose work it was to ascertain the right reading of sentences, to accentuate, to punctuate, to commit to the press, and to place, beyond the reach of monkish hatred or of envious time, that everlasting solace of humanity which exists in the classics. All subsequent achievements in the field of scholarship sink into insignificance beside the labors of these men, who needed genius, enthusiasm, and the sympathy of Europe for the accomplishment of their titanic task. Virgil was printed in 1470, Homer in 1488, Aristotle in 1498, Plato in 1512. They then became the inalienable heritage of mankind. But what vigils, what anxious expenditure of thought, what agonies of doubt and expectations were endured by those heroes of humanizing scholarship, whom we are apt to think of merely as pedants. Which of us now warms and thrills with emotion at hearing the name of Aldus Manutius, or of Henricus Stephanus, or of Johannes Froben? Yet this we surely ought to do, for to them we owe in a great measure the freedom of our spirit, our stores of intellectual enjoyment, our command of the past, Our Certainty of the Future of Human Culture. This third age in the history of the Renaissance scholarship may be said to have reached its climate in Erasmus, for by this time Italy had handed on the torch of learning to the northern nations. The publication of his Adagia in 1500 marks the advent of a more critical and selective spirit, which from that date onward has been gradually gaining strength in the modern mind. Criticism, in the true sense of accurate testing and sifting, is one of the points which distinguish the moderns from the ancients, and criticism was developed by the process of assimilation, comparison, and appropriation, which was necessary in the growth of scholarship. The ultimate effect of this recovery of classic culture was, once and for all, to liberate the intellect. The modern world was brought into close contact with the free virility of the ancient world, and emancipated from the thraldom of improved traditions. The force to judge and the desire to create were generated. The immediate result in the 16th century was an abrupt secession of the learned, not merely from monasticism, but also from the true spirit of Christianity. The minds of the Italians assimilated paganism. In their hatred of medieval ignorance, in their loathing of cowled and cloistered fools, they flew to an extreme and affected the manner of an irrevocable past. This extravagance led of necessity to a reaction, in the north of Puritanism, in the south to what has been termed the Counter-Reformation, effected under Spanish influences in the Latin Church. But Christianity, that most precious possession of the modern world, was never seriously imperiled by the classical enthusiasm of the Renaissance, nor, on the other hand, was the progressive emancipation of reason materially retarded by the reaction it produced. The transition at this point to the third branch in the discovery of man, the revelation to the consciousness of its own spiritual freedom, is natural. Not only did scholarship restore the classics and encourage literary criticism, it also restored the text of the Bible and encouraged theological criticism. In the wake of theological freedom followed a free philosophy, no longer subject to the dogmas of the Church. To purge the Christian faith from false conceptions, to liberate the conscience from the tyranny of priests, and to interpret religion to the reason, has been the work of the last centuries, nor is this work as yet by any means accomplished. On the one side, Descartes and Bacon and Spinoza and Locke are sons of the Renaissance, champions of newfound philosophical freedom. On the other side, Luther is a son of the Renaissance, the herald of newfound religious freedom. The whole movement of the Reformation is a phase in that accelerated action of the modern mind, which at its commencement we call the Renaissance. It is a mistake to regard the Reformation as an isolated phenomenon, or as a mere effort to restore the Church to purity. The Reformation exhibits, in the region of religious thought and national politics, what the Renaissance displays in the sphere of culture, art, and science, the recovered energy and freedom of humanity. We are too apt to treat of history in parcels, and to attempt to draw lessons from detached chapters in the biography of the human race. To observe the connection between the several stages of a progressive movement of the human spirit, and to recognize that the forces at work are still active, is the true philosophy of history. The Reformation, like the revival of science and of culture, had its medieval anticipations and foreshadowings. The heretics whom the Church successfully combated in North Italy, in France, and in Bohemia, were the precursors of Luther. The scholars prepared the way in the 15th century. Teachers of Hebrew, founders of Hebrew type, Reuchlin in Germany, Alexander in Paris, von Hutten as a pamphleteer, and Erasmus as a humanist, contribute each a definite momentum. Luther, for his part, incarnates the spirit of revolt against tyrannical authority, urges the necessity of a return to the essential truth of Christianity as distinguished from the idols of the Church, and asserts the right of the individual to judge, interpret, criticize, and construct opinion for himself. The veil which the Church had interposed between humanity and God was broken down. The freedom of the conscience was established. The principles involved in what we call the Reformation were momentous. Connected on the one side with scholarship and the study of texts, it opened the path for modern biblical criticism. Connected on the other side with intolerance of mere authority, it led to what has since been named rationalism, the attempt to reconcile the religious tradition with the reason, and to define the logical ideas that underlie the conceptions of the popular religious conscience. Again, by promulgating the doctrine of personal freedom and by connecting itself with national politics, the Reformation was linked historically to the Revolution. It was the Puritan Church in England, stimulated by the patriotism of the Dutch Protestants, which established our constitutional liberty and introduced in America the general principle of the equality of men. This high political abstraction, latent in Christianity, evolved by criticism, and promulgated as a gospel in the second half of the 18th century, was externalized in the French Revolution. The work that yet remains to be accomplished for the modern world is the organization of society in harmony with democratic principles. Thus, what the word Renaissance really means is new birth to liberty, the spirit of mankind recovering consciousness and the power of self-determination, recognizing the beauty of the outer world and of the body through art, liberating the reason in science and the conscience in religion, restoring culture to the intelligence, and establishing the principle of political freedom. The Church was the schoolmaster of the Middle Ages. Culture was the humanizing and refining influence of the Renaissance. The problem for the present and the future is how, through education, to render culture accessible to all, to break down that barrier which in the Middle Ages was set between clerk and layman, and which, in the intermediate period, has arisen between the intelligent and ignorant classes. Whether the utopia of a modern world in which all men shall enjoy the same social, political, and intellectual advantages be realized or not, we cannot doubt that the whole movement of humanity, from the Renaissance onward, has tended in this direction. To destroy the distinctions, mental and physical, which nature raises between individuals, and which constitute an actual hierarchy, will always be impossible. Yet it may happen that in the future no civilized man will lack the opportunity of being physically and mentally the best that God has made him. It remains to speak of the instruments and mechanical inventions which aided the emancipation of the spirit in the modern age. Discovered over and over again, and offered at intervals to the human race at various times and on diverse soils, no effective use was made of these material resources until the 15th century. The compass, discovered according to tradition by Gioia of Naples in 1302, was employed by Columbus for the voyage to America in 1492. The telescope, known to the Arabians in the Middle Ages, and described by Roger Bacon in 1250, helped Copernicus to prove the revolution of the earth in 1530, and Galileo to substantiate his theory of the planetary system. Printing, after numerous useless revelations to the world of its resources, became an art in 1438, and paper, which had long been known to the Chinese, was first made of cotton in Europe about 1000 and of rags in 1319. Gunpowder entered into use about 1320. As employed by the genius of the Renaissance, each one of these inventions became a lever by means of which to move the world. Gunpowder revolutionized the art of war. The feudal castle, the armor of the knight and his battle horse, the prowess of one man against 100, and the pride of aristocratic cavalry trampling upon ill-armed militia, were annihilated by the flashes of the cannon. Courage became more a moral than a physical quality. The victory was delivered to the brain of the general. Printing has established, as indestructible, all knowledge, and disseminated, as the common property of everyone, all thought, while paper has made the work of printing cheap. Such reflections as these, however, are trite and must occur to every mind. It is far more to the purpose to repeat that not the inventions, but the intelligence that used them, the conscious calculating spirit of the modern world, should rivet our attention when we direct it to the phenomena of the Renaissance. In the work of the Renaissance all the great nations of Europe shared. But it must never be forgotten that, as a matter of history, the true Renaissance began in Italy. It was there that the essential qualities which distinguished the modern from the ancient and the medieval world were developed. Italy created that new spiritual atmosphere of culture and of intellectual freedom which has been the life-breath of the European races. As the Jews are called the chosen and peculiar people of divine revelation, so may the Italians be called the chosen and peculiar vessels of the prophecy of the Renaissance. In art, in scholarship, in science, in the mediation between antique culture and the modern intellect, they took the lead, handing to Germany and France and England the restored humanities complete. Spain and England have since done more for the exploration and colonization of the world. Germany achieved the labor of the Reformation almost single-handed. France has collected, centralized, and diffused intelligence with irresistible energy. But if we return to the first origins of the Renaissance, we find that, at a time when the rest of Europe was inert, Italy had already begun to organize the various elements of the modern spirit, and to set the fashion whereby the other great nations should learn and live. End of section 13.
Section 14 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Black Death Ravages Europe, A.D. 1348, by J.F.C. Hecker. Different parts of the Oriental world have been mentioned as the probable locality of the first appearance of the plague or pestilence known as the Black Death, but its origin is most generally referred to China, where, at all events, it raged violently about 1333, when it was accompanied at its outbreak by terrestrial and atmospheric phenomena of a destructive character, such as are said to have attended the first appearance of Asiatic cholera and other spreading and deadly diseases, from which it has been conjectured that through these convulsions deleterious foreign substances may have been projected into the atmosphere. But while for centuries the nature and causes of the Black Death have been subjects of medical inquiry in all countries, it remained for our own time to discover a more scientific explanation than those previously advanced. The malady is now identified by pathologists with the bubonic plague, which at intervals still afflicts India and other Oriental lands, and has in recent years been cause of apprehension at more than one American seaport. It is called bubonic, from the Greek bubon, groin, because it attacks the lymphatic glands of the groins, armpits, neck, and other parts of the body. Among its leading symptoms are headache, fever, vertigo, vomiting, prostration, etc., with dark purple spots or a mottled appearance upon the skin. Death in severe cases usually occurs within 48 hours. Bacteriologists are now generally agreed that the disorder is due to a bacillus identified by investigators both in India and in Western countries. The first historic appearance of the Black Death in Europe was at Constantinople, A.D. 543, but far more widespread and terrible were its ravages in the 14th century, when they were almost worldwide. Of the dreadful visitation in Europe then we are fortunate to have the striking account of Dr. Hecker, which follows. The name Black Death was given to the disease in the more northern parts of Europe from the dark spots on the skin above mentioned, while in Italy it was called La Mortalega Grande, the Great Mortality. From Italy came almost the only credible accounts of the manner of living, and of the ruin caused among the people in their more private life during the pestilence, and the subjoined account of what was seen in Florence is of special interest as being from no less an eyewitness than Boccaccio. J.F.C. Hecker. The nature of the first plague in China is unknown. We have no certain intelligence of the disease until it entered the western countries of Asia. Here it showed itself as the Oriental plague with inflammation of the lungs, in which form it probably also may have begun in China. That is to say, as a malady which spreads more than any other by contagion, a contagion that in ordinary pestilences requires immediate contact, and only under unfavourable circumstances of rare occurrence is communicated by the mere approach to the sick. The share which this cause had in the spreading of the plague over the whole earth was certainly very great, and the opinion that the Black Death might have been excluded from Western Europe by good regulations, similar to those which are now in use, would have all the support of modern experience, provided it could be proved that this plague had been actually imported from the East, or that the Oriental plague in general, whenever it appears in Europe, has its origin in Asia or Egypt. Such a proof, however, can by no means be produced so as to enforce conviction. The plague was, however, known in Europe before nations were united by the bonds of commerce and social intercourse, hence there is ground for supposing that it sprung up spontaneously, in consequence of the rude manner of living and the uncultivated state of the earth, influences which peculiarly favour the origin of severe diseases. We need not go back to the earlier centuries, for the 14th itself, before it had half expired, was visited by 5 or 6 pestilences. If, therefore, we consider the peculiar property of the plague, that in countries which it has once visited it remains for a long time in a milder form, and that the epidemic influences of 1342, when it had appeared for the last time, were particularly favourable to its unperceived continuance till 1348, we come to the notion that in this eventful year also the germs of plague existed in southern Europe, which might be vivified by atmospherical deteriorations. Thus, at least in part, the Black Plague may have originated in Europe itself. The corruption of the atmosphere came from the east, but the disease itself came not upon the wings of the wind, but was only excited and increased by the atmosphere where it had previously existed. This source of the Black Plague was not, however, the only one, for far more powerful than the excitement of the latent elements of the plague by atmospheric influences was the effect of the contagion communicated from one people to another on the great roads and in the harbours of the Mediterranean. From China the route of the caravan lay to the north of the Caspian Sea, through Central Asia to Tauris. Here ships were ready to take the produce of the East to Constantinople, the capital of commerce and the medium of connection between Asia, Europe and Africa. Other caravans went from India to Asia Minor, and touched at the cities south of the Caspian Sea, and lastly from Baghdad through Arabia to Egypt. Also the maritime communication on the Red Sea from India to Arabia and Egypt was not inconsiderable. In all these directions the contagion made its way, and doubtless Constantinople and the harbours of Asia Minor are to be regarded as the foci of infection, whence it radiated to the most distant seaports and islands. To Constantinople the plague had been brought from the northern coast of the Black Sea, after it had depopulated the countries between those routes of commerce, and appeared as early as 1347 in Cyprus, Sicily, Marseilles, and some of the seaports of Italy. The remaining islands of the Mediterranean, particularly Sardinia, Corsica, and Majorca, were visited in succession. Foci of contagion existed also in full activity along the whole southern coast of Europe, when, in January 1348, the plague appeared in Avignon and in other cities in the south of France and north of Italy, as well as in Spain. The precise days of its eruption in the individual towns are no longer to be ascertained, but it was not simultaneous, for in Florence the disease appeared in the beginning of April, in Cesena the 1st of June, and place after place was attacked throughout the whole year, so that the plague, after it had passed through the whole of France and Germany, where, however, it did not make its ravages until the following year, did not break out till August in England, where it advanced so gradually that a period of 3 months elapsed before it reached London. The northern kingdoms were attacked by it in 1349, Sweden, indeed, not until November of that year, almost 2 years after its eruption in Avignon. Poland received the plague in 1349, probably from Germany, if not from the northern countries. But in Russia it did not make its appearance until 1351, more than 3 years after it had broken out in Constantinople. Instead of advancing in a northwesterly direction from Tauris and from the Caspian Sea, it had thus made the great circuit of the Black Sea by way of Constantinople, southern and central Europe, England, the northern kingdoms, and Poland, before it reached the Russian territories, a phenomenon which has not again occurred with respect to more recent pestilences originating in Asia. We have no certain measure by which to estimate the ravages of the Black Plague. Let us go back for a moment to the 14th century. The people were yet but little civilized. Human life was little regarded. Governments concerned not themselves about the numbers of their subjects, for whose welfare it was incumbent on them to provide. Thus the first requisite for estimating the loss of human life, namely a knowledge of the amount of the population, is altogether wanting. Cairo lost daily, when the plague was raging with its greatest violence, from 10,000 to 15,000, being as many as, in modern times, great plagues have carried off during their whole course. In China more than 13 million are said to have died, and this is in correspondence with the certainly exaggerated accounts from the rest of Asia. India was depopulated. Tartary, the Tartar kingdom of Kapchak, Mesopotamia, Syria, Armenia, were covered with dead bodies. The Kurds fled in vain to the mountains. In Caramania and Caesarea none was left alive. On the roads, in the camps, in the caravansaries, unburied bodies were seen, and a few cities only remained, in an unaccountable manner, free. In Aleppo 500 died daily. 22,000 people and most of the animals were carried off in Gaza within 6 weeks. Cyprus lost almost all its inhabitants, and ships without crews were often seen in the Mediterranean as afterward in the North Sea, driving about and spreading the plague wherever they went on shore. It was reported to Pope Clement at Avignon that throughout the East, probably with the exception of China, 23,840,000 people had fallen victims to the plague. Lübeck, which could no longer contain the multitudes that flocked to it, was thrown into such consternation on the eruption of the plague that the citizens destroyed themselves, as if in frenzy. When the plague ceased, men thought they were still wandering among the dead, so appalling was the livid aspect of the survivors, in consequence of the anxiety they had undergone and the unavoidable infection of the air. Many other cities probably presented a similar appearance, and small country towns and villages, estimated at 200,000 population, were bereft of all their inhabitants. In many places in France not more than 2 out of 20 of the inhabitants were left alive. 2 queens, 1 bishop, and great numbers of other distinguished persons fell a sacrifice to it, and more than 500 a day died in the Hôtel Dieu under the faithful care of the religious women, whose disinterested courage, in this age of horror, displayed the most beautiful traits of human virtue. The churchyards were soon unable to contain the dead, and many houses, left without inhabitants, fell to ruins. In Avignon the Pope found it necessary to consecrate the Rhone, that bodies might be thrown into the river without delay, as the churchyards would no longer hold them. In Vienna, where for some time 1,200 inhabitants died daily, the interment of corpses in the churchyards and within the churches as forthwith prohibited, and the dead were then arranged in layers by thousands in 6 large pits outside the city. In many places it was rumoured that plague patients were buried alive, and thus the horror of the distressed people was everywhere increased. In Erfurt, after the churchyards were filled, 12,000 corpses were thrown into 11 great pits, and the like might be stated with respect to all the larger cities. Funeral ceremonies, the last consolation of the survivors, were everywhere impracticable. In all Germany there seems to have died only 1,244,434 inhabitants. This country, however, was more spared than others. Italy was most severely visited. It is said to have lost half its inhabitants. In Sardinia and Corsica, according to the account of John Villani, who was himself carried off by the Black Plague, scarcely a third part of the population remained alive, and the Venetians engaged ships at a high rate to retreat to the islands, so that after the plague had carried off 3/4 of their inhabitants, their proud city was left forlorn and desolate. In Florence it was prohibited to publish the numbers of the dead and to toll the bells at their funerals, in order that the living might not abandon themselves to despair. In England most of the great cities suffered incredible losses, above all Yarmouth, in which 7,052 died, Bristol, Oxford, Norwich, Leicester, York, and London, where in one burial ground alone there were interred upward of 50,000 corpses, arranged in layers, in large pits. It is said that in the whole country scarcely a 10th part remained alive. Morals were deteriorated everywhere, and public worship was, in a great measure, laid aside, in many places the churches being bereft of their priests. The instruction of the people was impeded, covetousness became general, and when tranquillity was restored, the great increase of lawyers was astonishing, to whom the endless disputes regarding inheritances offered a rich harvest. The want of priests, too, throughout the country, operated very detrimentally upon the people. The lower classes were most exposed to the ravages of the plague, while the houses of the nobility were, in proportion, much more spared. The sittings of Parliament, of the King's Bench, and of most of the other courts, were suspended as long as the malady raged. Ireland was much less heavily visited than England. The disease seems to have scarcely reached the mountainous districts of that kingdom, and Scotland too would perhaps have remained free had not the Scots availed themselves of the misfortune of the English to make an irruption into their territory, which terminated in the destruction of their army by the plague and by the sword, and the extension of the pestilence, through those who escaped, over the whole country. In England the plague was soon accompanied by a fatal marine among the cattle. Of what nature this marine may have been can no more be determined than whether it originated from communication with the plague patients or from other causes. There was everywhere a great rise in the price of food. For a whole year, until it terminated in August, 1349, the Black Plague prevailed, and everywhere poisoned the springs of comfort and prosperity. In other countries it generally lasted only half a year, but returned frequently in individual places. Spain was uninterruptedly ravaged by the Black Plague till after the year 1350, to which the frequent internal feuds and the wars with the Moors not a little contributed. Alfonso XI, whose passion for war carried him too far, died of it at the siege of Gibraltar, March 26, 1350. He was the only king in Europe who fell a sacrifice to it. The mortality seems to have been less in Spain than in Italy, and about as considerable as in France. The whole period during which the Black Plague raged with destructive violence in Europe was, with the exception of Russia, from 1347 to 1350. The plagues which in the sequel often returned until 1383 we do not consider as belonging to the great mortality. The premature celebration of the Jubilee, to which Clement VI cited the faithful Rome 1350, during the great epidemic, caused a new eruption of the plague. from which it is said that scarcely 1 in 100 of the pilgrims escaped. Italy was, in consequence, depopulated anew, and those who returned spread poison and corruption of morals in all directions. The changes which occurred about this period in the north of Europe are sufficiently memorable. In Sweden 2 princes died, Haken and Canute, half-brothers of King Magnus, and in West Gothland alone 466 priests. The inhabitants of Iceland and Greenland found in the coldness of their inhospitable climate no protection against the southern enemy who had penetrated to them from happier countries. The plague wrought great havoc among them. In Denmark and Norway, however, people were so occupied with their own misery that the accustomed voyages to Greenland ceased. In Russia the Black Plague did not break out until 1351, after it had already passed through the south and north of Europe. The mortality was extraordinarily great. In Russia, too, the voice of nature was silenced by fear and horror. In the hour of danger, fathers and mothers deserted their children and children their parents. Of all the estimates of the number of lives lost in Europe, the most probable is that, altogether, 1/4 part of the inhabitants were carried off. It may be assumed, without exaggeration, that Europe lost during the Black Death 25 million inhabitants. That her nations could so quickly recover from so fearful a visitation, and without retrograding more than they actually did, could so develop their energies in the following century, is a most convincing proof of the indestructibility of human society as a whole. To assume, however, that it did not suffer any essential change internally, because in appearance everything remained as before, is inconsistent with a just view of cause and effect. Many historians seem to have adopted such an opinion, hence most of them have touched but superficially on the great mortality of the 14th century. We, for our part, are convinced that in the history of the world the Black Death is one of the most important events which have prepared the way for the present state of Europe. He who studies the human mind with attention, and forms a deliberate judgment on the intellectual powers which set people and states in motion, may perhaps find some proofs of this assertion in the following observations. At that time the advancement of the hierarchy was, in most countries, extraordinary, for the Church acquired treasures and large properties in land, even to a greater extent than after the Crusades. But experience has demonstrated that such a state of things is ruinous to the people and causes them to retrograde, as was evinced on this occasion. After the cessation of the Black Plague, a greater fecundity in women was everywhere remarkable. Marriages were prolific, and double and treble births were more frequent than at other times. After the great mortality, the children were said to have got fewer teeth than before, at which contemporaries were mightily shocked, and even later writers have felt surprise. Some writers of authority published their opinions on this subject, others copied from them without seeing for themselves, and thus the world believed in the miracle of an imperfection in the human body which had been caused by the Black Plague. The people gradually consoled themselves after the sufferings which they had undergone, the dead were lamented and forgotten, and in the stirring vicissitudes of existence the world belonged to the living. The mental shock sustained by all nations during the prevalence of the Black Plague is without parallel and beyond description. In the eyes of the timorous, danger was the certain harbinger of death. Many fell victims to fear on the first appearance of the distemper, and the most stout-hearted lost their confidence. The pious closed their accounts with the world. Their only remaining desire was for a participation in the consolations of religion. Repentance seized the transgressor, admonishing him to consecrate his remaining hours to the exercise of Christian virtues. Children were frequently seen, while labouring under the plague, breathing out their spirit with prayer and songs of thanksgiving. An awful sense of contrition seized Christians everywhere. They resolved to forsake their vices, to make restitution for past offences, before they were summoned hence, to seek reconciliation with their Maker, and to avert, by self-chastisement, the punishment due to their former sins. Human nature would be exalted could the countless noble actions which, in times of most imminent danger, were performed in secret, be recorded for future generations. They, however, have no influence on the course of worldly events. They are known only to silent eyewitnesses, and soon fall into oblivion. But hypocrisy, illusion, and bigotry stalk abroad undaunted. They desecrate what is noble, they pervert what is divine, to the unholy purposes of selfishness, which hurries along every good feeling in the false excitement of the age. Thus it was in the years of this plague. In the 14th century the monastic system was still in its full vigour, the power of the religious orders and brotherhoods was revered by the people, and the hierarchy was still formidable to the temporal powers. It was, therefore, in the natural constitution of society that bigoted zeal, which in such time makes a show of public acts of penance, should avail itself of the semblance of religion. But this took place in such a manner that unbridled, self-willed penitence degenerated into lukewarmness, renounced obedience to the hierarchy, and prepared a fearful opposition to the Church, paralysed as it was by antiquated norms. While all countries were filled with lamentations and woe, there first arose in Hungary, and afterwards in Germany, the Brotherhood of the Flagellants, called also the Brethren of the Cross or Cross bearers, who took upon themselves the repentance of the people for the sins they had committed, and offered prayers and supplications for the averting of this plague. This order consisted chiefly of persons of the lower class, who were either actuated by sincere contrition, or who joyfully availed themselves of this pretext for idleness, or were carried along with the tide of distracting frenzy. But as these brotherhoods gained in repute and were welcomed by the people with veneration and enthusiasm, many nobles and ecclesiastics ranged themselves under their standard, and their bands were not unfrequently augmented by children, honourable women, and nuns. They marched through the cities with leaders and singers, their heads covered as far as the eyes, their look fixed on the ground, with every token of contrition and mourning. They were robed in sombre garments, with red crosses on the breast, back, and cap, and bore triple scourges tied in 3 or 4 knots, in which points of iron were fixed. Tapers and magnificent banners of velvet and cloth of gold were carried before them. Wherever they made their appearance they were welcomed by the ringing of bells, and the people flocked from all quarters to listen to their hymns and witness their penance. In 1349 200 flagellants first entered Strasbourg, where they were hospitably lodged by the citizens. Above 1,000 joined the Brotherhood, which now separated into 2 bodies, for the purpose of journeying to the north and to the south. Adults and children left their families to accompany them, till at length their sanctity was questioned, and the doors of houses and churches were closed against them. At Spires 200 boys of 12 years of age and under constituted themselves into a Brotherhood of the Cross, in imitation of the children who, about 100 years before, had united at the instigation of some fanatic monks for the purpose of recovering the Holy Sepulchre. All the inhabitants of this town were carried away by the delusion. They conducted the strangers to their houses with songs of thanksgiving, to regale them for the night. The women embroidered banners for them, and all were anxious to augment their pomp, and at every succeeding pilgrimage their influence and reputation increased. All Germany, Hungary, Poland, Bohemia, Silesia, and Flanders did homage to them, and they at length became as formidable to the secular as to the ecclesiastical power. The influence of this fanaticism was great and threatening. The appearance in itself was not novel. As far back as the 11th century many believers in Asia and South Europe afflicted themselves with the punishment of flagellation. The author of the solemn processions of the flagellants is said to have been St. Anthony of Padua, 1231. In 1260 the flagellants appeared in Italy as devoti. "When the land was polluted by vices and crimes, an unexampled spirit of remorse suddenly seized the minds of the Italians. The fear of Christ fell upon all, noble and lowly, old and young, and even children of 5 years of age marched through the streets with no covering but a scarf round their waist. They each carried a scourge of leathern thongs, which they applied to their limbs amid sighs and tears, with such violence that the blood flowed from the wounds. Not only during the day, but even by night and in the severest winter, they traversed the cities with burning torches and banners, in thousands and tens of thousands, headed by their priests, and prostrated themselves before the altars. The melancholy chant of the penitent alone was heard, enemies were reconciled, men and women vied with each other in splendid works of charity, as if they dreaded that divine omnipotence would pronounce on them the doom of annihilation." But at length the priests resisted this dangerous fanaticism without being able to extirpate the illusion, which was advantageous to the hierarchy as long as it submitted to its sway. The processions of the Brotherhood of the Cross undoubtedly promoted the spreading of the plague, and it is evident that the gloomy fanaticism which gave rise to them would infuse a new poison into the already desponding minds of the people. Still, however, all this was within the bounds of barbarous enthusiasm. But horrible were the persecutions of the Jews, which were committed in most countries with even greater exasperation than in the 12th century during the first Crusades. In every destructive pestilence the common people at first attribute the mortality to poison. On whom, then, was vengeance so likely to fall as on the Jews, the usurers, and the strangers who lived at enmity with the Christians? They were everywhere suspected of having poisoned the wells or infected the air, and were pursued with merciless cruelty. These bloody scenes, which disgraced Europe in the 14th century, are a counterpart to a similar mania of the age which was manifested in the persecutions of witches and sorcerers, and like these they prove that enthusiasm, associated with hatred and leagued with the baser passions, may work more powerfully upon whole nations than religion and legal order; nay, that it even knows how to profit by the authority of both, in order the more surely to satiate with blood the swords of long suppressed revenge. The persecution of the Jews commenced in September and October 1348 at Chillon on the Lake of Geneva, where the first criminal proceedings were instituted against them, after they had long before been accused by the people of poisoning the wells. Similar scenes followed in Bern and in Freiburg in 1349. Under the influence of excruciating suffering, the tortured Jews confessed themselves guilty of the crime imputed to them, and it being affirmed that poison had in fact been found in a well at Zofingen, this was deemed as sufficient proof to convince the world, and the persecution of the abhorrent culprits thus appeared justifiable. Already in the autumn of 1348 a dreadful panic, caused by the supposed poisoning, seized all nations. In Germany especially, the springs and wells were built over, that nobody might drink of them or employ their contents for culinary purposes, and for a long time the inhabitants of numerous towns and villages used only river and rain water. The city gates were also guarded with the greatest caution. Only confidential persons were admitted, and if medicine or any other article which might be supposed to be poisoned were found in the possession of a stranger, and it was natural that some should have these things by them for private use, he was forced to swallow a portion of it. By this trying state of privation, distrust, and suspicion, the hatred against the supposed poisoners became greatly increased, and often broke out in popular commotions, which only served still further to infuriate the wildest passions. The noble and the mean fearlessly bound themselves by an oath to extirpate the Jews by fire and sword, and to snatch them from their protectors, of whom the number was so small that throughout all Germany but few places can be mentioned where these unfortunate people were not regarded as outlaws and martyred and burned. Solemn summonses were issued from Bern to the towns of Basel, Freiburg in Breisgau, and Strasbourg to pursue the Jews as poisoners. The burgomasters and senators indeed opposed this requisition, but in Basel the populace obliged them to bind themselves to an oath to burn the Jews, and to forbid persons of that community from entering the city for the space of 200 years. Upon this all the Jews in Basel, whose number could not have been inconsiderable, were enclosed in a wooden building, constructed for the purpose, and burned together with it upon the mere outcry of the people, without sentence or trial, which indeed would have availed them nothing. Soon after, the same thing took place at Freiburg. A regular diet was held at Benefeld in Alsace, where the bishops, lords and barons, as also deputies of the counties and towns, consulted how they should proceed with regard to the Jews; and when the deputies of Strasbourg, not indeed the bishop of this town, who proved himself a violent fanatic, spoke in favour of the persecuted, as nothing criminal was substantiated against them, a great outcry was raised, and it was vehemently asked, why, if so, they had covered their wells and removed their buckets? A sanguinary decree was resolved upon, of which the populace, who obeyed the call of the nobles and superior clergy, became but too willing executioners. Wherever the Jews were not burned, they were at least banished, and so being compelled to wander about, they fell into the hands of the country people, who, without community and regardless of all laws, persecuted them with fire and sword. At Esslingen the whole Jewish community burned themselves in their synagogue, and mothers were often seen throwing their children on the pile to prevent their being baptized, and then precipitating themselves into flames. In short, whatever deeds fanaticism, revenge, avarice, and desperation in fearful combination could instigate mankind to perform, were executed in 1349 throughout Germany, Italy, and France, with impunity and in the eyes of all the world. It seemed as if the plague gave rise to scandalous acts and frantic tumults, not to mourning and grief; and the greater part of those who, by their education and rank, were called upon to raise the voice of reason, themselves led on the savage mob to murder and to plunder. The humanity and prudence of Clement VI must on this occasion also be mentioned to his honour. He not only protected the Jews at Avignon as far as lay in his power, but also issued 2 bulls in which he declared them innocent, and he admonished all Christians, though without success, to cease from such groundless persecution. The Emperor Charles IV was also favourable to them, and sought to avert their destruction wherever he could, but he dared not draw the sword of justice, and even found himself obliged to yield to the selfishness of the Bohemian nobles, who were unwilling to forego so favourable an opportunity of releasing themselves from their Jewish creditors, under favour of an imperial mandate. Duke Albert of Austria burned and pillaged those of his cities which had persecuted the Jews, a vain and inhuman proceeding which, moreover, is not exempt from the suspicion of covetousness. Yet he was unable, in his own fortress of Quebec, to protect some hundreds of Jews who had been received there from being barbarously burned by the inhabitants. Several other princes and counts, among whom was Ruprecht of the Palatinate, took the Jews under their protection on the payment of large sums, in consequence of which they were called Jew masters, and were in danger of being attacked by the populace and by their powerful neighbours. These persecuted and ill-used people, except indeed where humane individuals took compassion on them at their own peril, or when they could command riches to purchase protection, had no place of refuge left but the distant country of Lithuania, where Boleslav V, Duke of Poland, 1227 to 1279, had before granted them liberty of conscience, and King Casimir the Great, 1333 to 1370, yielding to the entreaties of Esther, a favourite Jewess, received them and granted them further protection, on which account that country is still inhabited by a great number of Jews, who by their secluded habits have, more than any other people in Europe, retained the manners of the Middle Ages. Section 14.
Section 15 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Black Death Ravages Europe, AD 1348, by Giovanni Boccaccio. When the evil had become universal in Florence, the hearts of all the inhabitants were closed to feelings of humanity. They fled from the sick and all that belonged to them, hoping by these means to save themselves. Others shut themselves up in their houses, with their wives, their children and households, living on the most costly food, but carefully avoiding all excess. None was allowed access to them, no intelligence of death or sickness was permitted to reach their ears, and they spent their time in singing and music and other pastimes. Others, on the contrary, considered eating and drinking to excess, amusements of all descriptions, the indulgence of every gratification, and an indifference to what was passing around them as the best medicine, and acted accordingly. They wandered day and night from one tavern to another, and feasted without moderation or bounds. In this way they endeavoured to avoid all contact with the sick, and abandoned their houses and property to chance, like men whose death knell had already tolled. Amid this general lamentation and woe, the influence and authority of every law, human and divine, vanished. Most of those who were in office had been carried off by the plague, or lay sick, or had lost so many members of their families that they were unable to attend to their duties. So that thenceforth everyone acted as he thought proper. Others, in their mode of living, chose a middle course. They ate and drank what they pleased, and walked abroad, carrying odoriferous flowers, herbs, or spices, which they smelt at from time to time, in order to invigorate the brain and to avert the baneful influence of the air, infected by the sick and by the innumerable corpses of those who had died of the plague. Others carried their precautions still further, and thought the surest way to escape death was by flight. They therefore left the city, women as well as men abandoning their dwellings and their relations, and retiring into the country. But of these also many were carried off, most of them alone and deserted by all the world, themselves having previously set the example. Thus it was that one citizen fled from another, a neighbour from his neighbours, a relation from his relations. And in the end, so completely had terror extinguished every kindlier feeling that the brother forsook the brother, the sister, the wife her husband, and at the last even the parent his own offspring, and abandoning them unvisited and unsoothed to their fate. Those, therefore, that stood in need of assistance fell a prey to greedy attendants, who, for an exorbitant recompense, merely handed the sick their food and medicine, remained with them in their last moments, and then, not unfrequently, became themselves victims to their avarice, and lived not to enjoy their extorted gain. Propriety and decorum were extinguished among the helpless sick. Females of rank seemed to forget their natural bashfulness, and committed the care of their persons indiscriminately to men and women of the lowest order. No longer were women, relatives or friends, found in the houses of mourning to share the grief of the survivors. No longer was the corpse accompanied to the grave by neighbours and a numerous train of priests, carrying wax tapers and singing psalms, nor was it borne along by other citizens of equal rank. Many breathed their last without a friend to comfort them in their last moments, and few indeed were they who departed amid the lamentations and the tears of their friends and kindred. Instead of sorrow and mourning appeared indifference, frivolity, and mirth, this being considered, especially by the females, as conducive to health. Seldom was the body followed by even 10 or 12 attendants, and instead of the usual bearers and sextons, hirelings of the lowest of the populace undertook the office for the sake of gain, and accompanied by only a few priests, and often without a single taper, it was borne to the very nearest church and lowered into the first grave that was not already too full to receive it. Among the middling classes, and especially among the poor, the misery was still greater. Poverty or negligence induced most of these to remain in their dwellings or in the immediate neighbourhood, and thus they fell by thousands, and many ended their lives in the streets by day and by night. The stench of putrefying corpses was often the first indication to their neighbours that more deaths had occurred. The survivors, to preserve themselves from infection, generally had the bodies taken out of the houses and laid before the doors, where the early morn found them in heaps, exposed to the affrighted gaze of the passing stranger. It was no longer possible to have a bier for every corpse. 3 or 4 were generally laid together, husband and wife, father and mother, with 2 or 3 children, were frequently borne to the grave on the same bier. And it often happened that 2 priests would accompany a coffin, bearing the cross before it, and be joined on the way by several other funerals, so that instead of 1, there were 5 or 6 bodies for interment. End of section 15. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 16 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 16, First Turkish Dominion in Europe, Turks seize Gallipoli, A.D. 1354, by Joseph von Hammer-Purgstall. During the early years of the 14th century, a new Mohammedan realm was established on the ruins of the Seljukian and Byzantine power in Asia Minor. Osman, or Othman, the founder of this realm, which is regarded as the original Ottoman Empire, subdued a great part of Asia Minor, and in the year of his death, 1326, his son Orkhan captured Prusa, now Brusa, and Nicomedia. In 1330, he took Nicaea, then second only to Constantinople in the Greek or Byzantine Empire, and 6 years later he defeated the Turkish prince of Karasi, the ancient Mysia, and annexed his territory, including the capital, Bergama, the ancient Pergamus, to the Ottoman dominions, thus securing nearly the whole of northwestern Asia Minor. During the reign of Orkhan, the Ottomans made frequent passages of the Hellespont for the purpose of extending their power into Europe. After 15 invasions without any permanent conquest, in 1354 Orkhan and his son Suleiman perceived an opportunity by which they prepared themselves to profit. Civil war was raging in the Byzantine Empire, where John Palaeologus was striving to deprive the emperor Cantacazunas of his throne. The plan whereby the Ottomans secured a foothold in Europe, which soon enabled them to establish a permanent sovereignty on the peninsula of Gallipoli, was executed by Suleiman with a military skill which gave his name a conspicuous place in Turkish history. On the meridional shore of the Sea of Marmara, at the entrance of the Hellespont, is perceived the peninsula of Kaputagi, the ancient, almost insular Cyzicus, a Milesian colony. At the neck of the isthmus, where it joins the mainland, there where are seen today the ruins of Aydınjuk, formerly arose Cyzicus, a city celebrated in the history of Persia and of Rome, of ancient Greece and of the Byzantine Empire. This port, one of the most commercial of the Asiatic coast, possessed, like Rhodes, Marseille, and Carthage, 2 military arsenals and an immense granary, each placed under the special superintendence of an architect. The annals of this town have been enriched by the passage of the Argonauts and of the Goths, by the siege of Mithridates, and by the assistance received from the Romans under the leadership of Lucullus. Granted its freedom by the latter as a reward for its fidelity, Cyzicus was shortly afterward deprived of its privileges for having neglected the service of the temple of Augustus. Under the Byzantines, it became the capital of the province of Hellespont and the metropolitan see of Mysia and of all the territory of Troy. On Mount Dindymus, at the gates of Cyzicus, arose the temple of the Great Mother, the goddess Ida, whose worship had been established by the Argonauts, and who was venerated at Cyzicus as at Pessinont, in the form of an aerolite, a sacred stone, which under the reign of King Attalus was carried to Rome and installed in the city by all the matrons, preceded by Scipio the Younger. The inhabitants of the peninsula adored also Cybele, Proserpine, and Jupiter, who, according to a fabulous tradition, had given the town of Cyzicus to the wife of Pluto as dower. Emperor Hadrian embellished this town with the largest and the finest of the temples of paganism. The columns of this edifice, all of one piece, were 4 ells, 15½ feet in circumference, and 50 ells, 195 feet in height. In 1354, Suleiman, the son of Orkhan, governor of ancient Mysia, a province recently conquered by the Turks, was seized with admiration by the aspect of the majestic ruins of Cyzicus. The broken columns, the marbles prone on the sward, recalled to him the ruins of the palace of the Queen of Saba Balkis, erected by the order of Solomon, the remains of Istakar, Persepolis, and of Tadmor, Palmyra. One evening, when seated by the seashore, he saw, by the light of the moon, Idinjik, the crescent moon, the porticos and peristyles reflected in the waves. Clouds passed along the surface of the sea, and he imagined that he saw these ruined palaces and temples arise from the deep, and a fleet navigate the waters. Around him arose mysterious voices, whose sound mingled with the murmur of the waves, while the moon, which at this moment shone in the east, seemed to unite Asia and Europe by a silver ribbon. It was she who, emerging formerly from the bosom of Availle, had come to hide herself in that of Osman. The remembrance of the fantastic vision which had presaged a universal domination to his ancestor inflamed the courage of Suleiman and made him resolve to unite Europe and Asia by transporting the Ottoman power from the shores of Asia Minor to the strands of the Greek Empire, and thus to realize the dream of Osman. Suleiman consulted immediately with Ajibeg, Ghazi Fazil, Aranos, and Haji Ilbeki, ancient vizier of the Prince of Karasi, who had been his assistants in the government of Mysia. All confirmed him in his resolution. Ajibeg and Ghazi Fazil the same night went to Gorojuk and took ship to make a reconnaissance in the environs of Zimpi, situated a league and a half from Gallipoli, opposite Gorojuk. A Greek prisoner whom they brought with them to Asia informed Suleiman of the abandoned and unprepared state of the place, and offered himself as a guide to surprise the garrison. Suleiman immediately had 2 rafts constructed of trees united by thongs of bull skins, and made the attempt the following night, with 39 of his most intrepid companions in arms. Arrived before the fortress, they scaled the walls by mounting on an immense dung-heap, and took possession of it easily, owing to the inhabitants being all absent in the fields engaged in harvesting. Suleiman then hastened to send to Asia all the ships which he found in the port, to transport soldiers to Zimpi, and 3 days after, the fortress contained a garrison of 3,000 Ottomans. In the meanwhile, Cantacuzunus, unable to resist any longer the forces assembled against him by his young rival, John Palaeologus, asked the assistance of Orkhan. Orkhan sent him the conqueror of Zimpi, an auxiliary whose support later became more troublesome to the emperor than it was useful against his enemy. 10,000 Turkish cavaliers disembarked near Ainos, at the embouchure of Maritza, Hebrus, defeated the auxiliary troops which John Palaeologus had drawn from Moesia and from the Trebalians, ravaged Bulgaria, and repassed into Asia, loaded with spoil. Cantacuzunus, more at his ease after the departure of the conquering horde, negotiated with Suleiman the ransom of Zimpi. Scarcely had he sent the 10,000 ducats agreed upon, when a commissary of the Ottoman prince arrived, bringing him the keys, but at the same time a terrific earthquake devastated the towns on the Thracian coasts. The inhabitants, who did not find death in the destruction of their dwellings, went with the garrisons to seek refuge against the destroying scourge and the barbarity of the Turks in the towns and the castles which the catastrophe had spared. but torrents of rain, snow, and a glacial temperature killed the women and the children on the road. As to the men, they fell into the power of Orkhan's soldiers, who were awaiting their passage. Thus the Ottomans found a powerful auxiliary in the warring elements. From that time they believed that God himself favored their projects. Ajibeg and Ghazi Fazil, whom Suleiman had left in front of Gallipoli, penetrated into that town by the large breaches that the earthquake had made in the walls, and took possession of it, owing to the confusion which reigned among the inhabitants. Gallipoli, the key of the Hellespont, the commercial entrepot of the Black Sea and of the Mediterranean, is celebrated in history by the siege that it sustained against Philip of Macedon, and by the revolt of the Catalans or Mogabars, who, half a century before the disaster, braved with impunity the power of the Greek emperor and made it the center of their piracies. The tombs of the two Ottoman chiefs are still seen today. These two mausoleums are much visited by Mussulman pilgrims, and the reason of this pious veneration is due to the fact that here in this sacred place lie the ashes of the two generations to whom the Ottoman Empire owes the conquest of a town, the possession of which facilitated the passing of the Turks into Europe. For the same reason, all the surrounding country, which, during the blockade of the town, Ajibeg and his lieutenant Ghazi Fazil had put to fire and sword, received the name of Ajay Owa. The two beys, taking advantage of the terror caused by so many disasters, penetrated into the deserted towns and established themselves. On the news of these conquests, Suleiman, who then was at Biga, Pegai, refused to restore Zimpi, and, far from being contented with the peaceful possession of the territory invaded by his hordes, dreamed of extending the boundaries, and for this purpose sent over to Europe numerous colonies of Turks and Arabs. One of his first cares was to raise the walls of Gallipoli and other strong places devastated by the earthquake. Among the number were Konur, whose commander, called Calaconia by the Ottoman historians, was hanged by order of Suleiman at the doors of the castle. The fort of Boulair, before which Suleiman received, as a presage of his future glory, the bonnet of a dervish Muluwi. Malgara, renowned for its trade in honey, Ipsala, ancient Sipsela, on the Mariza, and lastly Rodosto, now Tekortagi, ancient residence of Bezos, king of Thrace, and the place of exile where died in modern times the Hungarian Francis Rákóczi, Prince of Transylvania, and his partisans. All these towns and strong places fell into the power of the Ottomans in the course of the year 1357. They served them as starting bases for their excursions, which they pushed as far as Hiraboli, Cheriopolis, and Shorely, Zorulam. Cantacuzunus, too weak to stop the progress of the Turks, complained of this violation of the peace. Orkhan excused his son, saying that it was not force of arms which had opened the gates of the towns of the Greek Empire, but the divine will manifested by the earthquake. The emperor made representations that he was not agitating to know whether it was by the gates or by the breaches that Suleiman had penetrated into the places in question, but whether or not he possessed them legitimately. Orkhan then asked a delay for reflection, and subsequently promised that he would request his son to return the towns that he occupied, if Cantacuzunus, on his side, would engage to pay him a sum of 40,000 ducats. At the same time, he invited him to an interview to meet Suleiman on the Gulf of Nicomedia. But the Sultan pretending to be ill, the emperor returned to Byzantium without having obtained anything. Orkhan now found himself in one of the happiest of political situations. The division of sovereign authority between Cantacuzunus and his pupil John Palaeologus, and their continual wars, allowed him to address one or the other according as his interests and the circumstances demanded. It was thus that John Palaeologus, ally of the Genoese, undertook to deliver from captivity to Phocias, the son of Orkhan, Khalil or Kazim, whom the governor Kalothes surrendered for a ransom of 100,000 pieces of gold and the concession of the glorious title of Panhypersebestos, very venerable. The service that John had rendered did not prevent Orkhan from sending to Abydos a body of troops to rescue the son of Cantacuzunus, Matthias, then at war with the Bulgarians. From the epoch when the Ottomans made durable conquests in the Greek Empire, Asia each spring threw new hordes into Europe, until the time when the successors of Orkhan had extended their domination from the shores of the Sea of Marmara to those of the Danube. The conquest of Gallipoli, which had opened the gate of the Greek Empire and the whole of the European continent to the Ottomans, was announced by letters of victory to the neighboring princes of Orkhan, whose father had divided with Osman the heritage of the Seljukian sultans. The use of these letters of victory has been preserved to this day in Turkey, and their style, already so pompous in the days of Orkhan, has become so proudly emphatic that this kind of document today is not the least curious of those which belong to the annals of the Turkish nation. Orkhan left to his son Suleiman Pacha and Haji Ilbeki the charge of preserving the conquests made in Europe. Suleiman established his residence at Gallipoli and Ilbeki at Konur. The first overran the country as far as Dematoka, the second as far as Shorley and Hiraboli. Ajibeg received in fief the valley which still bears his name. But Suleiman enjoyed for only a few years the fruits of his conquests. One day, while hunting wild geese between Bolair and Sidi Kawak, that is to say near the Palatine of the Cid, and following at a gallop the flight of his falcon, he fell so violently from his horse, 1359, as to be instantly killed. His body was deposited, not in the mausoleum of the Osman family at Prusa, where he had caused a mosque to be erected in the quarter of the confectioners, but near the mosque of Bulair, also founded by him. Orkhan, to perpetuate the exploits of his son, caused a tomb to be built to his memory on the shore of the Hellespont, the only one which, during more than a century, was erected in memory of an Ottoman prince on Greek soil. Of all the sepulchres of Turkish heroes, which the national historians mention with holy respect, that of the founder of the Ottoman power in Europe is the most venerated and the most frequented by pilgrims. It is still to be seen to the north of the embouchure of the Hellespont. Tradition attributes yet another victory to Suleiman after his death. At the head of a troop of celestial heroes, mounted on white horses, encircled by a brilliant aureole, he is said to have vanquished an army of infidels. The love of the marvelous, so general among Orientals, the leaning which all people have to make heaven intervene in the deeds relating to their origin, alone can explain this tradition, for it would be useless to seek any historic fact which could have given it birth. According to this tradition, 30,000 Christians appeared in the Hellespont on a fleet of 61 vessels, one half disembarked at Tuzla and the other at Sidi Kawak. It was this latter body which was cut in pieces by the celestial troop led by Suleiman. The Ottoman historians who relate this miracle have evidently borrowed the apparition of these vessels from the first or the second crusade of the Europeans against the Turks, and have transported them from the waters of Smyrna to those of Gallipoli, for the greater glory of Suleiman Pasha. Neither the history of Byzantium nor that of the Crusades offers the slightest trace of this event. End of section 16.
Section 17 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 7, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Conspiracy and Death of Marino Falieri at Venice, AD 1355, by Mrs. Margaret Oliphant. Marino Falieri was born at Venice about 1278 and was elected Doge in 1354. For many years, the government of the Republic under an oligarchy had been arbitrarily dominated by the Council of Ten, an assembly that, after serving a special purpose for which it was created, was declared permanent in 1325 and became a formidable tribunal. Professing to guard the Republic, the Ten in fact destroyed its liberties, disposed of its finances, overruled the constitutional legislators, suppressed and excluded the popular element from all voice in public affairs, and finally reduced the nominal prince, the Doge, to a mere puppet or an ornamental functionary, still called head of the state. At the time when Falieri entered upon his Dogeship, The city in all quarters was pervaded by the spies of this great oligarchy, which seized and imprisoned citizens and even put them to death secretly, without itself being answerable to any authority. The most notable event in the annals of this extraordinary Venetian government is that which forms the story of Marino Falieri himself. His conspiracy with the plebeians to assassinate the oligarchs and make himself actual ruler of the state had the double motive of a personal grievance and the sense of a political wrong. The fate of this old man has been made the subject of tragedies by Byron in 1820, Casimir della Vina in 1829, and Swinburne in 1885. The novel Doge und Dogeresse by Ernst Theodor Hoffmann was inspired by the same dramatic figure. Of historical accounts, the following, in Mrs. Oliphant's best manner, is justly regarded as the most impressive which has hitherto appeared in English. Marino Falieri had been an active servant of Venice through a long life. He had filled almost all the great offices which were entrusted to her nobles. He had governed her distant colonies, accompanied her armies in that position of proveditore, omnipotent civilian critic of all the movements of war which so much disgusted the generals of the Republic. He had been ambassador at the courts of both Emperor and Pope, and was serving his country in that capacity at Avignon when the news of his election reached him. It is thus evident that Falieri was not a man used to the position of a lay figure, although at 76 the dignified retirement of the throne, even when so encircled with restrictions, would seem not inappropriate. That he was of a haughty and hasty temper seems apparent. It is told of him that after waiting long for a bishop to head a procession at Treviso, where he was podesta, chief magistrate, he astonished the tardy prelate by a box on the ear when he finally appeared, a punishment for keeping the authorities waiting. Old age to a statesman, however, is in many cases an advantage rather than a defect, and Falieri was young in vigour and character, and still full of life and strength. He was married a second time to presumably a beautiful wife, much younger than himself, though the chroniclers are not agreed even on the subject of her name, whether she was a Gradenigo or a Contarini. The well-known story of young Steno's insult to this lady and to her old husband has found a place in all subsequent histories, but there is no trace of it in the unpublished documents of the state. The story goes that Michele Steno, one of those young and insubordinate gallants who are a danger to every aristocratic state, having been turned out of the presence of the Dogeressa for some unseemly freedom of behaviour, rode upon the chair of the Doge in boyish petulance and insulting taunt, such as might well rouse a high-tempered old man to fury. According to Sunudo, the young man, on being brought before the Forte, confessed that he had thus avenged himself in a fit of passion, and regard having been had to his age and the heat of love which had been the cause of his original misdemeanour, a reason seldom taken into account by the tribunals of the state, he was condemned to prison for 2 months, and afterward to be banished for a year from Venice. The Doge took this light punishment greatly amiss, considering it indeed as a further insult. Sebelico says not a word of Michele Steno or of this definite cause of offence, and Romanin quotes the contemporary records to show that though alcuni zovenelli fioli di gentilomini de Venetia are supposed to have affronted the Doge, no such story finds a place in any of them. But the old man, thus translated from active life and power, soon became bitterly sensible in his new position that he was senza parentardo, with few relations and flouted by the Giovanistri, the dissolute young gentlemen who swaggered about the Broglio in their finery, strong in the support of fathers and uncles. But he found himself, at the same time, shelved in his new rank, powerless, and regarded as a nobody in the state where hitherto he had been a potent seigneur, mastered in every action by the secret tribunal, and presiding nominally in councils where his opinion was of little consequence, is evident. And a man so well acquainted and so long with all the proceedings of the state, who had seen consummated the shutting out of the people, and since had watched through election after election a gradual tightening of the bonds round the feet of the Doge, would naturally have many thoughts when he found himself the wearer of that restricted and diminished crown. He could not be unconscious of how the stream was going, nor unaware of that gradual sapping of privilege and decreasing of power, which even in his own case had gone further than with his predecessor. Perhaps he had noted with an indignant mind the new limits of the Promissioni, a narrower charter than ever, when he was called upon to sign it. He had no mind, we may well believe, to retire thus from the administration of affairs. And when the giovanastri, other people's boys, the scum of the gay world, flung their unsavoury jests in the face of the old man who had no son to come after him, the silly insult so lightly uttered, so little thought of, the natural scoff of youth at old age, stung him to the quick. Old Falieri's heart burned within him at his own injuries, and those of his old comrades. How he was induced to head the conspiracy and put his crown, his life, and honour on the cast, there is no further information. His fierce temper, and the fact that he had no powerful house behind him to help to support his case, probably made him reckless. In April 1355, 6 months after his arrival in Venice as Doge, the smouldering fire broke out. 2 of the conspirators were seized with compunction on the eve of the catastrophe and betrayed the plot, one with a merciful motive to serve a patrician he loved, the other with perhaps less noble intentions, and without a blow struck, the conspiracy collapsed. There was no real heart in it, nothing to give it consistence. The hot passion of a few men insulted, the variable gaseous excitement of wronged commoners, and the ambition, if it was ambition, of one enraged and affronted old man, without an heir to follow him or anything that could make it worth his while to conquer. An enterprise more wild was never undertaken. It was the passionate stand of despair against force so overwhelming as to make mad the helpless, yet not submissive victims. The Doge, who no doubt in former days had felt it to be a mere affair of the populace, a thing with which a noble ambassador and proveditore had nothing to do, a struggle beneath his notice, found himself at last, with fury and amazement, to be a fellow sufferer caught in the same toils. There seems no reason to believe that Falieri consciously staked the remnant of his life on the forlorn hope of overcoming that awful and pitiless power with any real hope of establishing his own supremacy. His aspect is rather that of a man betrayed by passion and wildly forgetful of all possibility in his fierce attempt to free himself and get the upper hand. One cannot but feel in that passion of helpless age and unfriendedness something of the terrible disappointment of one to whom the real situation of affairs had never been revealed before, who had come home triumphant to reign like the doges of old, and, only after the ducal cap was on his head and the palace of the state had become his home, found that the doge, like the unconsidered plebeian, had been reduced to bondage. His judgment and experience put aside in favour of the deliberations of a secret tribunal, and the very boys, when they were nobles, at liberty to jeer at his declining years. The lesser conspirators, all men of the humbler sort, Calendario, the architect who was then at work upon the palace, a number of seamen, and other little-known persons, were hanged. Not like the greater criminals, beheaded between the columns, but strung up a horrible fringe along the side of the palazzo. The fate of Falieri himself is too generally known to demand description. Calmed by the tragic touch of fate, the Doge bore all the humiliations of his doom with dignity, and was beheaded at the head of the stairs where he had sworn the Promissione on first assuming the office of Doge. What a contrast was this from that triumphant day when probably he felt that his reward had come to him after the long and faithful service of years. Death stills disappointment as well as rage, and Falieri is said to have acknowledged the justice of his sentence. He had never made any attempt to justify or defend himself, but frankly and at once avowed his guilt and made no attempt to escape from its penalties. His body was conveyed privately to the church of Sant Giovanni and Sant Paolo, the great Zanipolo, with which all visitors to Venice are familiar, and was buried in secrecy and silence in the atrio of a little chapel behind the great church, where no doubt for centuries the pavement was worn by many feet with little thought of those who lay below. Even from that refuge his bones have been driven forth. But his name remains in the corner of the hall of the Great Council, where, with a certain dramatic affectation, the painter historians have painted a black veil across the vacant place. This is the place of Marino Falieri, beheaded for his crimes, is all the record left of the Doge disgraced. Was it a crime? The question is one which it is difficult to discuss with any certainty. That Falieri desired to establish, as so many had done in other cities, an independent despotism in Venice seems entirely unproved. It was the prevailing fear, the one suggestion which alarmed everybody and made sentiment unanimous. But one of the special points which are recorded by the chroniclers as working in him to madness was that he was senza parentardo, without any backing of relationship or allies, i.e., sonless, with no one to come after him. How little likely then was an old man to embark on such a desperate venture for self-aggrandizement merely. He had indeed a nephew who was involved in his fate, but apparently not so deeply as to expose him to the last penalty of the law. The incident altogether points more to a sudden outbreak of the rage and disappointment of an old public servant coming back from his weary labours for the state in triumph and satisfaction to what seemed the supreme reward, and finding himself no more than a puppet in the hands of remorseless masters, subject to the scoffs of the younger generation, with his eyes opened by his own suffering, perceiving for the first time what justice there was in the oft-repeated protest of the people, and how they and he alike were crushed under the iron heel of that oligarchy to which the power of the people and that of the prince were equally obnoxious. The chroniclers of his time were so much at a loss to find any reason for such an attempt on the part of a man non abbiendo alcun propinquo, that they agree in attributing it to diabolical inspiration. It was more probably that fury which springs from a sense of wrong, which the sight of the wrongs of others raised to frenzy, and that intolerable impatience of the impotent, which is more harsh in its hopelessness than the greatest hardihood. He could not but die for it, but there seems no more reason to characterise this impossible attempt as a deliberate treason than to give the same name to many alliances formed between prince and people in other regions, the king and commons of the early Stuarts, for example, against the intolerable exactions and cruelty of an aristocracy too powerful to be faced alone by either. End of section 17, read by Julie Jackson, Staffordshire, England, 10th of May, 2021.